Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going? Happy Saturday night, Sunday morning. Hope you guys had a good weekend. I didn't do much. Karis and I just kind of worked. Actually, I almost went live a little earlier there. Here we are. However, my computer needed a big update, so that was annoying. And then after it was done updating, I just could not choose what music to play. Here we are. I'm ready for some new music, man. I like this music, though. This is Donkey Kong music. All right, so clicking on this, clicking on this, clicking on this, clicking on this. We're going to click on this. Deleting a whole bunch of stuff. I always get a whole bunch of ads. Okay. Dub. Okay, and delete. Perfect. We just deleted a whole bunch of emails that we didn't need. Okay, and looks like there was a couple pre-orders. Good. I would hope. And what do we have here? Martin Ramirez. Okay. So Mr. Martin says he's missing a Silvally tag slab, huh? I'll get with the Lexus on that. I'm just reading his email. So tonight we have a website, TheCardconomist.com. That is that's the website we've been working on. It's still pretty scrappy actually, but it's functional. All right, we'll just close that up. Mr. Thim, Matt, Quantum Wolf, Alex, Matt, Colin, America's Favorite Hoarder, Whipple, Six. Hey, how's it going, Six? All right, I told you guys we were working on a website. Of course, the website always existed. It just wasn't used for shopping. It was used for card grading. And now we have converted it over to be able to do shopping. I'll go ahead and post a link to it. Give me a second here. What should I call it? Website. Beta. Beta. Okay, good, that works. So you guys can test that out if you wish. It doesn't really have much in it. It needs to be built up like crazy. What is this? Did I print this label out? All right. Good. All that's done. Just doing some stuff while we're all climbing in. All right. There's nothing in the description. There should be. Try hitting refresh. You need to hit refresh. That means you were in here really early. Try hitting refresh. We actually build up the description after hitting the go live button. So you got in here so early, I hadn't added the description yet. All right. There we go. What are you guys saying? Six says hi, hi. Hello, Six. Ola family, we're all better than Ms. Kiff. Oof, I heard about that. I didn't read a lot about it, but I heard about it. Ms. Kiff. I guess he was abusive. And now Emiru, who I don't know why I know her name, but I guess I do. She's whatever, she got like assaulted at that TwitchCon, and now she's talking about this other guy was bad to her. It's very interesting. We are. I think he's defending himself. We are. All right. Freedom? Did the sub list go off? Let's see. Here's the sub. The sub list is over here. It's got 3 people in it. Mega sub list. There it is. 3 people in that sub list. I'm going to show off some of these mega poker cards. They are 140 for PSA 10, 9, $50 for 9, $45 for 9, $75 for 9, $50 for 9, $75 for 9. So a bunch of 9s there. And I kind of want to price up the rest of these real fast. There you go. I meet Ms. Kiff and Ice Poseidon in person before. Yeah? Was he nice? He must have been nice. You didn't grope him, did you? Because apparently that's the thing. People groping each other or something like that. Wow. So I just posted this video on the Mega Evolutions, and that video immediately brought in 2,000 views. That's a good video. So let's see. We got our Mickey Mouse cards here. We were pricing up those before we logged off all of a sudden like yesterday. Set this behind me. What music is this? I don't recognize this. Okay, it's Donkey Kong as well. Let's skip this one. Can we remove this one? Hide from mix. Ooh, I like this song a lot. This sounds nice. Hey, what's up, Dalbu? Nope, lol, they were nice. That was when Miskit was Ice Picard and cameraman. Did you hear about the big streamers drama? I think I am hearing about it right now. We got Mega Sceptile, we got Mudkip, we got Mega Blaziken, we got Mega Swampert. The three starters are actually kind of a nice package, don't you think? But they might not be very cheap, so let's get some prices up on these bad boys. I'm all about slabs lately. So I was actually talking in our Discord server in the general chat about how I was thinking about the future of ribbon ships. I really was. You know, there's so many ribbon ships on the internet these days that you pretty much can just go watch endless, and I mean endless, packs getting opened. That's one of my realizations. Opening packs is still fun and exciting, especially if you're a shopper. But, you know, when I started 6 years ago, when I started this a long time ago, it was just exciting to see anything get opened. Long time ago, it was exciting to see anything get opened because there was so little live content like that. Now there's so much live content like that. I feel like I almost need a new purpose or something, you know, not entirely, but like an angle, you know, like something that feels unique, distinct. And for me, I think what I realized is that what keeps me interested in the hobby, what keeps me engaged, is truly feeling like I'm building up a portfolio of cards. So I don't just open for the sake of opening. I really feel like I'm building a portfolio. So I think I want to sort of spread that or share that experience to you guys. So that's going to be the purpose of our work, is to help you guys build up a portfolio of cards as well. Look at this Blaziken, Swampert, Sceptile. That is so good looking. I could hold these, by the way, because I don't think there'd be any problem holding them. Maybe I should. Man, I don't know. This guy's upside down. I'll sell them. Let's sell them. Let's get them sold. This is a special opportunity to acquire some unusually rare poker cards. How much? Take my money. Well, we typically go off of cheapest buy now prices. If there are no cheapest buy now prices, we try to pick something that seems reasonable. The Swampert's really cool. Hey, what's up, Ben Rains? How's it going, Ben? Welcome back. Been a while. Nice to see you again. How's it going, everybody? I think your breaks are distinct, says Isaac. Yeah, and I'd like to make them even better and make sure that we're breaking the best cards only. The stuff that makes people feel really crazy. Here's PSA 10. Mega Swampert. Poker. Okay, there is a Mega Swampert Poker. And he looks like he's going to be about 145 plus 16. You'll have to pay an import fee to bring him in. And the import fee is actually pretty dramatic. In fact, Trump has announced there will be an additional 10% import fee on Canada. So I don't know how exactly that works, but that would be 1.25. Hold on. I did that wrong. So about 160 times 0.25. Okay. So he's going to probably be priced around 200 then. Now, if that import fee has not gone into effect, you can rush over and buy the Canadian one. There's a Canadian one on eBay. So it's for about 160. This one's American. And yes, we calculate tariff fees because we assume that that's part of the cost. Now, here's Mega Blaziken. Boy, I always feel like these would be great to do a break on. Mega Blaziken. There is no Mega Blaziken for sale. Let me check sold. There's none sold. I know he's popular. I just don't know exactly what he'd be worth. But obviously there's not one for sale. So that means he must have sold. if there ever was one for sale. Okay, and there's no Mega Sceptile either. Let's go ahead and get their populations. Time for a 30-minute drive. Save the good packs for me. All right, save the good packs for you. So here's population on the Sceptile happens to be population 3. Well, that might be why you don't see one for sale. There's only 3 of those. Holy. Those are some extremely rare mega cards. The Blaziken will be population 7, and there we go. The Swampert will be population 7, so 773. Oh, so the Sceptile's quite rare. So with this guy being for sale on eBay, we're going to peg our price to that one. And Blaziken, with there not being one for sale on eBay, he'll be quite a bit more expensive. So he shall be $350. And then the Mega Sceptile population 3, which means that of the couple of guys who have graded these in the past, theirs must not have hit a 10. That's a big deal. It makes them more rare. In fact, he's about twice as rare as these other two, which are already unbelievably rare. I think I'm going to set... Oh, okay, I wasn't sure what that was. I'm going to set this to 400. Wow, that's some pretty music, man. Population 3. Population 7. Population 7. The Swampert looks like a deal, man. He's good looking, too. So there are some priced up megas for you guys. Yes, I have to sell cards because I have spent thousands and thousands of dollars grading, and now I have to get some of that grading money back. There we go. So I cannot hold on to everything. Can I see my PSA return? Website, what? Yeah, the website, it's been functional for a little while. It just needs to be worked on. But there's a couple products for sale in there. You'll notice there's an option for shipping, and there's an option for like a variable amount of money you're allowed to send. So like you can select the amount of money you want to send, kind of like when you... very similar to when you just decide how much money you're sending over PayPal, right? So, and also, I believe it takes your credit card. So you're able to plug your credit card into it and pay directly from the website now. Very interesting idea. All right, so with those being priced up, let's begin. We have an order from James Beam. He says, I'm sending for shipping, but also I have a new shipping address. Good. Let's go ahead and close this software. We don't need this. And then let's go open up our shipping software. Hello, mister. Do you have a 7 of hearts? Is my favorite poker card, poker hand, pocket sevens. Well, I mean, here's a 7, but it's not a 7 of hearts. A 7 of hearts, I don't know what that is. From this particular set, it's probably not a very good card, but, you know, this poker 7 probably exists, you know, in the other poker sets. Let's see what Pokemon it would be in the old 1996 set. You ready? So... PSA, Poker, Pokemon, 7 of Hearts. Let's see what that would have been. Slowpoke. Okay, there you go. You guys Slowpoke. You like Slowpoke. So he is Slowpoke. I mean, I've definitely graded Slowpokes before. I like Slowpoke myself. I think he's a good Pokemon. But I don't think I have any on hand that I know of. I heard some AI-generated Iron Maiden songs, but in the style of Pink Floyd. I was highly impressed. Wait, what's the website? Yeah, it should be... You should be able to see it in the chat, pinned. So it's pinned in the live stream. All right, so we're jumping over here. James Beam says that he wants to be shipped out. Mr. James, our first step, we have to remove his old address. He said he had an old address. Here it is, James Beam. Deleting that. Click. Okay, we deleted the old address. Hello, I am James Beam. Here's my new shipping address. I have a lot of slabs along with the August PSA return. 1 Pokemon coin, copper coin, and some loose cards. All right, Mr. James Beam with the JA. Let's go looking, shall we? First order of the night, shipping. Very common. It's a very common order to order shipping at the beginning of a stream, because sometimes people will realize partway through the day, hey, wait a second, I want to ship. Hallowed be thy name was fantastic. Here's James Hatcher. Here's James Gower. James Espada. Jason O. Jackie James Nogar. James Smallwood. I don't see a bag for you, James Beam. Only Jacobs in here, just like it should be. He didn't have like a double box or something, did he? Did he have a box? Yeah, I don't recognize the name James Beam in terms of searching for a bag. Looking around, I'm looking around. James Beam with the JA. Mike Side. I'd say John Wolf. I don't see him. I can check here one more time, but I don't know if I didn't see him the first time. I don't know why I'd see him a second time. Jonas Gordon has a floating bag. The only reason you'd get a floating bag is if the JA boxes were overfilled, but they're actually not overfilled. Plenty of room in here. Those are some great poker cards. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, they're extremely rare, too, by the way. James Gower. His bag wasn't over a year long, was it? That would be no good. James Beam. I have a lot of slabs along with the August PSA return. Let me talk to him. All right, let me send this to him. All right, so we know he wants shipping, but I'm going to wait for him to answer that. Actually, no. Let's go ahead and make his label right now, because whether we find his bag or not, we can go ahead and make this label. We'll just make it a heavy label. All right, James. Actually, here. Let's. Here's another trick. Let's see how long ago he started a bag. Oh, maybe he just doesn't have a bag. That could be it. Let me check this. Oh, nope, here we go. James Beam. No, he could have a very old bag, actually, according to this. Let's see. Not super old. Okay. Interesting. Let's go back in here. Mister, do you think there are too few or too many people in the world? I think there's room. Have you ever been on an airplane ride and you just see vast amounts of empty land? You know, when people complain about overpopulation, they're really talking about in their local town or you know, in their local city. You get through a lot of traffic. Maybe you're in San Diego, San Francisco, some of the most crowded places on earth. And everyone's going, oh my God, there's too many people. It's wrong. You know, they're all mad because they have to share and there's not enough to go around. But if you look at the United States as a whole, it's a very big space with lots and lots of empty land. I live out in the middle of nowhere myself in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. It's not exactly empty, but there's about 90,000 people out here. So it's not empty. But, I mean, if you just drive in any direction for like 20 minutes, it becomes total farmland empty in every direction. And so when you realize that, you go, holy cow, man, it's not that there's a lack of space. It's just that everybody wants to live in precisely the same city next to the same beach, next to the same main street. They all want to live in New York City specifically. They all want to live in the best parts of Chicago. And so people get very competitive and selfish and they go, okay, there's not enough room. We're overpopulated. And that's pretty much what you heard for like the last, since I was a child. Yeah, everyone talked about the problem of overpopulation. Some places really are overpopulated. There's places in India where the number of people per square mile, it's absolute insanity, like amounts that would blow your mind. Or like Indonesia or something like that. Some places are truly crowded, but here in America, we're actually a bit spread out and there's tons of land left over. The other thing people are worried about is just sort of like resources. Like, okay, what if there's not enough clean water? What if there's too many people putting poo-poo in the landfill? What if there's too many factories creating too much pollution? Oh, there's too much people, get rid of them. But it's funny because we're in 2025 and what you're seeing now is probably population collapse. That's the real problem. And that makes way more sense. Population collapse makes way more sense than overpopulation. It's always been hard to have a lot of children. It's been hard in the past. It's hard now. And the risk of death and the struggle to survive has always been what old books have talked about. Old books have never talked about how, yeah, it's easy to just have 10 and 20 children. They've always talked about how hard it is to have even a few children. So we're going to have this new paradigm coming forth, I think, over the next 10 to 20 years, where people are realizing children are very hard to have and that they're very rare, and the population collapse will hit people very hard. All right, James Beam. Okay. Look for everything. Okay. Life's been alright, just working too much. I ask because I feel like most people I come across are on complete opposite side. I live in nowhere, Nebraska, and there's no one here at all. Yeah, I mean, so if you're living... Oh, hey, Ben became a member, and Mr. Thomas Hogue, once again, thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat. I think it's called a super chat. So thank you, Ben Rains, for renewing your Pokeball. Yeah, I would say that the subject of population is an interesting subject, but we're seeing in all of the advanced countries that nobody is having children. Kirsten and I even talked about that. I think last night we talked about that. That she once again goes back to her belief that it strictly comes down to birth control. I don't believe it's birth control. And actually, here's another thing I don't think it is. I don't think it's about money. So people will often say, oh, it's too expensive to have a baby. It's about money. I need more money. I don't think that's the problem, because humans had babies for a very long time when they were much poorer, way poorer. No one had any money. Next up, we got Michael Pettiford. Michael Pettiford, 2 Japanese OP13 packs, 3 Metazoo Hello Kitty packs, 1 Topps Chrome Metazoo pack. Oh, yeah, Topps Chrome Metazoo, huh? So I was thinking about lowering the price on that, but not only that, let's see. I got some specialty boxes to sell right now. So this is, what is this? Chronicles Draft Picks. How many packs in here? For 4 cards per pack, 5 packs per box. So there's 5 packs in here. Let's sell them at $3 a pack. So this box right here is $15 to the first buyer. Call it out, okay? So I only want to sell it to one guy. Here's a $15 box of whatever this is. I was cleaning up and I found this 2022 Chronicles. I could be way underselling it. I don't care. If you're a guy who loves basketball, please enjoy this. All right, so there you go. Sports, I want big titties. True. Here's another thing I found. Metazoo Nightfall. I don't think this is on the menu anymore, right? Like, I think that I believed that we were sold out of this. Metazoo. Cryptonations, Chrome Metazoo, Nightfall. Okay, so I thought I was sold out of Nightfall. Nightfall is going to be back on the menu for $2 a pack. $2. Pretty cheap. If you want to open some, it's cute. It's got some cool bad guys in it, like Death. Death is in this set. You could buy the whole box out if you did 2 times 36, I think. Okay, so that's Metazoo Nightfall. I do have it, it turns out. Okay, that's old Metazoo. Now, Topps Chrome Metazoo is going down from $4 a pack to $3 a pack. It's cheaper. Topps Chrome Metazoo, it's cheaper now. So I'm gonna give you 2 packs to get you. I'm gonna get you 2 packs to get you started. Okay, 2 packs. All right. Let's see. 3 of the Metazoo Hello Kitty packs. This is one of the most consistent sellers when it comes to Metazoo. Are you ready? Here it is. So there it is. I think that lifespan increase plays a huge role in the previous perspectives on overpopulation. Ostara, hello Ostara, how are you tonight? Me too, world runs on money now. Next month might have food riots. Yeah. Yeah, there seems to be this sort of like general rule to humanity that there's always a group of humans that can't seem to be productive to take care of themselves. And then there's always a certain amount of chaos as a result of that. 1 Topps Chrome Metazoo pack. Okay, I already grabbed that. But we need to grab your 2 OP13s. The struggle to survive. The trick to surviving, get someone else to pay for your stuff. Bada bing, bada boom. Problem solved. All right. Grabbing that. Yeah, so for a long time, the paradigm has been... Oh, by the way, take a minute, smash that like button. Let's get a giveaway started. I'm turning on subscriber mode, and we're going to get a giveaway going, guys. Let's get a subscriber giveaway. So tonight, you must be a subscriber in order to participate in the giveaway. Cool stuff, right? Okay, that's subscriber mode on. And now I'm supposed to choose a card to give away. Maybe a Mimikyu. Let's see if I can find a Mimikyu. Oh, maybe something from down here. Something that's never been priced. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Trick or Trade Darkrai. So it is Halloween week. And we're celebrating Spoopy Halloween. Happy Halloween, guys. Ooh, beautiful. I believe this is like a $100 card or something like that. Okay. Get this going for you all. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us and for being part of this group. Really appreciate having you guys here. There's a lot of names I recognize, and I think you guys recognize each other too. That's very special. Some people have been here for a very long time, in fact. If you ever take a break from this channel, you're always welcome to come back. Oh, that's a good one. They don't make him anymore. I saw your One Piece short. Can I ask why that Law manga got a 9? Oh, that must have been a short that Mr. Mike Side made. But I didn't find out why that one graded 9. I do remember it. That was Sarah Duzenbeves. It was Sarah. She got 2 PSA 10 Blackbeards, 1 Trafalgar 9. And I think I even offered to help her set up a cross grade to some other company or something. I don't know. But he got a 9. It was a sad thing. But I actually didn't know what to look for on that one. We are. Okay, I didn't look at it. So what should the keyboard be tonight? I guess 100K. We are approaching rapidly 100,000 subscribers. You guys know that? And I believe this card, you can buy it off of eBay for $100. So that's a free $100 giveaway. It's pretty generous. Let's see. I've been generous this month. That'll tick me up to 845. 845. Not bad, huh? Not bad. It's such a nice card. We might make it go off tomorrow, so it might last more than one day. Of course, tomorrow's Sunday. You guys think I should take Sunday off? The doctors tell me to take Sunday off. AI tells me to take Sunday off. I kind of just want to go live tomorrow. That's how I feel. I'd sort of just wait around all day till I can go live. You ready? Looking forward to the celebration this close to Halloween? Your call. Snipping this. Oh, it's a very good idea to be subscribed before the 100K giveaway because I will not want to give away the best pulls to people who are unsubscribed and did not contribute. I will very much be interested in handing it out to you guys who are here before that point. There we go. Because I know there's vultures from all across the internet, other channels, other groups who don't care about us, but they know the timing of the giveaway, so they go, okay, I better show up to that giveaway. So I will definitely want to help you guys. There's 68 people in this group right now. I'd prefer for it to mostly go to you guys. So we will probably have some, the best prizes will probably go out to subscribers who are subscribed. You can set the duration, subscribed before the date of the actual 100K. You know what I'm saying? So you can say subscribed up to a week or something. All right, what we got? Here's Lizard Man. Ooh. Babe the Blue Ox. Funeral Mountain Terror Shot. And Sinkhole Sam. These are Topps Chrome MetaZoo booster packs. And we have just reduced their price to $3 a pack. They are. Heck, dude, I'm reducing them lower than that. So these MetaZoo, Topps Chrome MetaZoos shall be $2 a pack. I'm getting real serious about moving some of this product. The Nightfall booster packs, the aforementioned Nightfall packs, $1 a pack. So that box we just showed you, you get the whole box for 36 bucks. And then Topps Chrome MetaZoo has gone from $4 to $2. We're slashing prices. See this Cryptid Nation at $7? Let's make it $6. The Kickstarter, we'll bring this down to 40, from 42 to 40. MetaZoo 2025. Oh, I found some MetaZoo 2025. We're going to bring that back for $4 a pack. And let's see. Oh, the Kickstarter's listed twice. Okay, that's a problem. Let's get rid of that. We're updating this menu. I'm real serious about letting a lot of stuff go and reducing our menu. We want to start shrinking it. Not only do we want to shrink it, I just want you guys to have some good prices. I don't even care anymore. There it is. Here's Squonk. I'm squonking here. And here's Powered Up Red. So we have just changed the price. You'll notice we didn't change the Kickstarter too much. That stuff's really good. But now you can get MetaZoo Kickstarter for $40, $2 cheaper. MetaZoo base pack is back. I'm going to say MetaZoo 2025 base set. Base set. Okay, and then let's see. The Hello Kitty MetaZoo, so it's currently at $3 a piece. That one's been really popular. I can move that one down. I'm going to move that one down to 2.5. So Hello Kitty MetaZoo is going to have a price reduction as well. Okay, we're doing lower prices, guys. You like that? You don't have to tell me. I know you like it. You can lie and tell me you don't like it, but there it is. So this will come down to $90 per box. Very, very, very reasonable price. We still here? Yeah, okay, good. So $44, $2.5, $90 a box. Nightfall booster pack. First edition, $1 a pack. Topps Chrome MetaZoo, $2 a pack. Cryptid Nation went from $8 down to $6. There you go. So if you're a MetaZoo lover, you now have some really nice prices on this channel. And if you pull anything special, we will make a video out of it. You are? Bought the Nightfall booster box. All right, so Nightfall sold out. Thank you very much for that. So Nightfall sold out. I wanted that. That's what exactly what I wanted to happen. I wanted that to be sold out. You are? Okay, Chibi Loveland. Did I grab the one from the other pack? Ah, here it is. Okay, and one more. I bought it too, says Isaac. Oh, so whoever got it first got it. You are. Oh, man, that's really cute. The Hello Kitty MetaZoo stuff is actually pretty legit. I mean, look at this Kuromi card. It's really cute. It's actually kind of a pity that they went out of business after they released this set. It tells you that the company was not making enough sales to justify the cost of printing this particular set. They must have wasted, they must not have had the cash flow that they needed. Oops. That is legit. Mister, what is your take on Bitcoin? Price prediction for end of the year? I am not a crypto specialist. I'm often a skeptic. Bitcoin and all the cryptos have a certain stink to them that makes me feel sort of like there's a lot of hungry wolves betting their lives on this thing that was just made out of thin air one day. But Bitcoin is pretty resilient. You know, it's gone up and down and up and down and up and down. It's been around for a while now. It's not exactly young either. And it's pretty diversified by a lot of different investors. And who's to say it's any worse than US dollars, gold coins, stocks, other securities, Pokemon cards, which are highly speculative. So Bitcoin, I think that maybe you should own a little bit of everything. And I think Bitcoin these days has become almost somewhat a conservative investment. Yeah, you can go buy some. It's a digital token that can be traded back and forth without a big bank having to be involved. And yet, to a certain degree, a bank is involved, like Coinbase, right? You have to have, some institutions that are driving the traffic to these coins to the usual user, the average user. And so places like Coinbase just become a new kind of bank, new kind of digital bank. It's fascinating. Wouldn't you say that's fascinating? And the crypto guys talk about how, oh yeah, crypto helps us get around the government, right? Didn't work in Canada, did it? Remember remember they had the truck drivers who were protesting the COVID lockdowns, and they had their bank accounts seized and shut down by the government, and that didn't work because they were receiving crypto, and then the government blocked the crypto. So the government does have quite a bit of control, because of course it does, because the government has guns, and the crypto bros do not have a military. It's really just this very interesting product. But again, this is just me sort of knocking down some of the illusions of cryptocurrency on how it's so spectacular. Whoa, you got a really good card here. Look at this bonus card. That's a bonus Disney card. That's like the best one. That's Mickey Mouse. So that's Michael Pettiford with the best Disney poker pull there. I think it's okay. I personally don't hold much crypto. All of my money has gone into Pokemon cards. That is so far played out. If I had put more money into crypto, I would not have done as well. So when you buy only Pokemon, or when you buy only crypto, or when you buy only real estate, what you're doing is you're making a philosophical statement, or a bet, if you wish. You're making a bet about what you think happens next in the market. And sometimes the wildest bets have the biggest returns. I don't think that crypto is as wild of a bet anymore. Isn't that funny? Maybe CSGO skins were a wild bet, but they turned out to be bad. We just found out that those weren't too good because it's just a video game where the developers can suddenly tinker with your pseudo security. So CSGO skins were not a good idea either. So where can you bury your money where it doubles in price very quickly is a good question. Maybe crypto. It's getting harder to say. Michael Pettiford, one Korean white flare. Oh, he wanted one more item. One second here. we receive crypto payments. So if you want to buy Pokemon cards with crypto, I'm all about that. We can do most kind of cryptos. You just tell me what address you need, and I'll go fetch it from Coinbase and add it to the description. Here we are. CS skins are rigged. I buy bullion for safety and Pokemon for high risk. Hi, how much is the Sanrio card? Kay, how's it going, Kay? Well, we have two types of Sanrio cards. We have Weiss Schwartz Hello Kitty, and that's $6 a pack, or $60 a box, because there's 10 packs in the box. And then there's another set that we have. It's called Metazu Hello Kitty, and that one's $2.50 per pack. So it's much cheaper, but it's a different brand. It's a Metazu brand. And Weiss Schwartz is currently a better brand, so that one tends to sell better. However, they look very different from each other, so if you like the look of Metazu better, you'd buy that one for $2.50 a pack. Vintage Dragon Tales, CS skins are rigged. Speaking of bank seizures, Russia seized a lot of citizens' accounts during the war to finance it. Ooh. JP Morgan is now taking Bitcoin as collateral for money loans. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So as Bitcoin continues to go up and it continues to be invested into by politicians and the politicians' children, apparently, and it keeps getting invested into by the wealthy class that rules the world, it becomes a more stable and mainstream thing to hold. I suppose it could all still be in a bubble that collapses one day, or just, somebody plays a trick card. Like, one of the problems I have with Bitcoin is that I wonder if one day they would just design a way to hack it anyways, right? So private banks and governments, they work very hard not to be hacked. And crypto was designed a long time ago, and it doesn't really have a centralized CEO and giant corporation that protects its asset. I don't think it does anyways, So you wonder sometimes if, as technology advances, basically, does Bitcoin become an obsolete token? That's a big deal. And the politicians wouldn't understand that very well. Even some rich guys might not understand that very well, or they might just look at it as a gamble for now. But I understand that because I went to school for technology and got a 4-year computer science degree. And that's what made me initially skeptical anyways. When I looked at it, I said, oh, no way, dude, that'll be obsolete. And give it like 20 years, it'll be obsolete. So here's a similar mud kip. They want $400. They're in Italy, $400. I mean, it's an Ace of Spade mud kip. That's pretty cool, right? If you're a mud kip fan, this might be the mud kip to collect. We'll make it $420. Let's see. I believe you need to control the majority of the hash rate, which is almost impossible. Hey, Mister, how? Well, we're heading toward quantum computing. We might already be there. I don't know, but quantum computing can really change how encryption works. And the thing is, banks will be able to redesign themselves to update their what's the word I'm looking for? Not their encoding, their encryption, I guess is just the right word. So their security is able to evolve because the banks are centralized. They have corporate structures, they have workers and teams of coders. But, the Bitcoin token doesn't have all that. It's decentralized, right? That's the argument anyways. And so, if it doesn't have all that, how does it protect itself from an increasingly evolving level of quantum computing and AI hacking? How does it protect itself? And so everyone thinks it's really, really good for now. But the irony is the reason gold is so good is because it has no technology. There's zero technology in it. Gold is good because it has no technology in it. So with gold, it can never be hacked. How do you hack a rock? You can't. It just sits there in your closet. And hopefully, it could melt. It could be stolen. Somebody could break into your house and steal your gold, but it can't be hacked from China or hacked from North Korea. And so that is one of the long-term issues that I have with especially Bitcoin in particular. Maybe not all cryptos, but Bitcoin could become obsolete. So some cryptos will be centralized with a team of coders, and they will protect their crypto, but I don't know if Bitcoin will. I believe you need to... Oh, I read that. Thank you for sharing your expertise. Hey, Mister, how have you been doing lately? Haven't watched the streams for a few months. It's D. Philly. Hey, how's it going, D. Philly? I really appreciate you coming in and saying hi. I'm doing all right. Kirsten and I had a pretty boring day today. Man, boredom feels very close to depression, guys. Don't be bored. I'm happy I'm here with you guys talking now, because before this, I was just bored, man. Let's see. Sir, I just seen your website. Have you considered using it into make it for you? I can show you one I've been working on. It's pretty insane backend system, and I make it all with AI. Says Glatchy. Currently, my wife does it. She does the, she does any serious coding on that website because she's been a software engineer for like 8 years now. Here's a problem with my wife. It's not her biggest dream to work on her husband's Pokemon card website. So it's not her biggest, I don't get 100% of her attention. She doesn't really get paid. She gets paid indirectly in a way, right? Like if I do better, she does better because we're married. But she already works a full-time job, and she doesn't focus on websites. She does back-end work actually. And so website, it's more like a fun little side project for her. And I've thought about getting a guy who's really good with technology to work with me and just to be paid to work on it. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. When I mention it to her, she says, no, let me work on it. And then, the website moves at a bit of a snail's pace because it's hard for your wife to work like 10 hours on something that's very serious. And they'd be like, oh, are you done working? All right, now get on my website where I sell Pokemon cards. So it's hard to, it's hard to push for too much work. LMFVO, have her check out VO. It's really cool. It's like ChatGPT. You guys could do it. Dino Wrench says, it'll be crazy to think one day quantum computing can be cheap and everyone can have it. It's like having your own ChatGPT. Well, quantum computing, I've explained it many times in this chat because we were learning about it back when I was in school. Computers currently run on binary zeros and ones, which allows sort of like a linear math, essentially. And it does not allow exponential math too much, okay? It's all zeros and ones. And quantum computing is supposed to allow a state where both the 0 and 1 are on at the same time, and the computer can make sense of that somehow. I don't really get it entirely, but it goes beyond zeros and ones. It's no longer linear. It's meant to be exponential. And so it can do exponential math all day long and like literal exponential math. And so it's supposed to be able to solve all the math problems that we haven't had the computing power to solve. So it's a very big deal for the future of humanity to be able to finish these quantum computers. But here's one of the problems. All internet security, like your bank, for your cash, like your social security, like your IDs, everything that's precious to you is hidden behind an encryption that is based off of linear computing. So, 2-bit computing, right? And so when the quantum computing comes out, it might shatter all of that. What do you do now? So all of your passwords could maybe be tied to your eyeball or to your fingerprint or something. I don't know what they'll do. But yeah, it could shatter all old systems of security. And this is why I say something like Bitcoin, even though the idea of it's very attractive and good, it could just become obsolete because of totally improving technology. Like rapidly improving technology can make Bitcoin obsolete. Gold's been obsolete the whole time. Gold's just this yellow rock. That's why it's good. It has no technology in it. So this was fascinating to me about gold. It's anti-technology. But it's only useful in that way. So people will always wish they had a digital token that works. But so something might replace Bitcoin because it does have a centralized team of workers who can protect the token from eventual quantum computing. Anyways, that's a fun conversation. Martin Ramirez says, look for my tag 10 Still Valley. All right, so I'm going to make a note to this to Alexis. Miss Alexis. Note, Martin Ramirez, missing tag 10. He said tag 10 Still Valley? Still Valley. All right, we're going to look for that, okay? All right. Whew. How does the bounty card work? Here's the new bounty card. This is the first month we're running it. When you do stuff, pretty much anything on this channel, you have a chance to get into the bounty. You just have to get the rare thing to happen. So like if you get, if you win a break, if you pull the hot thing out of a break, not only do you get that item from the break, you also get placed into the bounty. The bounty is just a group of names that expands every time somebody has something big happen. So if you pull a chase card out of the Pokemon packs or out of the Weiss Schwartz packs, which are very much on sale right now. Did you guys check out the Weiss Schwartz? They have zero markup. They're about as cheap as they could possibly be. They're the same price as Cheapest Byte now. Yeah, they're ridiculously cheap. They're like as cheap as Korean product right now. They're so cheap. So Weiss Schwartz, if you pull a chase card out of there, you'll go straight into the bounty too. Could be a way to get yourself into the bounty. But here it is. So here are the people who have a chance. And then we also we reserve the right to toss people into the bounty for other spectacular things, like if we hit a viewer goal or something like that. All right. Very nice. Thank you for sharing your expertise. I'm glad you enjoyed the conversation. We have 8 orders in the queue. Here's 6. She says 2, 151 Chinese. Well, Miss 6, the Chinese, huh? Bing chilling. Here we are, 2 of the 151s. Grabbing these nice and softly. These, right? Superposition. Let me snip this. All right. Here's a holographic Dodrio, and here's holographic Meowth. Ooh. All right. A little bit cold on those. Nothing crazy. Of course, that's kind of expected. Seems really tough to pull something out of those. Got a little poker card for you, though. There's a Jasmine. The future of crypto. You know, gold doesn't have to worry about encryption. But you know what else doesn't have to worry about encryption? Pokemon cards. You do not need to encode Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards are physical, just like gold and silver. Very fascinating. I put Pokemon cards in the same category as fine art. All right, it might be better than fine art. Sales of fine art might be tiny compared to Pokemon. All right, let me go ahead and refresh our cards here. We've got this beautiful Magnemite. Cardboard, my only thought, yes. Cardboard, it can be blown away, it can be caught on fire, it can be stolen, but it can't be hacked. So, you know, there are ups and downs to all asset classes. They have different advantages or disadvantages. That Mimikyu is pretty nice. Ethan's Ho-Oh. Let's see. I'm going to take a picture of this. What do you think about Peter Schiff? I've been listening to him for a while, but I haven't listened to him recently. But he must have really been celebrating when the value of gold went up. But I've listened to him a number of times in the past. He's great, very smart. He has his perspective. He has a different philosophy. We're going to go to the All Slabs channel and take a picture. Click. All right. Those are 3 very snazzy slabs. Peter Schiff, he's one of the good ones. Let's hit play. All right. So, Mimikyu with an M. He's going in here. I sent 9 for shipping. Just want to make sure you got it. Ooh, sounds good. All right, I'll keep my eye open for that. Here's the Magnemite with an M. A thin one's 5. The Weiss Pixars. Yes, I'm sure that's coming up. You said for shipping. Bryce Wolf, Colin Harrington, Tone Nguyen. All right, you're a couple guys down. No problem, man. Was the Magneton Pokemon Center or not? The Magneton. No, that's not Pokemon Center. All right. Y. Schwartz. Pixar. Great price on that Pixar right now. Do I actually have some up here with me? I don't know if I have some. I might have to go get a fresh box, okay? Let me go get a fresh box, okay? I'll be right back. Would you be interested in another passport? To a second country? 100%. I would be interested in that, yes. 100%. I believe you basically have to. You have to have a house outside of the United States. It's basically just it's just something you have to do. All right, give me a second. All right, there we go. All right. Boop. There's some Magnetons. Yeah, your wealth and your children's wealth is not secure until you have a home outside the U.S. You are. Same for any country. Like, let's say I was born in the U.K. It wouldn't matter. You need a second home in another country, the ability to move there quickly. It is. And, you know, you would probably pick a place that strategically would be left alone in a war. Most people won't do that. But let's say you had a lot of money. You definitely should do that if you have a lot of money. There we go. Mr. Thim, thank you. That's the thing to do. What do you guys think? I don't think war will come to the United States. But it's not impossible. You know, it's not impossible. I'll put this here. Okay. All right. So if you're truly, truly, truly wealthy, it's sort of like a type of bunker, isn't it? To just be able to pack your bags and leave. This is not going to fit very well. Ooh. I was watching Rick and Morty tonight. What were you guys doing? I was watching Rick and Morty. Man, that show's good, man. It's really good. So sad that it's gone. So sad that they replaced the voice actor with these other guys. Terrible. All right. That show is really good. Clever. I noticed, though, the show has an exceptionally large number of sexual jokes in it. They are kind of interesting. Mister, what would you buy my measly bag for? Well, if you ever see a nice little PSA 9 like this clink or something and you got a measly bag, you can ask for a trade for the 9. It's always a thought. Let me just see what this is first. We've got a Mr. Thim. Anybody watching tonight, if you want to get a trade, feel free to offer me a trade. I'm very interested in trades for raw cards. I wasn't as interested a month ago. Now I'm very interested because I'm committed to grading like 900 slabs a month. And this also means you need to check in on our Discord server and here in the live stream for graded slabs to buy because I'm going to have too many. I'm going to have too many slabs pretty soon. And that could only mean one thing, motivated seller. So it's a good thing, you know. It means I do a lot of work and you guys get better product. So it's got to make me work harder. Mr. Thim, baggy over here. Ugh. A little poker card for you as well, huh? Poke me, Hontists. Second home, most people struggling with securing a home. You know, you say that, most people, but it's funny. I think that perception is very strong in some states. So yeah, like New York, Mamdani he's a redistributionist, he's a Marxist, he's a communist, he's a socialist, whatever word you want to use, whatever word makes you feel comfortable at night. He's one of those guys saying, let's take money from other people and give it to this people, and then you'll be able to buy everything. Well, of course that's happening in New York because you can't afford anything in New York. But why don't you ever consider going to places like Carson City, Nevada? Why don't you consider going to Knoxville, Tennessee? Why don't you go to Oklahoma, Dallas? Why don't you go to, just all these places all over America are blowing up with people. There's growing. There's lots of jobs, lots of houses. You could buy a nice house in Tennessee. And so when people complain about unaffordable homes, and I'm not saying this is true, like this is an absolute argument. But what I'm saying, when you hear people complaining about homes, oftentimes it's from this perspective of trying to buy a home in California where the cheapest home is like $1 million and it's a dingy shed and you owe $12,000 taxes on your dingy shed home, but not before you pay $15,000 on your stupid, way too low income. And you're just going to work your ass off to, live in a smaller home and barely make it. And then you got to pay $30 for a tiny meal. And you pay more to fix your car. You pay more for gas. You pay more for healthcare. You pay more for virtually all kinds of entertainment and clothing. And so you're choking. You're up to your eyes in perhaps California. And California is one of the most populated states. So the most people are there. And they're like, we can't afford anything here. It's like, well, there's this whole country right over here. And there's nice weather in other parts of the country and nice things to do. And all you got to do is pack your bags and go over there. And that's very hard for people, I guess. Here's Bryce Wolf, 1 Raw Shuffle, 3 Pokey Shuffles. You got it, man. We have hey, what's up? It's Cypher. What's up, man? So, we have a new rule with the Pokey Shuffle. Buy 10, get 1 free. Okay, that's a new rule with the Pokey Shuffles. This is to reward people who go deep in the Poke Shuffles. You get a bonus. All right, you ready? Just ordered on the website. Oh, very interesting. 1, 2, 3. It's very limited, but it's fun to sort of test it out. And what's going to happen to it over time is I'm probably going to expand it with new product. All right, we got Neat Arena Square Cut. Wow, good for you, man. Picking up a slab out of here. Let me show you that. It's kind of sad. When BGS encapsulated this, they called it authentic altered. I don't like the term altered on the card, so we only put that in there for 30 bucks. But it's kind of frustrating because some of the other square cuts I sent off to BGS, instead of calling it authentic altered, they gave it an actual grade, so they're treating it like it's authentic. And those are going to sell for a lot of money. We're going to price those high, like $100. But yeah, I don't like that they did that this way. I mean, they call it authentic, but then they call it altered. So I guess they mean it's authentic, but we believe it was hand cut. I don't know. Very interesting. Bryce Wolf, congratulations on your new square cut Neat Arena. That's a vintage square cut card too. Bryce Wolf. Welcome, Bryce. That's unique. Let the people know about property taxes, mister. Well, California, it does have high property taxes. Not the highest, but it does have high property taxes. But here's the real problem. You have to buy a very expensive property. There are no cheap properties. They're all expensive. You don't get to buy a $400,000 home or a $250,000 home. You don't get that option in California. So you have to buy like $1 million to $1.5 million, and most of them will be $1.5 million. If you don't want to live in a shed, you want to live in like a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, it's going to be like $1.5 million. And it might not even be in the nicest area. So you're going to pay taxes on $1.5 million home? Like, that's like paying rent, dude. That's so much. All right. No, wait a second. He didn't say One Life Custom. He said a raw shuffle. So it's a real punishment. I was doing some financial analyses today on places I could live, and I included California in that calculation because I'm always curious about California. And man, it looks so bad. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. It must be like paradise or something over there, because I would not move there for the financial reasoning. No way. Ready? It must be like paradise. Here's Fezandipity. Ooh. Here's Slowpoke, Ghastly, Articuno, Entei. This guy. Cyclozar. Haha, got it. Archelodon. And the freaking mushroom. All right, you got a cold one. That one's definitely a cold one. You got the mushroom. All right. Most people can't pack up and go. They're stuck at a job. Moving is expensive. Family where they're at. Some have a decent enough job to stay. Debt, school. I hear you. In other words, people planted their roots perhaps in a place like California, and it's trickier than it sounds to just get up and leave. Like, even if you have the means to leave, you might have family, and you might not want to leave your family behind. Bring your family with you. Bring your family with you. Say, hey, come on, let's all make a move to Tennessee or something. Let's all make a move to, I was doing research on weather today. So I was researching weather everywhere in the United States, researching it over and over and over again. Analysis, AI prompts. And it's really fascinating. Some states have pretty good weather, actually. And that would not be Texas. Texas consistently ranked as having bitterly hot weather, not just hot, but humid too. And it lasts for a long time. But you know a place that scored extremely well for weather? Tennessee. Tennessee's got good weather. Were you aware of this? Tennessee has it kind of peaks in the 90s in the summer, and it doesn't go into the frigid freezing temperatures in the winter either. They've got mild weather in the winter and mild weather in the summer. What? It's actually more mild than where I'm living right now. I'm living in Missouri, Camden, Missouri, right? But another place that has very good weather, Reno, Nevada, Carson City. It's considered high desert, and it gets a little spicy in the summer, gets a little hotter in the summer. You get up to like 90, maybe 100 at its hottest. But if you study how the weather works for those days, it sort of peaks around 4 p.m., and then the heat rapidly descends. So in some states, the heat is all day long, but in Reno, it just peaks for a couple hours and then comes back down rapidly. So you get nice, comfortable weather in the first half of the day and the second half of the day. It's the middle that's hot. But you can study all kinds of things. number of sunny days. Dude, Carson City, Nevada, has a ridiculous number of dry, sunny days with no rain and low humidity. Very good weather. Colin Harrington, and it's a tax-free state, and it's a pretty cheap cost of living, and there's homes over there. Colin Harrington, one Destin rival snipe, and shipping for one slab. Confirming my address should start with blah, blah, blah. Sounds good. All right. Destin rivals it is. Wait, that's Chilling Rain. This should be in the next Jumbo Pack break. Chilling Rain. Oh, where's the Destin? Oh, there it is. I moved out of Colorado because it became California. Yeah, Colorado has not been a consideration for me either because of the high taxes. Okay, it's very funny because you have alternative options like Utah and Boise, Idaho. So those are some alternatives to Colorado. They have much more agreeable tax rates. All right, so being able to move around is a huge advantage, guys. You know, the states are very different from each other on paper, on your accounting sheet. They offer different jobs, different lifestyles, different house prices, different property taxes. So, you know, if you are an expert at knowing exactly where to go in the United States, you can become rich just from knowing where to be. It's kind of like knowing what Pokemon cards to collect. Well, when you buy a home, you're collecting a home. And so if you collect the home that's going to jump the most in price next in the country, and you can just get over to it and pick up whatever job you can pick up, you will get rich for just owning a home, no other reason. Here's Mr. Colin. All right, Mr. Colin, let's go find your bag. Let's see. Ooh, no baggie? So you'd like shipping for one slab. All right, no problem, man. I'd have to take a great pay cut to work in other provinces to try and live the Canadian dream. I hear you. I hear you. Well, that's probably true for California as well. California has a lot of high-paying tech jobs. But you know, those tech jobs are starting to crop up in places like Austin, Texas, Dallas, Texas. You know, there's actually some good stuff happening over in Florida, like Miami and Orlando and Jacksonville. Nevada has some stuff too now, I understand. These big tech companies are opening multiple headquarters all over the place. And so maybe that will happen for you. Maybe an industry will open up in a place that's more tax-friendly and that job will migrate over there with it. But until then, you might have to stay put. All right. Don't forget, George is booming for TV and electronics. I think you mean Georgia, right? Turn this down a bit. Georgia, it's a place to film television. Yeah, definitely. They created friendly tax incentives. All right, Mr. Colin, looks like we do have the correct address. They created tax incentives for companies to come film their TV shows over there. And so people are doing that. And one of the sad moments for Hollywood is that Hollywood's getting moved out of Hollywood. Have you heard of this? So, you know, Las Vegas badly wants to acquire Hollywood. But it's not just Las Vegas. It's it's these states like Georgia that offer Hollywood exceptionally low tax rates to film films over there. And they get good tax rates. They get skilled workers. They get sound studios and filming studios that they're investing in and building up just to attract Hollywood over there. So, you know, California was sort of made famous around Hollywood. And to lose that industry, it's just a very bad sign. But you hear about them talking about how it's near impossible to film a movie there now because of the cost of the worker, right? Like the worker has to make so much money to be able to buy a home in California. Well, that means they have to have a lot of pay. And that means their salary has to be so high that if they don't get it, they're just going to have to go on strike. Oops, right? The writer strikes, stuff like that. And here, let me get you one of these. Oh. Hollywood has also left the country, right? They go to a place like Italy. They go to a place like, Italy was one of them. What's another one? I can't remember. Romania? Yeah, I don't know. But they leave the country too. They don't just go to Georgia. I think sometimes they leave the country because they bitterly don't like the country as well. They go, oh, America, we don't like it. We're not doing Georgia. Which I'm not a fan of that concept. It is. Housing prices in Florida have tanked and will be a major place to buy in the near future with no property taxes. Right. So there is an upcoming election where they're going to vote on property taxes. And I think that the vote is going to say something like, on your main primary residency, maybe you shouldn't have to pay any taxes on it at all. Only people who own multiple properties should have to pay taxes. That would be insanely cool. Because I've always complained, if the government is taxing the home that you like, does the government tax me for this Abra every year? Hell no. That would be stupid as hell. That you can't tax. This is mine. I'm not renting it from you. Why would you be allowed to tax me every year on my Abra? It's mine. It belongs to me. So the government taxes people for owning a home, and it's outrageous. And they don't just tax like rich guys who own like, $5 million mansions. They tax everybody. Little houses, middle houses, upper middle class, and upper class. They tax the whole group of them. And it's wrong. You bought the house and you already paid taxes on it when you bought it. The government should not be allowed to tax you every year on your home. That's rent. You don't own it if you're paying rent. And so Florida is one of the only states in the entire union saying we're going to get rid of that. But hopefully Texas follows suit to a certain degree. Here's the thing. They got to make money somehow, right? So they're going to have to do a wealth tax on the wealthy, or they're going to have to raise taxes on renting homes, or they're going to have to do something like increase the consumption tax, which would be like for gasoline or for food or for whatever it is, the sales tax, right? So they'll gather that taxes some other way. But from a philosophical point of view, I'm completely agreeing. You should not tax a primary residence. They already paid taxes on it. Here's Tone Nguyen to ship the slabs, and it's the idea that ever started is ridiculous. It should have never started. That never should have happened. When you buy a home, it's yours. How can you call it your property when really, if you don't pay taxes on it, the government takes it away from you? It's outrageous. Whoa, Tone Nguyen's got some cards, baby. Look at that. All right, we got baggie number 1. Is it just baggie number 1? Toby, Troy, Travis, Trenton, Travis, Trilifornia, Tony. Here we are. Mister, I'm about $1,000 into Inferno, and those aren't. I'm about to give up. You're the Japanese Inferno? I'm sorry, man. That's brutal. Are you buying boxers or just loose packs? Here we are. At that point, you'd have been better off just buying them, So, Tone Nguyen, maybe we've shipped you before in the past, and we actually missed this bag. I have no clue, but it looks like it's mostly just holographics, huh? So, good to ship slabs and cards. That was the TO box. No TO overflow, huh? He didn't have an additional box, did he? Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with the fact that he's just got one bag that says number 2. Let's go make this label. We got the Colin Harrington label made. Yes, Colin Harrington label was made. Tone Nguyen is next. I'm only 3 boxes in. I need the gold one still. Ugh. Tone Nguyen. All right. How heavy is this? Pretty heavy. Okay. The next one is Nathan. We're going to hit print postage on this. We're going to turn the music up a little bit. Inferno X. Let's lower our price on Inferno X. I'm heading over to our menu right now. So I'm heading over to our menu, everybody. Usually the price goes down on this set a little bit after the launch, so it's been a little bit after. So our current price for Inferno X is 6.5. We're going to lower our Inferno X down to 6. So Inferno X is cheaper now. That makes the cost of box $180. All right, you're welcome. So our Inferno X just got a price decrease. Very happy to decrease the price for you guys. Tone Nguyen. We're just waiting for that label to generate. Let me set this baggie to the side. There you go. Seems like the card market is taking a little dip. You'd be wrong. No, not at all. I was watching a video today on recent auctions that ended, all record prices. There was a Team Rocket first edition booster box that just sold for a record price, $42,000. $42,000 just sold. $42,000 for a Rocket first edition box. I think I own 2 of those. You guys want to see? Hold on, let me go get it. Yeah, the market's not really dipping. The Pikachu, the McDonald's Pikachu got a little cheaper. I am so thankful that I did not let you guys talk me into selling one of these, because there's always so much pressure to sell one of these. Here it is. Box number 1, first edition. Okay. Box number 2, first edition. And these were purchased back when they were worth like $6,000, $8,000. And box number 3, first edition. Amazing. One of my favorite all-time sets. Straight up nostalgia. So the last sold price of the Rocket Box just updated, $42,000 first edition. So if these, all 3 of these were about $40K, you're looking at $130,000 of booster boxes. I bought them for probably $18,000, maybe $20,000, all 3 of them. So I didn't pay that much for them. That's just what they're worth now. Pretty insane. Pretty wild. I'll take one at the old price. Me too. Like, dear God, I wish I'd bought more and more and more of them. All right. You'll have to excuse me. I need to go lock these up. I'll be back, okay? Pokemon cards have changed my life. They really have. Even if those boxes fell back down from 42,000 to 33,000, for me, they still would have jumped from 20,000 in cost to $100,000 in value. Whew, that's a house on the table. Man, it's a down payment for a house. Crazy, huh? Oh, we can print this label now. Okay, Tone Nguyen. Boom. You could buy a condo, maybe. I don't think houses are that cheap, which was one of the conversations we were having today. But you can definitely get a down payment on a home, yeah. I'm actually tempted to really downsize. So imagine Karis and I downsize to a cheaper home, nice small mortgage, good security, no other homes, no renting, no landlording, no renting. And then just put all our money in Pokemon? I don't know. Maybe just start going on some vacations now. Actually, I've thought about sending all my slabs off to PSA. All of them. All my good ones. No more showing them off. And just have them with PSA. So, you know, they're just locked away with PSA. I think that'd be pretty cool, actually. Yeah. All right. If I could give PSA all of my best items and then just start going on vacations, that'd be cool. Javier Arroyo. What's up, Mr. One Spot in the Pikachu? Oh, yeah. Javier Arroyo. So let's do a price update on this Pikachu. I want to know how he's doing. When it comes to the breaks, I'm never allowed to raise the price. Not allowed. Strictly not allowed. But I am allowed to lower the price, which is good for you guys. Okay, McDonald's Pikachu. So they have gotten cheaper. McDonald's Pikachu has gotten cheaper over the last few days. Okay, so I am going to get mine down in price as well. We're going to be changing the odds on this break. So I think we're going to do 1 in 6, no star card. Okay, we're just going to wrap this guy up. 31 and 6, no star. That's another trick I have up my sleeve. I can cut the star out. So I've reduced the odds by 1, which is good for you. Not bad. It's very good. And then we removed the star, so if you weren't interested in the star, that's good too. So now your odds 31-6. He's even better. Yes, the Pikachu, you got to watch him carefully because he's a cool card, but he's getting cheaper because there were so many of them. Turned out there were a ton of them. So here's 4. Okay, we got 4. Okay. This is a card that I would definitely take the time to acquire. It's a great card. Javier Arroyo. Going on, Mr. Javier. Send them to PSA, mister. My Mew Evolutions Reverse Holo has been increasing in value like crazy. Mew Evolutions Reverse Holo. Oh, yeah, that one's cool, man. We have 1 spot left on this Pikachu for somebody who wants a shot at the Pikachu. Take a shot at it. So, 1 Prismatic Evolutions for Mr. Javier. 1 Terra Festival Japanese. You guys might have noticed this too. Terra Festival has a significant price reduction to $11. 2 Trick or Trades. I love that you're opening Trick or Trade. It is Halloween, guys. Open up the Trick or Trades just for Halloween. Let's see. I got plenty of Trick or Trades. Actually, I have the older version of the Trick or Trades. Do you think people would like that? Should I get that out? I have the 2023 Trick or Trades. They're very similar to the 2024 ones, but the Gengar is different. So that's it. Got it. All right. 2 Trick or Trades and 2 Holo Shuffles. Okay. This is the Javier Arroyo order. Thank you for the support tonight, guys. Really appreciate it. If you're new and you've never purchased cards live, please take a second and learn how to order some cards. We want to keep things rolling here and have fun. And the longer I sit here, the more stuff we can talk about. We talk about all the most interesting things in the world. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 2 Trick or Trades. Send them to PSA. My Mew's going up. It's going up, guys. That's a house on the table. I already read that. 2 cold ones. Javier, no luck there. 2 cold ones. And then here, have one of these. We're handing out these poker cards for free tonight. You want a poker card? I got them. We're just handing out cool poker cards. So I think that this is a fantastic product to open right now. I think Prismatic is huge. It's always going to be popular. It's an evolution set. It's Evolving Skies, but a little bit different than Evolving Skies, but it's pretty good looking. The Leafeon looks great in this set, by the way. And the Espeon and the Sylveon, they all look good. This is a big deal. One of the things I've been doing with my money, I talk about how I invest. One of the things I've been doing with my money recently is I stacked a ton of Prismatics up. So that's what I did recently. I got a huge stack of Prismatics that I just recently bought, and that's because I think it's a fantastic product and it's always going to sell. Okay, and I think $14 a pack right now is a pretty solid price for a rip and ship anyways. And I hope you snipe the Umbreon and get a clip. Get you into that bounty as well. Here goes. Can you make a new video showing off your PSA collection? I really ought to because, you know, I own all these Pokemon cards and I should be showing them off so that I can benefit from the ad revenue that you get for showing off those cards. Here it is. All right. Good. Tossing this away. All right. Good luck. What do we got? Packet number 1 is Darkrai. Tonight's giveaway, a $100 Darkrai. You must be a subscriber to get into that giveaway. We've turned on subscriber mode. Additionally, you'll want to subscribe before we hit 100,000 subscribers. I know we got 81 people watching, so I know you guys just heard that. Subscribe before the big giveaway when we hit 100,000, because when that giveaway starts, there will be giveaways for everyone, but there's going to be some of the best giveaways are going to be locked behind subscriber mode, and it's going to be set to like a week or something, okay? So, in other words, if you subscribed at the very last moment, or if you subscribed after the giveaway began, you won't get into it. Here's Dunsparce. Why? Because I want you guys to get into there. You guys are my friends. Anyone will hit subscribe for free stuff, but you guys have hung out with me for a long time. You guys should be getting the good stuff. I want you guys to get the best giveaways. So I'm just letting you know that's how it's going to work that day, because I'll tell you what will happen. We'll probably have more viewers than usual, and I don't know how much more. It could be like an extra 30 people, an extra 50, who knows. Could be big. Sometimes you get a lot more people. But we're going to hit 100,000 and we're going to have a couple more people watching. And I want the people who have hung out and genuinely want to hang out more consistently. I want you guys to have a better odds at it. Like Mr. Javier here. All right, Mr. Javier, let's get this in your bag. Yeah, I should make a video showing off my collection soon. That's a good idea, man. There you go. All right. Nowadays, I think Karis gets kind of anxious when I show off my cards. It's becoming a security thing, you know? When the cards weren't worth as much, it wasn't like something we worried about as much. Now the cards are going up in value and it's starting to feel like a security thing. It's like, maybe we shouldn't even show that we have this. Ooh, we got 2 Snorlaxes here. So nice. Take a picture of that. Here's a beautiful Eevee. So let's go ahead and take this Melodic 390. He's ready for slab away. I'll place him to the side here. And then also we're going to get this Pikachu priced up. You should break down your collection in sets. Ooh, that's a good idea. Pikachu. All right. Let's see. PSA 10, Poker, Pikachu. Now, this is a very weird Pikachu. It's a Pikachu 7 of clubs. Excuse me. Pikachu 7 of clubs, and I just don't think he's going to be worth as much as a good-looking Pikachu. We're going to make him about $140, I think. Nah, let's make him 120. Let's make him 110. All right. Once again, motivated seller is we want to move these slabs and get the next round of slabs in. My friend's friend was like, "You should show me your collection next time." And I was like, sure. My friend's friend. Sure, you can see the collection. Now, let's see. Somebody said they made a purchase from the website. Let's just take a look into that. Is that true? Who made the purchase on the website? I'm not seeing it. Who said they made a purchase through the website? Let me go into, it's under payments. Let me go to payments, I guess. That was me. So you made an order. Can you double check and make sure it looks like it went through? Let's see. Orders. Oh, here it is. So I see a Mr. Romaldo made an order 31 minutes ago, and I can see it's not showing up in my email. That's not good. That's all right. So we can use the website itself to see the orders. It's supposed to show up in my email, though. I wonder why I didn't do that. Let's see if it showed up in a different... did it show up like in the spam folder? Let me see if it showed up in spam. It's interesting because when my wife made an order, it worked correctly. So it showed up in the email like it's supposed to. Show spam. Okay, that's not working. I tried to show my spam folder and it like froze. All right, no problem. So we're going to service it from over here. We're going to service it from over here. And it's Mr. Romaldo. And let's see exactly what it was for. Does it show it? All right, so this order says you sent a custom payment, and it was $9 times 3, $27. Did it receive a note? Shipping, new address in Discord. I'm in your walls. Now, you sent $27 for shipping. Why'd you send so much? Also, this is interesting. No shipping address sent. So you sent for shipping through the custom payment. Did you know we actually had a product? I don't think I made an order. Anything you don't use on shipping can be store credit. Sounds good. But did you know there was actually a product on the website that was called shipping? You could have bought that, and it will have you fill out a shipping form. It's kind of funny. You went around it with the custom payment. So that's interesting that it works that way. Mr. Romaldo. Let's see. Let's grab this box. Romaldo. You must have your stuff over here. Nope, that's Ryan Warner. That's Raymond. Romaldo, can I ask you what you had to ship? What did you actually have that I can ship for you? Was it just slabs? Might have just been slabs, huh? I don't think I made an order. What I get? What are you asking? We are. Somebody named Romaldo Camacho made an order on the website for 9x3 new shipping address catnip. So that's all correct. So I don't know what you're asking for, Mr. Real One. And then I got a slab and a bag or two. Okay, so you do have a bag, and it's just not showing up. Let me go find it. Give me a second here. Maybe it got sorted in the wrong box. Wait, what name was the bag under? I should ask you that. What name was the bag under? Do you know the name of the bag? Because I realized the website name might not match your payment name that we had been using the whole time, because you were paying with a different system before. Yeah, let me know what the name on the bag should be. Oh, snap. I thought that was me. You thought it was me? Do you guys share the same exact name? Probably Hawk Camacho. Ah, yes. That makes so much sense now. There we go, Mr. Hawk. And we're looking for a second bag for you, just to be sure. All right. So we should only need $9 to ship you. There we go. Hawk bag number 2. Hawk bag number 3. Oh, you had a lot, man. Well, guess what? You only had to pay $9 to ship all of those. That's how it works. You actually get a benefit for buying so much. The benefit is cheap shipping. Oh, that's not available. Let's grab this. So the benefit of having a bunch of stuff to ship is it only costs $9. So you have $18 left over, and you can have a little bit of fun with that if you want. There it goes. All right. Wonderful. Tell me the middle name is the same too. All right. And so we're going to go under the name Hawk Kamek. Yes, Camacho. So we have your old name in our system, and in the future, we can go by your name that you used on the website if you'd like, okay? That'll be up to you to figure out with me, okay? Work with me on that, because it's very important we get the names right, because when I write your name on the bag, that's how I find everything, right? So I have a slab from the August return. Perfect. So what'll happen is we'll get this all set up, and we'll let Miss Alexis know there's a label for the slabs as well. It takes a minute for this label to load these days. The software has a bug in it. They actually reported that they have a bug in their software. So you'll hear that go off in a minute. In the meantime, let's go ahead and write this up. I'm going to write it down as, oh man, I misspelled it. Let me go ahead and rewrite that. I'm going to write it down as Hawk this time, okay? Hawk Tua. Let's see. I go by Hawk. Is it Comancho or Camacho? Hold on, wait a second. Let me see. Okay, Camacho. And we're going to say $18. You should go by your God-given name. Sometimes, sometimes it feels strange handing out your name on the internet. You know what I mean? But we're all just shoppers here. This is like an Amazon channel, right? So it's no big deal. My real name, for example, is Derek Caton. And everyone in here has a real name, and we just kind of say it out loud, and it doesn't really matter. If you want to go by a nickname, we can try and arrange that as well. So if it's one guy who worked for the government really did not want me to use his real name. I was like, all right. So sometimes that's a thing. But, most of us are just normal people. No one cares about anyone in here. And everyone knows that's kind of how the ribbon ships are working. So, yeah, you're pretty anonymous just because everyone's handing out their name, and it's just like a card opening club, We are. This isn't like, this isn't the cat house. Not doing anything nefarious. Here's Gengar. Ooh. Okay. Open 3.5 boxes of Inferno on stream, 2 Lopunnies, 1 full art Zard. Then unsatisfied, open 2 battle partners, 2 full art Pokies, then 1 pissed Matic ETB with the Flart trainer. Hemorrhaging money, says Nathan. You open all that and you didn't open it here? Or actually, maybe you did open some of that here. I don't know. Let me go ahead and grab this. Did the Metazoo Gur? Oh, you're wondering who got the MetaZoo. Well, it was actually Mr. Hawk's turn here. So we just took care of his shipping. He wanted a round of shipping, and he's got $18 left over. And now it is on to the next order. Are you ready? Let's see what the next order is, everybody. Oh, my computer's running slow. Oh, I just hit refresh. That was no good. Not supposed to hit that. Now I have to look back up. We got to find, where was Isaac? Isaac. Okay, so Isaac. Oh, nope, that's the one before him, Javier. Okay, so it is Isaac's turn. Isaac, box of Meta Nightfall and the Chronicles BK box. They're both sold to Mr. Isaac. He got them both. His order came in before your orders. Here goes. Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Before we begin, let me take a picture of this to get it off the table. Hey, what's up, Poppy Churro? Can I get a box of the Wise Pixar from my account? It should be Poppy Churro. From my account. Do you mean you have store credit and you'd like to spend that store credit? Is that what you're saying? Let me know what you mean by your account, okay? Taking a picture of all these Gengars. They're wonderful. Okay. So, box of Pixar from your store credit. I'd be happy to get that for you. Let's clear up a little room here first. All right, we're opening this for Isaac Thomas. If you missed the MetaZoo box or something else, I'd be happy to write you down for store credit, and you can think about perhaps there was something else you wanted to open tonight for some fun. These were sort of like just single items that I think this was actually a gift from somebody. Some vendors hand out gifts. There we go. Oh, yeah. Good. Mister, we have any F1 packs? F1 packs, huh? That's interesting. Dude, I bet Karis would love to open those. I don't know why, but she loves sport vehicles. She got the wrong husband, man, because I do not understand loving sport vehicles. But she likes all that stuff. She likes NASCAR. She likes F1. And it's very cute. It is. But I don't really share her hobby, her passion for it. So maybe I should buy some of those and let her open them. Let's see. She would love to. I know she would love to. I think I've said it before. And she's like, yeah. Here's, Shaden Sharpie. Shaden Sharpie? You have F1 cards? No. I'm saying I don't. You just need to go to a F1 race. It'll change your mind. Maybe. It is. I'm a weird guy. I'm hard to satisfy. I get bored fast. I'd be like, oh, look, big cars. It is. It's possible. I'm not trying to poo-poo on the things that you guys love. Here's Christian Braun. Here's Kevin Durant. Who's going to buy me tickets? Quantum, when you go, before hybrid or after? Very loud. Yeah, see, you say that very loud, and I instantly say, ooh, get me out of here. I hate concerts. I hate loud music. I hate loud people. You know, if you're at a restaurant, somebody's talking too loud, I'll be like, let's get out of here. I like the quiet. Quiet the night, boys. Here's Malaki. Oh, that's sparkly. Here's Wendell Moore. And here's Jabari. You got Jabari. And here's Kendall Brown. Well, this pack seemed to have a lot in it. All right, so we did not have a lot of this product, just a loose box. Panini Chronicles draft picks. Okay, pictures of your draft. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Happy Saturday night, by the way. How are you guys spending your weekend? I stayed indoors. I didn't do anything today. Very boring. Karis and I ate Cook Unity meals that were already a couple days old. They're actually pretty good. Those Cook Unity meals are nice. They're pre-cooked meals that they ship to your front door. We went ahead and bought more of those. We liked it. It's a nice service. Expensive. It's not. It kind of replaces going out to eat to a certain degree. Okay. It's expensive but nice. You did the wrong address for shipping. All right. Well, let's cancel that label. I'm glad you noticed, first of all. Let's cancel that label and get the right shipping. Could you do me a favor? Go ahead and send me an email with the correct address. Do me a favor and do that, okay? TheCardconomist@gmail.com. And then I need to delete any email. I'm sorry, I need to delete any address that you previously had. All right. Oh, you're so lucky. Who's your favorite driver? Oh, there we go. Okay, so we've got a Zion. Oh, that's bright. That blinded me. Zion Williamson. And a Ochi Agbaji. And finally, E.J. Little. Okay, cool. Holy blank, your website's nice. It's a basic website, but it used to be totally different. It was designed for our card grading in the past, so that's all kind of been washed away. Now it's just a simple website designed for buying cards. What needs to happen to it now, I need to develop the whole menu onto the website so that you could really shop for stuff. And that's just going to require week by week work. So little by little, we'll expand that. Do I have to email my shipping address, or could I put it in the payment notes? Technically, you can put it in the payment notes. I recommend emailing it to me, because if you do that, I'll also get your email, and I'll use that to send you your tracking. So if you like having tracking, give me your email. Most people like that. And when they don't get their tracking, they go kind of crazy. Where's my tracking? All right, Isaac, why am I not seeing your bag? It's usually right over here. Did we move it? Did we ship you, Isaac? Did you have me ship you? You didn't have me ship you, right? Did I create a bag for you? Did I put you in a box? Here's bread. There's Isaac. I put you in a box. So you had lots of stuff and you got into a box finally. We're not done with Isaac's order. He has a whole box of other things to open now. Metazu. Minardi says Quantum Wolf. All right, so there's your whole box of the Chronicles that you got for just $15. Not bad. How you liking those prices, huh? Did you guys see we heavily discounted our Metazu? Metazu is heavily discounted. Very cheap. Could be just fun to open for the heck of it. I placed the Topps Chrome Metazu packs from $4 to $2. They don't cost anything. You could open them just for the heck of it, just to see if you could pull a one of one. I just sold this Metazu box for $1 per pack. I found more Metazu base set. It used to be $6 a pack. I'm selling that for $4 a pack. Metazu, very good prices. Metazu, good prices. Weiss Schwarz, good prices. You're seeing clearance prices. We want to start liquidating old product to prepare for new, fun, exciting product that you've never seen before. But first, this means we got to get rid of the old stuff, and I'm happy to give it to you at a very good price. All right. Wow, this could take a second, guys. That's a lot of cards. Can you show me the price for the new One Piece slabs? Hey, what's up, Waldbeer? What did we have for One Piece slabs? Did we have One Piece slabs come in? We had 2 Namis come in, right? And I think they both sold. One was put into slab away, and the other one was bought outright. We have the Nami break, so that one's up to like 8 spots, I think. What else? I don't think there's anything else. Maybe it's possible there's some Nami slabs sitting in the consignment box with Mr. John Lucas. So I'll look in there and see if John Lucas had any more One Pieces. But I think I sold all my One Pieces, and they sold quickly, and it makes me think I ought to have more of them. Now I want more. I'm asking for the manga cards. Manga cards, I don't think I have any mangas, unfortunately. But maybe I should acquire 1 or 2. There we go. One Piece cards. That's another set I'd like to discount. We got some old One Piece lying around, and I'd like to make sure that they're moving rapidly, not slowly. All right, you guys ready? Mister's running a blue light sale. Welcome to Kmart.com. Join Kmart.com and enter into the blue light sale. We are. There's Momo. Here's Tehihan. We are. I'm pretty stingy sometimes with Pokemon cards. I'm not going to be stingy with all this other good stuff we got. Here's Alaskan Vortex. Some of the Pokemon cards I'm pretty stingy with. Try not to lose them. Actually, the reason I have those 3 beautiful rocket boxes is because of my legendary stinginess. I could have sold them on what would have been a flip back then, but I held them like Scrooge. I said, no way, we're not selling these. Now, years later, because I didn't sell them, I have 3 boxes of them, probably worth around $40,000 each. You know, it's like a life-changing decision to hold on to them. But we want to make sure that we got some stuff moving fast, too. I want really low prices on some stuff. Here's Nightfall. We've got Boil Over. Can't collect them all. Hi, Mr. I've returned. Isaac Morgan. Hey, you got both boxes, by the way. You got the sports box and you got this. You came in before anyone. Okay. We've got Tuttle Bottoms Monster. Tuttle Bottoms. So we're opening up your Nightfall box now. Born from the Earth. I think what I'm going to do, I'm not going to sleeve these up individually. Let's go ahead and we'll sleeve up the good ones. Actually, I know that they like this gargoyle. Let's go ahead and sleeve the gargoyle. Okay, I think the reverse hollows I'm not going to sleeve. So you got Guardian Angel. All right. Here's Wood Devil. Headless Nun. That's creepy. Momo. Oklahoma Octopus. Oklahoma mentioned the gargoyle again, but it's reverse hollow. And Dark Watchers. I'm going to have to rewind. Metazoo is about to take off again. That's great. Can I have the Metazoo bulk? I can pay extra. You want this Metazoo bulk? I hate doing bulk, but I would like to help you get this bulk. You want to ship out tonight? Because I don't want to store it. That's the biggest deal of all. I don't want to store it. And so if you want this bulk, how about $15, I guess? $15, I'll ship all the bulk out or something. It is. It's going to be, you know, it's going to be like £1.5 pounds or something. Sure, I can ship out tonight. That is my biggest pet peeve is the bulk. I hate doing the bulk. You know what it is? I just hate the bulk in general. I don't like to handle it. I don't like to have it sitting anywhere in the room. We are. You're going to set me on an anti-bulk rant in 2 seconds. Go snip these. Snip these. It's not worth the $15 to me. That's the only thing. Here's this. Snipping this. And snip this. All right. Here's this guy. Okay. And we'll snip this as well. Bulk. Someone say bulk. Yeah, I go a little crazy angry when I hear bulk. Here's a snip. You know, if you want the bulk for the Metazoo, it should go to you because you want it. Most people don't want it. It's just the subject of having to baggy it, manage it, put it on the shelf, get it to Miss Alexis. She's got to use a better box on it. Let's say you asked to do this and everyone else started asking to do this. I'd just have to stomp my foot down and say, F no. We're not doing this ever. Here it is. So all rip and ship channels do no bulk. There we go. Let's see. It's the same rule pretty much anywhere. We've got Grafton Monster. All right. Here's... You know what you could have asked, though? This would have been better. You could have asked for me to leave the box sealed. That's really easy. Here's Lightning Alley. So that's a better trick, leaving the box sealed. Here's Hope Diamond. Here's Grafton Monster. Here's an upside down one. That's weird. Lightning Split. Okay. Here's the Columbia River Sand Squink. What? All right. We've got Lightning Split. Here's... Haha! Mothman. That's the one card you want. Took like 30 packs to pull one Mothman. He's the good card. Lightning Split. Dover Demon. More like Bend Over. We got Bell Witch. throw this away. Oops. What do we have here? We've got Veggie Man. It's Veggie Man. Permafrost. So, nobody jumped into the light Flareon, huh? How do you guys feel about that light Flareon? Not a fan? The McDonald's Pikachu is one spot away. It's a $30 spot. I don't know if anyone jumped into that. McDonald's Pikachu, one spot away. Here's Born from the Earth. We've got Dover Demon. And Righteous Reckoning. All right. Mister, isn't it time to reach out to Cheese? No. Absolutely not. Not interested. Here's Righteous Reckoning. Cheese could come and apologize in a really sincere way, and I would consider talking to him. So, no, it doesn't work that way. Here it is. All right. Grabbing this bag. Send this here. It wasn't like a lovey, romancy, broship kind of thing. Cheese was not what I was hoping to hang around with, considering the way he was behaving. And he was warned about that, and people in the Discord were warned about that multiple times. And then finally, the hammer came down on some guys, but not Cheese. But then Cheese complained. I said, well, you're going to go too now. There it is. That's what happened. And he didn't apologize then. He hasn't apologized so far. And it would not really be very important for me to get an apology from him or have him here. There we go. All right. Just been doing this so long that I understand that it's actually more work to have somebody who stirs up trouble or stirs up the wrong cultural feeling in your group. It's more trouble to have that guy hanging around and do an apology than to just move on. You might as well just move on. It just saves you a lot of effort. It is. You don't got to like shepherd that person anymore or be like, oh yeah, okay, you can't say that though. You know what I mean? You don't have to do that anymore. You are. What happened with Cheese? He was huge in this stream. Cheese was causing problems, and so he had to go. That was it. All right. Very nice. Okay. Cheese did a lot of giveaways, and so I'm sure he was well-liked just because of that. He was also somewhat humorous, so people appreciate somebody who's funny. I appreciate funny people, too. So, okay, so there's all the Menazoo cards right there. And actually, let's get the original box back out. Yeah, people love giveaways. People who give away giveaways. Yes. Ugh. It was a little romancy, though. You know, Cheese would come in to the middle of a stream, and he would be, like, talking to Mary, and I really didn't like this. He would say something super sexual. It was obvious they were playing, like, sexual games in the chat. That's, like, 10 out of 10 unacceptable. Can't happen at all. And I really didn't like that behavior. Made me very upset. Here we are. So I didn't like that behavior at all. And then in the Discord server, it was kind of similar in the Discord server. I don't know, the guy was just too horny or something. You can be horny if you want, but you can't bring it over here. You gotta do it somewhere else. Keep it to yourself. And again, it all sort of played out inside of the Discord server over and over and over again. I said, the hammer's gonna come down. I'm gonna bomb the Discord server. It's gonna happen. And they just kept doing it, kept doing it, kept doing it. And then I finally did it. And then he came and complained. I'm like, good, you're the ringleader. You're out. It's like, it's good to see that you disagree with me so that now I can say, you're the one who kind of makes the permissive behavior in the Discord. You're out now. Discord server was full of weird conversations. It was very gross being in there. I hated being in there. I didn't like to spend time in my own Discord server. It was terrible. All right, so sent through for the shipping. Let me put this box over here. But I kept complaining about it directly to the moderators. I kept saying, this guy, that guy, they can't talk this way. They can't behave this way. We got to get rid of the sexual, no more sexual emojis. And it's like, we can't have this, you know, rated R atmosphere. It's not going to be this way. And yeah, and then when I finally I didn't get rid of Cheese initially. I got rid of the guys who were behaving like him. And then he came and said, oh, well, you know, I think he came in, he said, well, I'm going to resign as mod. I was like, oh, well, good. by. You're the one that was causing, you were the main problem. You were the ringleader of this behavior. And I was just getting rid of these other guys and letting you to stay because I was nice to you. There we go. Ugh. Who's even a mod nowadays? We got 2 extremely good mods. And especially, I think Tammy's #1. We got a bunch of mods, though. So some mods are like cheerleaders. They're like members who've been around a long time. Tammy's really good. She actually does stuff. She does like actual like she helps out with sometimes she helps out with understanding what sets are coming out soon. She helps out with watching over the Discord server and the stream, like actually doing the modding part. And then she'll help out with like keeping track of the breaks. She's like #1. Alex is really good. He hangs out so consistently. It's really impressive because he's done it for many years. And he likes to post the stream in the Discord server, so that's fun. Arturo's pretty consistent. And Mr. Can I get 9 packs of Pixar when it's my turn? Yes, sir. Mr. Hathim's really consistent. Who else? There's a number of moderators who are really consistent. Mahas Farah, he comes and goes, but he's really cool. He'll pop in and do like a big order, and that's really nice of him. But it's not just about making orders, you know. It's just about hanging out too, you know. That's really important to me. Alex has been here forever. Mary's the best mod. Oh yeah, Mary's one of the mods. See, we got a lot of mods who just kind of got the role once, and they're just old community members, and they come around and hang out sometimes. We are. Cheese. You know, it wasn't an accident that he got booted. That was not an accident. Okay, so we got Edwin. He says he'll take the Metazoo box. Give me a minute here. Sorry, Edwin. But Cheese, he did a lot of giveaways, and so he had a lot of friends, and he was funny. He was, you know, charismatic is the word, I think. Here we are. And that's precisely why it's so important that he and I agree on things, you know. It's so important that he and I agree on let's remove some of this sexuality. It's too much. And let's not be so negative or hateful or something. Or turn the Discord server into this sort of like, I don't know, like nesting ground for gross people. I don't know how to describe it. The guys I kicked out were horrible, man. They were worse than Cheese. They were really horrible. But it's like there was this permissive feeling in the Discord server where that had become normal. And it was a sort of 4chan feeling, perhaps. It was like, yeah, it wasn't good. I didn't like it one bit. So much better now, actually. Could I be added to the Pikachu break? Yes, sir. You are the Pikachu break guy now. All right. So $6 remains. DP Fitness needs to come back. He has popped in, and he did some giveaways. And yeah, he popped in and said hi. He basically explained that he really did have to get back to his job, and he realized he was spending all his time in the stream. It is. I think his wife received the My Little Pony cards and he got in trouble. That's what I think happened, because somebody bought him a joke box of My Little Pony, and then we shipped that home to him, and I think that's when he got in trouble. All right, you ready? He got to come clean on that. It's the My Little Pony. Is that right? No, Hello Kitty. Yeah, My Little Pony. I'm saying that right. Okay. My brain mixes up those two franchises in my head. So, round number 27 of the Pikachu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 spots, $30 a spot. Good luck, guys. Good luck, Pikachu breakers. There is no star spot. We removed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just so you know, if I ever change the number of spots in a break, it only gets changed in one way. We get rid of spots. We make the break better. So that's the only way we ever change a break. We either cancel a break or we remove the spots so it ends sooner and it has better odds for you. Never allowed to increase the spots, except for maybe like when I initially if I did the price wrong, when I initially created it. But what I'm saying is once it started and going, we never add points. We only move them away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty good. So instead of 1 and 8, it's a 1 and 6 break now. That's good. Good for you guys. We sent him Box of Pony, and the pony prices went to the moon. Bro got sent a brick of gold. He'll be back someday. He's just taking another long bathroom break. Yeah. I tried to contribute to the Discord chats, but it was so tribal. Yeah, I actually just got rid of the politics channel again too. I was spending time in there, and I don't think it's a good thing to be in there in the politics channel. I don't think the politics channel works out ever. People always end up drawing like a really tough line. So they draw a line, okay, I'm on the left, you're on the right, and then somehow it gets really nasty, man. It's people are really they're very, very passionately divided. All right, give me a number. Ready? Hopefully the country comes together a bit more over time. I think people prefer to be on a team and fight each other. A 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that's been split. Now we split the names. Maybe that's a sign that the country is actually doing really well. The fact that everyone's so divided. Maybe it's just, maybe that occurs because there's nothing else to work on. You know, like we don't have a common enemy right now. Politics channel is just turning into semantics debate. Got bored with it. Yeah, I agree. I think one of the biggest problems with it is it's not easy to moderate because once people start getting passionate, once they start getting really strong feelings, you can start to misbehave. And we have stricter than usual rules in that channel that you must be respectful and that you must, you know, kind of not harass or bully each other. And it's so easy to break those rules and just get very sort of like agitated, snide, arrogant, egotistical, or, you know, question the other person's motives, move away from the debate, move into shouting. So no more politics in that channel. That's the second time we've had it in there. We're just getting rid of it. It's for the best. All right, give me a number. They're invalidating me as a person. Who was Muck Muck? Yeah, was that one of the guys that got Le Muck? It was Lamuck, right? He's gone, right? One of them kept coming back, and we kept having like whack-a-mole. We kept having to whack-a-mole that person. There we go. All right, there's that. I think a guy named Lamuck. Yeah, that guy was really toxic. He was one of the ones that got smacked, man. He's talking about that was basically like the purge, and we did a purge in the Discord, and that was when Cheese went away. Here we are. Yeah, Lamuck. Don't know who. It's funny you guys know his name. He was one of the guys. He was one of the worst agitators. I knew who he was too. He was horrible. Said horrible things, and yeah, he would say some really horrible things. Not only would that guy say horrible things, it creates a culture where it permits other people to act bad too. You know, so I'd see other people mirroring the way he was talking. And Cheese himself, he was a real moderator, so he helps control the atmosphere. So it's up to him and the other moderators to kind of shepherd that away and to kind of stop it, not to encourage it, and not to actually create that atmosphere. And so if I come to you and I say, hey, we're not going to do that anymore, and then I say it again and again and again and again, and it just keeps going on, I say, any minute now, I'm going to bomb it. I'm going to bomb it. And then finally gets bombed, and it's like, well, I'm going to resign. It's like, all right, you're out. Here's Rowena. Okay, Rowena. So Lamuck was one of the worst offenders. Oh, wow, it made it all the way to the end. Boom, we got 6. Really? Wow, 6 strikes again. Wow. And it was number 6. How fun is that? There were 6 spots. All right, congratulations to 6. Lamuck was one of them. There was a couple more too. There we go. I don't know if people know this, but like everything you say gets put into like, you know, like basically Discord documents it, and you can just go research everything a person has said. And there's bots, if you really want, there's bots that will actually capture the things you deleted too. So, you know, if a Discord owner wishes, he can have a bot running passively that catches even the things you delete. So if you say something nasty about him or about the Discord or about one of the moderators or about a nice person who's part of the group, you can't delete it. You can't take it back. He'll know you said it because he can just use the Discord bot to see what you deleted. It is. It's a Discord bot that double records everything, so there's no way to hide the nasty things you once said. So that's why you gotta be nice, like a public record. You gotta be nice. Matters. Miss 6, picking up a Pikachu. All right. Okay, very good. No takesies, backsies. Yeah, that's right. A lot of bots have that functionality. They double record what you write down so that you delete it off of Discord, but the bot doesn't delete it. The bot has printed it out in a hidden channel for moderation. So, and that is not hard to set up. And we learned how to set one of those up a long time ago with our other, I don't know if you guys know this. The other Discord server for the Game Economist was like 40,000 people. It was massive. So we learned all about that because it was functionally a very important server. It was an LFG server for playing Monster Hunter, and it got crazy traffic back then. Of course, now it's probably dead, but it is certainly dead. But because I haven't posted on that channel in years, and I don't play Monster Hunter anymore. And but so we were managing a massive number of people. What we manage today is, it's peanuts compared to what we used to manage. Here, 6 is very easy, and we know all the moderating tricks. We also can sense behaviors. When you moderate such a big server for a long time, you sense problems. You sense it in your gut. You're like, oh, there's a problem. Here's the bounty. And so, maybe it's part of the danger of becoming a moderator. The danger is it's not as simple as just, hey, this is a, goofy, we're just kids playing in the playpen or the little foam balls and stuff or whatever, the plastic balls. It's kind of a job a little bit. And if you don't act professional, you're going to get stuck later. You're going to have to defend yourself or apologize or have a difficult, awkward conversation about, because trust is so important between the moderators and the Discord owner. And so trust and respect and agreement. There has to be agreement on the rules. So those 3 things are super, super vital. And so if you want to do your own thing, that's great, but you got to go do your own thing somewhere else. And that's kind of what happens, So Jesus would not be the first moderator who's gone. There's a couple moderators who have gone over time. Here's Victini. He's just an easy to remember one. All right, I got a restriction on my Discord account from an old Discord server I was in. Apparently people were doing some bad stuff. Was an MC server. They just did a blanket restriction on all members. Jesus. I'm starting to become a 6 fan. So 6 got the Pikachu, and then she got moved into the bounty break. All right, cool as heck. Let's make sure. I think Tammy's here, but let's just make sure. Because Tammy's sneaky, because sometimes she's here and she doesn't say that she's here. Let's just see over here in the breaks history. Okay, so I'm going to create a breaks history post. Okay. Oop, oop. 6 pulls Pikachu. Mister, I'm a problem, a gambler problem. You got a gambling problem? All right. If you got a gambling problem, Nathan, here's the solution. If you really got a gambling problem, you're doing a good job at admitting to yourself that it's a problem. Step number 1, stop gambling for a while. Just save up some money. Just save up some money. It's not a big deal. Here's one of the problems. You feel the urge to do it, but it never goes away. Gambling will be here tomorrow. It'll be here next month. And it'll be here next year. There's no race to it. So take some time off from gambling, including opening Pokemon packs, and just go save up a little cushion of money for yourself. Here are some of my thoughts, Nathan. If you want to enjoy pack opening or breaks, it's always more fun to enjoy it when you have a cushion of money left over. Like, for example, what I do is I set an amount of money that must be in my account at all times, and I never go below that. And when it gets low, I just kind of stop for a while. So that's the hard part, I guess, for somebody who really likes to gamble is that stopping. But just make it a rule in your head. I never go below this much. There's always X amount of money in my account. So build up that little cushion of money. Number 2, get addicted to buying the right stuff. So you enjoy opening packs. Why don't you focus more on buying stuff that you believe will sell very easily in the future? So why don't you just go buy a slab? Packs are fun, but they require luck. Breaks are fun, but they require luck. You can just go buy a good slab and just leave it alone. So that's another thing. So if you just like spending money, go get addicted to buying assets instead of booster packs. Booster packs are RNG products that can give you an asset or a security or whatever you want to call it, a speculative toy. But, they have an RNG element to them. That's the gambling. So why don't you just go buy a gold coin? Don't bet on one. Why don't you just go buy some stocks? Why don't you so get addicted to just buying the actual asset. And the more you understand numbers, the more you understand finances, the more you realize everything in life is sort of a gamble. Like even if you leave all your money in your account, that's a gamble, right? Like let's say you have $100,000 and it's just sitting in your bank account making 3% interest, which is pretty high actually. So that itself is a gamble not to touch that money. If you had put all that money into Nvidia, it would have gone up a bunch. So to not even touch it is a kind of gamble. But you have to make smart choices about where you put it, including diversifying your money, putting it into assets that are liquid and easy to sell versus speculative toys that are hard to sell. So it's all about getting passionate about learning finances instead of just opening packs for the sake of opening packs. You got to get away from just that one thing, you know, you got to spread it out a little bit, you know, get used to buying other things. And then if you want to get addicted to gambling, get addicted to earning a lot of money. So go earn more money, go work really hard on finding a way to earn more money. And then you can do stuff like buy more stocks. You can buy more, perhaps crypto. You could call crypto a kind of gamble. So it's okay that you like buy, you know, this is what I would say in my head. It's okay that I like to buy assets. It's okay that I like to play with money or that I like to invest, or maybe I like some RNG products on the side. But have like a number that you're required to keep in your account, take care of your bills, and then just play with the leftover money. And on the other side, get addicted to buying stocks and bonds, stuff that are a bit more like the odds are better for you and the risks are lower, but there's still a reward. So try to do that, okay? I hope that helps. Some people really have a true gambling addiction. They go to like the casino and they just throw all their money away. You know, you got to understand the casino is designed to just drain your money, nothing else. So, you know, and so over here we have like the breaks. The breaks include a premium. And so I get a cut and somebody wins, one person does, but look, 26 people lose. So just keep that in mind. It's really for entertainment, guys. You can never get rich from just being in breaks. It's really for your entertainment. You can go buy a Team Rocket's Tyranitar staff card, and even that's a gamble when you buy it because maybe it just goes down. Maybe it's way overpriced right now. Maybe it goes up. I don't know. But so every step of your life, there is some RNG aspect to it. And when you open your mind to that, when you see it, that everything is kind of like RNG, you realize that part of your job is to have the right strategy. And it's okay that you like spending money. That's natural. Everyone likes to spend money, but you want to spend it in the right way. Some of it for entertainment, some of it in a conservative way, and some of it you don't spend. You just never spend some of it. All right, so I can say all that, but if you're truly addicted, it won't matter. Mr. Hawk, we got to fix his label. Remember that, guys? He said he changed his address, or that we were using an older address. Let's see. An apology isn't that bad, Mr. I'm a problem. Tammy Lowe, where you at? Polymarket. Hey, what's up, Zenoia? Trade options. Remember mailing and shipping before stamps.com. Take 7. No, I'm not going to do this. They want me to do a survey. The base in quantum theory, everything is RNG. Yeah, everything is RNG. Even if you don't spend your money, it's RNG because, you know, to have your money sit in your account and earn you 3%, it's an opportunity cost loss. So you could have had your money perhaps in a bond that pays 4%, and that just would have been an instant upgrade. So, you know, it's difficult. But the more you educate yourself on finances, think of it like this: the better you get at finances, the better choices you make with that money. And you can still enjoy that part of your brain that likes playing with money, basically. You like playing with money. A lot of people do. All right, let's see. Here's the old address. I'm going to go ahead and delete that now. All right. If you think you have a very serious gambling problem, don't take my advice. Go get help. Seek professional help. I'm just a fat guy who buys Pokemon cards. Seek professional help. It is. So if you ever think you have a very serious problem, don't wait to get help. Reach out and get help right away. All right. So let's grab your email. Got the email. And let's see what kind of label we created here. I'll copy the label. Let's see. I was a manager of bookies. We only lost 1 day in 1 year. It really was win-win for the company. Saw a lot of addicts. We tried to help, but angry people are like, keep out of my business. Yeah. Well, you know, they're there to have fun. They're not there to be preached to about, maybe you shouldn't spend so much. Yeah, right. Shut up. I'm here to spend, baby. In UK, the slogan says, when the fun stops, stop. Yeah, that's a good slogan. you can kind of feel it in your chest when you're pushing it too far, you know. You start going deeper, you know you don't have any money left. A sense of stress and anxiety comes over you. I've felt that before, you know, when opening stuff. I felt that before. And so if you get that feeling, if you get that sense that, you know, okay, this is way too far, that's the sign. You just listen to your gut for once, you know, because you're the urge to open up the packs is still there, but your gut is actually giving you some critical information. It's saying, no, 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 this is a good point to stop. Actually, what I mean to say, 99% of gamblers stop just before the big hit. That's why I mean to say, get in these breaks, guys. Let's get these packs open. Let's get these. Did you see the current pack split? It's this Topps Chrome, $32, 4 and 4. We could pull a 1 of 1, guys. We could pull a 1 of 1. All right, put that there. That's when it gets spicy. No, but you know, the hook of you know, opening packs is somebody really does pull a big thing, and so it just gets really fun. But that's, you know, so that's why you need to understand that it's just for entertainment. Hathim, how many packs of the Hathim told me how many packs of the, was it 8? Did he say he wanted 8 of these? I think he did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Was it 8 of these? I can't remember, Hathim. I got to get stuck back into Plinko. What? 9. Oh, yes, sir. Let's get those 9 packs. Here it is. Let's get that music back on. You only live once, guys. YOLO. The chase of the Poke cards are what's holding me back. I'm about to take a break from Pokies. The high from hitting the hit card is a real addiction. Really? I've never... You know, that's weird, Nathan. I don't experience that. When a big hit card comes out, I go, "Ooh, nice," right? But I get my high feeling from a totally different. So this is a really great subject. We're talking about the psychology, the addiction of card collecting and hoarding. So for me, pulling like the chase card is a small dopamine moment. It's not actually a lot of dopamine. It's cool. It's not bad. I like it. It's exciting. You want to know where I actually get the dopamine from? And this will probably be reflected in how I purchase cards. So my dopamine comes from when a slab I've been holding for a long time suddenly jumps up in price. That is my dopamine hit. So like if I got, it's like this one. I get a big dopamine hit from this right here. So I bought this for 19, last sold for 60. That's a dopamine hit. That's a dopamine hit. So I don't get most of my good feelings from the pack openings. Nothing wrong with pack openings. It's just my big feeling comes from holding slabs. And so you probably see that in my behaviors. I like to buy them. I like to sell them. I like to host breaks on them. Most of my behavior centers around the slabs, but I do offer packs, you know. So we got all the packs. But and if people like opening them, then I'm happy to open them for you. I just really like the slabs themselves, the graded slabs. I get a big hit when a PSA returns, a PSA submission comes in, and the card I really wanted a 10 on gets a 10. Now that's a big hit. That's a really big hit for me. Like, yes, we are. So, you know, I guess you could say there's multiple layers of excitement to the hobby, and maybe some people get different feelings from different aspects of it. But for me, it's definitely watching items go up in price every time. That's the real dopamine hit for me. My other comment above says, I do buy other stocks and asset, but just need to buy a house and be better at saving. Okay, well, so listen to yourself. You've admitted that to yourself. Listen, Nathan, if you got like $50,000 saved up in the bank and it's just sitting there, and that money, it's not for your mortgage, it's not for taxes, it's not for, yeah, it's just $50,000 that you're not allowed to touch. No other thing. You're not allowed to invest in the stock market, you know, because even that's a type of gambling. You're not allowed to do anything with it but look at it. When you have that money sitting around, that's when the fun begins, because now you can just, you know, do a little booster packs or whatever you're going to do. And you're like, I don't care. I got $50,000 laying around. So I can recommend that to most people is take a little time and build up that little pad of money. And then when you go to, you know, maybe like open some cards, if you lose, you're like, it doesn't matter. I got $50,000 in the bank, you know, and that's a really good idea to have that money laying around. It's a different amount for every person, right? Like if you make 100,000 a year, maybe 50,000. If you're making 50,000 a year, maybe 25,000. If you're making 20,000 a year, try to save up 10,000. But once you get that 10,000, now you can kind of just start relaxing and doing whatever it is you want to do. Hut them. Here we go. I get good feelings seeing that I always have cash. Did you know that? So that's another thing. Dopamine is directing you to open packs. It's giving you a good feeling. Well, I get good feelings when I see that I've got leftover money in my account. That's a very good feeling for me. When I was a kid at home, I was often called Scrooge. I was very different from my siblings. We were all different. And so the way I was truly different, they would receive birthday money, money from mowing lawns. They would receive, they'd make money in various ways. We did like business ventures when we were kids that my dad got us into, like selling birdhouses, selling magnets that had like bumper stickers on them. God bless America, that kind of stuff, right? So we made money as kids, and my dad always forced us to save some of it. I was very different from all my other siblings. I only saved money. I hated spending it. It made me so angry to spend it. I hated spending it. So my siblings would watch like my money go up, and they'd be like, wow, Derek's always got money. Why has this guy always got money? Because my siblings, they would get their cash and then they'd go buy anything they can buy with it as soon as they could. They'd spend it the second they'd get it. And I was like this weird hoarder type where it's like the moment I had money, I'd stick it with the other money. I'd be like, now it's a bigger amount of money. And so I was a bit obsessed with that as a child. And so this made me very different from my siblings. And I was the only one behaving that way. No other kid behaved that way. And I knew it had to have come down to our differences and our personalities, which today I believe is nothing more than your DNA. And so also with the Pokemon cards, it's the same way. I'm just hoarding Pokemon cards. And when I was younger, I was the best collector on the street because I hoarded them. And I worked very hard to get a better collection than everyone else. So it's the same behavior playing out over and over again. You can learn from me. You can hear my story and kind of try to feel some emotions from it, some inspiration perhaps, because it's not a bad thing to turn around and be like, I got a great collection, I got a great home, and I got cash in the bank, Girls respect that, Romaldo, he says, for 8 Team Rocket. You got it, man. All right. I have to trade something for that, though. You know what I trade? My freedom. So I don't do anything but work, and I don't spend on vacation. Very little vacation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I make a sacrifice to do that. A sacrifice must be made. Bring the sacrificial child. There you are. You must have a sacrifice. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see. I get these ads for companies that say they can physically draw your soulmate. Wow. Are you feeling lonely? It's because you're holding value and then the market realizes it, then you benefit. I need this. I need to hear this. I pulled 2 mangas this month, one of them being pulled 2 days ago. I still ended up buying more packs today. That can still work out. Just don't sell the manga cards in a rush just because the market dips. Have a philosophy where you are either very sure you want to hold them or very sure you want to sell them on a flip. For me, I've thought about it a long time. I want to hold. And then just stick to that. So your mistake is if your bank account goes to zero and the market dips on those mangas and you don't have a strong philosophy, you're going to panic sell them. And that's when you lose all your money. Let's see. Is this my order? This is Romaldo Martinez's order. Oh, yeah. 6 months of expenses. Oh, yeah. So they say something like that. They say like 6 months of expenses. It's a great feeling. They say to do that. Dave Ramsey says to do that. Everybody says to do that. But, it's a great feeling to turn around and know if something goes wrong, you got a little cushion behind you, and you go to sleep feeling very secure. It's just a chore you got to get done, really. Because once that chore is done, now any additional money you make, right? Like let's say your goal is $10,000 in the bank. Once you have $10,000 in the bank, once that part is done, now you can go back to just spending all your money again if you want. You can go back to spending 100% of your paycheck, but you got this $10,000 just in case, you got to go to the hospital or your car suddenly breaks down. It's just a good idea. It's good practice. If you're very, very young, by the way, that might not be the best move. When you're very, very young, you need to, as badly as you can, you need to move into a high-paying career. So whatever that money can do to get you into a business that you started or a high-paying career, if you can use that money for that, just do that, okay? All right, yeah, I wouldn't save too much when I'm very young. When you're young, you need to be investing that money into yourself and into getting a career and into getting an education and whatever else you're going to do. Maybe into getting your first home. So like you don't need to save a lot of security money when you're buying your very first home. Get that home and then you can go back to saving up money. Here it is. Ooh. If you're buying a really big expensive home, the banks will require that you have a certain amount of cash. So like when we bought this lake house, this is our third property, and they're like, you can't buy this unless you can both do 20% down and you have X amount of assets and cash, which we did. So they're like, all right, Mr. Romaldo. Let's see, you didn't need a new bag, did you? Romaldo, I feel like you need a new bag. What do you think? My goal is to buy my house in cash with my investments and retire by 55. I feel like buying a house with cash is something you do much later in life. I think when you're younger, you better take out a loan, but it's a market like anything else. So like if you bought your home last year when the interest rates were as high as they could be and house prices were as high as they could be, that was a mistake. And that was up to you to decide that that was the wrong time to buy. So instead of buying last year, you should have been saving up for an additional year. So, okay, I'm going to make my down payment larger so I have more options, more cushion, and I'm going to buy it when the market feels right. But it's hard to time that. Yes? Okay. So it's hard to time the market, especially with housing. It's hard to time it. But there were, there's small indicators that it might go up or down. Like interest rates were really high. Interest rates are really high. So, it might be a good time to save up and wait for those interest rates to come down a little bit. And the housing market had a pattern of cooling off a little bit. The question is, when does that reverse? When does the cooling off reverse? Every single year, they go out and they build more homes. And that's part of that calculation. So more homes are getting built. There we go. I'd lay off buying homes right now until the foreseeable future. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, it's a mistake to think that you should never rent. Sometimes renting is okay. It's temporarily okay. I would want to be very confident in the place that I buy my home that I'm going to stay there for 10 years. So if you're real young, it's okay to just explore for a while and think, hey, I'll work here for a couple years, and then I'm going to move to New York City, or I'll work here a couple years, and then I'm going to transfer to Austin, Texas, or something like that. You know what I mean? It's okay to do that. If you buy a home, it's much harder to do that. Now you got to sell that home before you can move. Martin Ramirez, new bag, 1 Inferno and 1 Tariff Festival. You got it. Martin Ramirez, new bag, Tariff Festival. You like the price on these? $6 for Inferno X and $11 for Tariff Festival. Lumber's on the trend down. Less homes equals less homes built at the moment. There we go. Sure. Thing is, they can build houses much faster than we're making babies. That's a very important thing to really think about, guys. And, by the way, if you're enjoying this conversation, these are the kind of conversations we often have. We have a lot of financial conversations. Ooh, the bear. Congratulations, Martin Ramirez, picking up the spicy bear. Very good. So if you guys are enjoying this conversation, we do open cards, but I feel like at this point, maybe years ago, I was focused on just pack opening, but years later, I actually just like talking about markets all day long. So this is the kind of fun stuff we talk about in here. Fun, nerdy, sometimes political, sometimes existential, philosophical. So if you're new and you're watching this, this is a pretty typical stream. But yeah, trying to pick the house at the right time, it's a very tricky thing to do. Look at that. But we were getting to this point that I was reaching, this conversation, where I was going to point out that, okay, so at the beginning of the stream, we mentioned that we're pretty sure population is going to collapse, right? We're going to have a population decline that's really severe. People just aren't having babies. They're waiting until they're like me. They wait till they're old and then they have a baby. They have 1 baby or 2 babies. So nobody's having babies. What does this mean? This means that we can make houses very fast, right? Like we can construct whole neighborhoods, but people aren't pumping out whole neighborhoods of children. They're just not doing it anymore. And so as older generations die, there's going to be all these extra homes. and people are going to put them up on the market. They're going to say, I'll take the cash now. And that supply-demand situation where there's increasing supply but not enough new people to meet the demand, that should force the housing to go downward. And that's kind of how it works in Japan. I don't know if you guys thought about that, but if you go over to Japan, houses are not an investment in Japan at all. Did you know that? It's not an investment. Maybe like some houses in the right location. Oh, right, he said new bag. Maybe some houses in the right location are an investment in Japan, but a lot of houses are just considered a cost, similar to your car. Like you use it, it gets older, and then you move out of it, and it's worth less than when you bought it. And I believe that the part of the reason for that is because they have been having significant population decline for a long time. Now, we're new to that idea of population decline, but we're about to go through it. What is that going to do to homes as an investment? Well, I'd be willing to bet that a home located in just the right place will always be popular the way a hotel is popular. But if you're in a home that's more marginal, like a home that's, it doesn't have a view of the mountains, it's not a lake home, it's just a cookie cutter home, right? It's just one of those simple cookie cutter homes, like a condo that goes horizontal, not vertical. I would bet that those decline over the years as no one has children. Unless the government gets everyone pumping out the babies, which I don't think that's about to be reversed, because I think some key things would have to be reversed for people to pump out babies. Here we are. So, there's a lot of people who invested over many years into housing. Housing could be a giant bubble, and the population decline could be the pin that pops it. But we don't know, because at the same time that it's in a bubble, the US dollar declines in value so fast, everyone wants to hide their money somewhere, including real estate. Let's see. But, here's another thing. Mr. Pokemon Caleb Hammer. Here's another thing that I find fascinating about real estate as an asset. What are we going to do when robots build the houses? I mean, the cost to build a house goes down way faster when robots build the houses, right? Because that's going to happen, right? If robots can do every job, one really good job for the robots to do, it's house construction. They'll probably have specialized robots doing specialized job to put a house together. Something pours the cement, something makes the frame, something does the wiring, you know what I mean? So when they get robots building homes, it's over. Homes are no longer an investment. So just like I said with Bitcoin, deep in the future, the Bitcoin technology could become severely out of date. It could be an outdated, obsolete piece of technology. Home investing could become obsolete too when the robots are building the cookie cutter houses. At that point, I don't know, it's just not that valuable. So what would be valuable, though, is lakefront property. That's still valuable. Beachfront property, mountain home, those are still rare because of the land, not because of the house. So that's something to think about, And so I wouldn't rush and go crazy about home investing because I don't know. Think about all the investment bros that have been buying up those houses this whole time. It's probably in a bubble. Here's Gengar, here's Clink, and here's Gligar. And, so you see me, I'm getting ready to put my houses up for sale. And then we're just going to buy one house and probably pay it down. And it'll be our base of operations. There we go. Actually, the only thing we really care about homes right now, we want a really secure home. Because our home is home to our Pokemon cards, and we got some good cards, man. Got some freaking amazing cards. All right, here's Gengar going in here. Here's Gliscor, beautiful. Let's get Gliscor into the live customs. I think he's a good one. Vintage Gliscor. That Garchomp Giratina is underpriced. This is the Japanese version. And you'll notice also it's Cardconomist graded, so you get it a little bit cheaper when it's Cardconomist graded. If you like the price, go ahead and buy it. Have you got the Bubble Mew? I got a couple of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's Gliscor 10. He's going in the live shuffle, the live customs. This is the kind of stuff, by the way, that your pal, Cardconomist, thinks about all day long. My prediction for Pokemon card collecting is that it will continue to rise for a while because I believe the trend will be the boomers who didn't care about Pokemon, they're going to die. We all die. Okay, it's just part of life, guys. So the boomers who have a bunch of money, they're going to die. And the millennials who did love Pokemon are going to be the ones inheriting that money. So a lot of retirement money is going to get in the hands of millennials. Second thing, millennials, they will become the next round of 50-year-old CEOs, 50-year-old corporate managers, business owners, celebrities, yada, yada, yada. Like, they will, not only will they build wealth over the years, they'll get promoted because the boomers and even Gen X, they're going to retire. And again, there's not a ton of children coming in. So the millennials are going to end up with a lot of money. They're going to have the majority of the wealth pretty soon. And what do they like? Pokemon. They like Pokemon. They played video games growing up. Pokemon cards, Halo cards. We got Halo cards on the menu. That's not an accident. So, you know, I've got this prediction. Crypto could do well. It's very confusing. You know, there's so many cryptos. They're all competing with each other. I'm waiting for FedCoin, by the way. That's my perspective on crypto. Where's FedCoin? FedCoin, that's what we want. We want FedCoin. You guys don't want it. The crypto bros hate it, but I want FedCoin. And then so there's FedCoin, and then real estate. I'm nervous about real estate. If you get a really spectacular property, that's probably safe. Like a hotel, right? Pick out a property like you'd pick out a business hotel. And then on the gold side, a little bit of gold, not too much. Gold just sits there. It's a yellow rock. You could find a bunch of it in an asteroid and mine it one day. It's got risks. Everything's got risks. The stock market's totally legitimate. I think it's a good place, but I like Pokemon better. You know why? Because the people who get rich from the stock market, they're going to turn around and buy something with their cash. What are they going to buy? Well, they could buy a bigger home. They could buy a bigger car, maybe more healthcare. They're going to buy Pokemon. That's my gamble. That's my gamble. You're listening to my gamble on the TCC live rip and ship. That's my gamble, is that it's going to be Pokemon. And by the way, I've been right for 6 years now. I showed off those rocket boxes, 42,000. It just sold. I'm up so much on those rocket boxes. It's shocking. So I'm doing extremely well on that prediction. Isaac, and I've been saying this for the whole time too, by the way. So years ago, I said we're at the beginning of the Pokemon card hobby. I said that's where we're at the beginning of it. So shipping plus 15 for the book. Okay, so you want a separate round of shipping as well. All right. Oh, he thought I was charging him $15 for the book. So I'm not charging $15 for the bulk, Mr. Isaac. The $15 was the shipping for the bulk. So you have a little bit of money left over. We are. Unless you want to go ahead and have a second round of shipping for all your normal stuff, which we can do that too if you'd like. There we go. Here in Australia, there's these disposable vapes with graphic of George Floyd and a speech bubble that says Fent flavor. What? What are you talking about? Lots of people told me to sell the Sunbreon. I decided to hold it. I hope in the far future it can maybe rival Moonbreon. It does, doesn't it? I thought that the Sunbreon does rival Moonbreon. Hold on. Moonbreon's like 4K, isn't he? He's like 4.3. Let's see what Sunbreon's going for. This is why I think that Prismatic's so good to open. Prismatic Umbreon. Okay. And then let's head into Last Sold, shall we? Listen to this music. Bunch of these cheap ones sold. Let me sort. I'll sort it by top price, okay? And then we'll just get one that's close to October. Okay, so if we look here on October 19th, he has sold for 4.6 thousand. He's more valuable than Evolving Skies Umbreon right now. Yeah, this guy's more expensive than the Evolving Skies Umbreon. Evolving Skies Umbreon's about 4.3. So there you have it. So why wouldn't you open Prismatic? You know, because a pack of Evolving Skies isn't like 27 or some ridiculous price. Actually, let me look. So that stuff's hitting 2,700 divided by 36. No way, is that right? 2,700 divided by 36. So, you know, they're off selling the Evolving Skies packs probably for around $75 a piece, if not higher, maybe a little premium on it, you know, so maybe like $80, maybe 85. Meanwhile, right now we got Prismatic packs on the menu right now for 14. So it's Prismatic, guys. And I've been telling you that. I've been sharing my thoughts on the market. It's Prismatic. You just saw it. The top pull in Prismatic goes for about 4.5, and it's a $14 booster pack. That's the better. Don't open Evolving Skies. You're wasting your time. That one's overpriced. Mr. So Sexy. Oh, yeah. Mr. Going to watch season finale of Stranger Things. Yes. 30-year-olds on bikes. Yes. Yes. I'm very excited. Don't spoil it for me. Don't make it. Javier Arroyo, last spot in the Pikachu. Mr. Javier, I apologize. That went off a little while ago. By the way, for those of you who are fans who are coming back and you didn't hear this announcement earlier, Poke Shuffles, buy 10, get one free. That's a thing now. Poke Shuffles, buy 10, get one free. I elaborate on comment above. I think I'm too deep into Pokemon, but no to diversify, but just keep chasing the next Pokeset. Hey, you know, Nathan, so far that's probably worked for you because Pokemon just kept creeping up. Here's the thing, though. Eventually, Pokemon will come back down, too, and it's going to be very scary when that happens, okay? So it will zigzag just like every asset. Every asset zigzags. So, you know, right now we've been zagging straight up for a while, and it's going to go down at some point. We don't know when. But, you know, and that could take a year or two, but then it'll go back up one day. So everything zigzags. When you're at this point, at the low point of the zag, you are just going to hate that you have Pokemon cards. You're going to wish so bad that you had stocks. You're going to wish so bad you had paid off your home. You're going to wish so bad you spent your money on something else that you like because you'll get bored of collecting. That's the thing. When Pokemon cards are going down, they get boring. You're like, I don't want to collect these. These are going down. It's boring. When they're going up, they're the most exciting thing you've ever heard about. This zag will happen, and you have to be emotionally prepared not to sell out at that moment. And you'll be tested. You know, we'll all be tested. I had a lot of good cards that I could have liquidated during 2023 and 2024, and I held them like crazy. And I know they were going sideways, and I know they were sometimes going down, and I just held them. And my biggest regrets have been the ones that I sold. If I just held all of them, I would be spectacularly wealthier right now. But I did sell some. Just not my absolute favorites, the ones that I thought were unbelievably hard to replace. And so as a result of holding on to my cards, I've just way up, you know. All right, so Mr. CS-Man says, did you get my order? I'm kind of ranting over here. Let's see, so who do we got? We got Javier Arroyo. He has $30. Pikachu ended, Mr. Javier. We got Alexandra Canur. She wants tag 8 Pikachu and Lugia slabs from Ostara. Then we have CS-Man, 2 spots in the light Flareon. I'm going to go ahead and service that right now just to get everyone else excited. Did you guys know that Flareon's on the move? This is Neo Destiny light Flareon. Very nice. Who won the Pikachu? Miss Sixted. Miss Sixted. All right, Alexandra. Oh, not Alexandra. It's Alexandra's turn right now, but we're letting you jump the line. Mr. CS-Man, your order is very easy to service, and I want to update Light Flareon for everyone here so that you guys know that this one's on the move. It's a great break. Gold is a hedge against the market. You know, there's different hedges. You don't have to use gold to hedge against the market. Gold is interesting in a couple ways. It's used by the banks to say, don't worry, you can use our currency because we got gold. We can cover the value of our dollar using gold. You can say, I don't want your dollars. Send me gold, and we can send it to you. So that's what gold's really used for. But gold is really this internationally recognized valuable rock. And what's cool about it is if markets collapse in every way possible, there's always gold. So gold's kind of like a doomsday product. It's like a bunker. If the nuclear bomb goes off, if something horrible happens, there's always gold. But in an event that you're just going through a recession, why would you buy gold when you should just be buying underpriced stocks, right? If interest rates are too high, why are you buying gold instead of just pumping all your money into a high interest rate bank account or something like that? You know, so buying gold is not very attractive in many scenarios, whether the market's up or down. And the recent increase in price on gold, I think, just reflects the fact that it should have probably been that price this whole time. That's my opinion on it. Alexandra's turn is next. CS-Man nearly shared the spots with me. Just don't buy tokenized gold. Oh, yeah, isn't that funny? You've got gold on paper. It's real. Alexandra for the tag 8 Pikachu and Lugia Tops 2000 slabs. Okay, are those up here? Let's see. Tag 8 Pikachu. Help me out. Are those on the table right now? Or are those in the Discord server? I own some gold. I think it's cool. I like it. No, no, no. I found it in the Discord. Okay, let's go looking for this, guys. Tag 8 Pikachu and Lugia. We're going to go to all slabs. Could take a second here, guys. There's a $140 Pikachu. It could help me if you knew which days those were from, if you happen to still be looking at the images. Here's a $50 Pikachu. That you can't mean that one. You said tag 8. Scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. Oops, come on now. Don't need to sell any of my cash out, waste the gold. Let's see. There is a tag 9 Pikachu, but you said tag 8. Trying to find it. Ah, there is a Lugia checklist. Does that happen to be the tag 9 Pikachu and Lugia tops 2000 slab? That's it, isn't it? It's, well, no, I can't tell actually. Could you tell me what day? It's literally called Pikachu ne Lugia. All right, Pikachu and Lugia. So it's just a tops card then. They're not two separate slabs. One tops card. $45 tops card. I found it. Okay, and Pikachu and Lugia would probably be in box 3. So let's see if our system's any good. So I should now be able to find it by looking through box 3. Box 3 is pretty full. Let's start taking some slabs out. That'll help. Okay. Oh, it's hard to reach back here. Wow, tag slabs are so heavy. I love it. They feel so good. PSA better watch themselves, man. That's some quality plastic for sure. Even PSA's new plastic design does not come close to this. And I think currently PSA doesn't even like to hand out the new plastic. I think they limit who gets it. Okay. So far, not seeing it. That's a boobies girl. Let's see, removed a whole bunch of slabs from here now. Pikachu and Lugia. What does the actual slab say? Let me click on this. Pikachu and Lugia should be in this box. Should be in this box. If I did it right, it's in here. There was a brief time period where I missorted the slabs. Does somebody buy that card? You know, it's weird. My brain says somebody might have bought that card, the Lugia Pikachu. I almost feel like somebody bought it right after I took the picture. I almost, I feel like I'm remembering that. Whoa. All right, what I can tell you is that I could not find it in the P box. I'm so sorry. I suspect it's sold. I actually suspect that one is sold. I got to be really good at A, sorting, and B, marking sold. I suspect someone had already bought that one. My brain vaguely remembers somebody asking for it. My bad. No, I don't think so. After time, you took it down from the table. Let me check this box a little bit. Ooh, this one's so cool. Look at this one. Steamboat Willie. Too bad the PSA slab looks so bad on it. So your only other hope is that it got missorted. but I don't think I could look through all 3 boxes. We're gonna declare it sold for the moment, but we're gonna keep in mind that you wanted it, okay? My brain says we probably sold that one. I don't know why. Asking for it was me. I found it good looking. It wasn't in the P box though. Could be in the L box maybe. I'm so sorry. You'll have to wait and see. Here's what we'll do. We'll write a note. Pikachu, Lugia, reserved for Alexandra. It's called you Alexis. All right, I'm gonna write you down for $45 store credit. If I didn't see it in that box, I have to assume it's not there because I don't think I will ever have a good system if I have to go through all the boxes. There's simply too many slabs. It is Alexandra. I'm so sorry, Alexandra. Okay, ... I'm so sorry. We'll keep hunting for it, okay? But here's one way we can hunt for it. Let's go through some of these slabs here. So these slabs here might be hiding it. We got a nice knockdown for 35. We've got Rainbow Doctor 10. We have this thing that I don't care about. And then we got a Birthday Pikachu, which I think we already had a Birthday Pikachu on the table. Yeah, so this oh, wow. So months later, this Birthday Pikachu is worth so much more. People should have bought it back then. That older price is almost 5 months old now. Mr. Thoughts on the Pokemon market? I have no reason to believe it will cool down yet. You know, this is the thing. Things can always cool down. People can get bored of collecting. They can get fatigued. They can run out of money. Something in the market can spook them. Prices are already ridiculously high. But I have no reason to believe that there's something deeply structurally wrong with it. So I'm as bullish as ever. The Pokemon Legends ZA was sort of poorly received, except if you actually play it, it's kind of fun. I don't think it's an L for Pokemon. The graphics are embarrassing, but the gameplay is actually pretty fun. So I don't think Pokemon's going to struggle with that one. This is Chilling Rain Doctor for $39. We want this card gone. Chilling Rain Doctor is going to be $20. So considering Legends ZA, in my opinion, did well, it sold 58 million copies at launch, which means it could sell much more. And this is despite all of the protesting, 58 million. The brand, Pokemon brand, seems to be in still a good place. I think all they need to do is impress us in the next game. Since the next game will be exclusively for Switch 2, we better see some Switch 2 graphics. I kind of get it. They designed Legends ZA for Switch 1. It just happens to also play on Switch 2. So, but for Switch 2, the next gen better be real good. But 58 million copies, that's a lot. And that's just at launch. So the hobby seems stronger than ever. It doesn't seem like anything's wrong. I'm disappointed in their graphics. But again, if you play the game, it gets better. The graphics and the voice acting is ridiculous. Hey, mister, you have to buy 10 to get one free? That's correct. We have a change to the Poke Shuffles. It's buy 10, get one free. We do that just for a little fun to encourage the slabs to move. Think of it like a discount for helping the slabs moving. Okay. Alexandra, you have $45, and we do not know where that Lugia is, but I suspect that it's sold. Maybe one day it shows up again? Yes. I have like 6 of those Birthday Pikachus. Not sure if they'll grade 10. They probably won't. They're hard to grade 10. We have an order of CS Men, 2 spots in the Light Flareon. We already serviced that. Here it is, Light Flareon, everybody. Beautiful card. Oh, he took those 2 spots and I didn't write it down. So we are at spot number 1 being complete and spot number 2 being complete. Neo Destiny, Light Flareon. It's an evolution. It's an uncommon card. Kind of like Dark Flareon, actually. And so that's a nice break. Yep, 5.8 million. That's right. Did you ever price that TCC Venusaur? No, I don't think I did. The one that's, is it a consignment? Yeah. I can't keep up with the consignment. There's too much work to do with the consignment. So people who want me to help them with the consignment, you're going to have to consider these days. I have way too many slabs now. I have slabs on my right and my left that are unpriced this entire time, and that is not a good situation. All right, so here are my thoughts on the light Flareon. Cheapest light Flareon is this Japanese one for $405. And so we've got ours 41 and 10. That's not a premium price. So this is a good break. You should jump into light Flareon. He's a cool one, okay? All right. Trying to get you guys some fun with that lightning break. We might find a miniature break too. $30 breaks seem to be kind of fun. Hathim, 8 more Pixars. You got it. 8 more Pixars. Can we keep it as store credit for a while? Yeah, absolutely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just write it down somewhere that you have that money, okay? So that you don't forget about it, okay? Do you have any Neo Light Arcanine hollows? I think I used to. I might have like a Japanese 10, PSA 10. I think I just have the one. There it is. There you go. All right. So you can open up $40 of common booster packs, modern booster packs, or take one hefty shot at this light Flareon. One guy takes them home for $40. He's a $400 card. Okay, here's Ratatouille. He's with the dead ghost good guy. Okay, a little Ratatouille. Nice. Do you break my wife's box already? Papi Churro. Oh, I did not. That's right. You asked to use store credit to open up a whole box of Pixar. Is that correct? We are. I still have to do that, right? Okay. By the way, everybody, Weiss cards, massive sale. Prices slashed dramatically on almost all of them. Just a couple sets, the girl card sets, did not receive the dramatic price decrease. However, we did lower them, typically by $1 or by 50 cents. So the only thing that didn't get changed were the hottest sets of all. All these other sets that have just sort of been sitting on the menu for like a year, they're significantly reduced. We want to give them to you at very low prices, the lowest prices. We are. Here's a little gay cowboy for you. All right. Okay, and here's Buzz Lightyear. Can we keep us to a credit? Said hi. Marshall Weber's here. What's up, Marshall Weber? Thanks for popping on by. There we go. By the way, did we hit 100? We hit 100 people in here, didn't we? We hit 100 people, didn't we? Look at that. Beautiful. That mean, you guys know what that means. That means we're going to have 2 giveaways, right? So we got to host both of those. Here you go. Hit them. Have another one of these. Oh, look at that. Yeah, Buzz Lightyear. Okay, let's grab your bag. Box getting kind of full, actually. Create a little side bag just for the commons, for the hollows. All right, so we got 2 giveaways tonight. One of them's a $100 card. And you'll notice we have subscriber mode on. So it's just for you guys who are subscribers. So that's fun. And then we're going to host a second giveaway tonight because we reached 100 viewers earlier. So we just do that when we hit 100 viewers. All right, so let's get started with that. The giveaway was 100K. And we started at the beginning. Let's jump back over here. Did you guys test out the new website? It's not very well built up. Let me hit refresh on this. I'm sorry. It looks like the Nightbot actually crashed. Sorry about that, guys. Nightbot crashed. So it's just you guys that are hanging out later in the day with me that are going to get in here. Type in 100K to enter the giveaway. Type in 100K. I want to see the, how's the performance of that little video I posted earlier? You know, it jumped up to 2,000 views all of a sudden. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it just got to 2,000, huh? Look how views work on YouTube. So I posted this video and it gets this sudden spike and then it just goes flat. Like it does not even one more person needs to see it or something. God, dude. Why does YouTube do that, I wonder? It must like test it and decide it doesn't like it, like spits it back out. Crazy. Yeah, fascinating. So let's hand out. It's not working. It's not working. None of your entries worked. Let me hit refresh again. I don't know what's going on. It's like broken. All right, I just refreshed it again. I'm so sorry, guys. Type 100K in again. Tell you what, since it's bugging out, I'm going to take a tinkle. You guys do this. I'll go get a Pixar box as well, okay? All right, I'm back. Haha. I got a little bite of dinner. I was starving. Tammy. Tammy, you can't just get on every break, Tammy. Sorry, you guys have to listen to me chew. I'm just refueling for round 2. We're going all night, baby. Papi churro. Papi. Look what I got. I'll show you it, but it'll make you jealous. We have a little piece of bacon. Ooh. Mmm. Wow. All right. I got my water here, too. We do these overpriced spindrifts. Carbonated water, lemon juice. I don't know. Pork bacon? Yep, that's just regular bacon. Why breathing so hard in my ear? Oh my God, it's so good. Ew, mukbang. Would you guys like it if you could donate $5 and force me to eat a tin of sardines live? All right, back to eating cured meats. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Karis likes bacon a lot, and I happen to like to spoil her. And so tonight we had eggs and bacon. Sue me. All right. Ready? Obviously, there were leftovers, right? I didn't eat like all the bacon. So Papi Churro. Papi Churro, what's the name of your card? I realize I don't know his card name. Papi Churro. He's watching, right? He has to be. He typed in the thing. Yeah. I gotta know the name of the store credit card. You would enjoy the sardines too much. Papi Churro. I want to get you guys eating some sardines. They're so good. So I'm prepared to open this, but I need to know the name of the store credit card. Do you see my Zelle order? Let me go look it up for you. We'll wait for Papi Churro to answer. Someone get Papi Churro. Oh, there he is. Papi Churro. Yeah, Papi Churro was here like 2 seconds ago. Manuel? All right, let me look it up. Manuel. All right. And you're saying you had store credit. I'm not seeing Manuel. How old is the store credit? It's not like a year old or something, is it? Put this back over here. I didn't see it in there. Is it like super freaking old? See if I can find the old store credit. There's an old store credit bag. It's not this, is it? No. Oops. Ow. Might have moved it off. You wrote Papi Churro 1, if I'm not mistaken. So you're saying I wrote it down as Papi Churro. Oh, let me look again. My bad. I was looking for the other name. Okay. Ah, boink. There it is. I don't know what I was looking for. My brain was not looking for that. Isn't that strange? It's like it didn't expect that. All right, so 1 box of Pixar. And a box of Pixar costs... How much does it cost? Excuse me. This is a popular one. Weiss Japanese, $65. So that would be $36 remaining. Is that right? I think it's 36. There you go, Papi Churro. Thank you so much. Let's open this box of Pixar. Okay. And we know we got to find a Lugia card. Okay. I sent Solana, rough, but here. How about yours? Mr. Pierce says, have no fear, Mr. Pierce. We'll check that Zelle for you. Got to process this one first. Mr. Papi Churro, he's been waiting longer. Throwing that away. All right, so these will go into a bag named Papi Churro if you want, because if you're paying with Zelle, we're probably going to go off of your, YouTube name. If you have a Manuel Bravo bag, we can either keep these in that, or we can create a new bag with the new YouTube name. Because guys who pay with crypto, they get their YouTube name as their bag name. Snipping that. Good. Okay. All right. Very nice. Mister, what genre would you consider Deftones to be? Well, he's not, people who like Deftones, they're in the same group that like Breaking Benjamin. They like probably Linkin Park. I don't know if I would classify him along with someone like Nine Inch Nails. I'm a humongous Nine Inch Nails fan. Apparently, I'm in the top 1% of Nine Inch Nails fans, according to YouTube, based on my listening habits. Less than 1%, 0.85% or some crazy number. I don't think he fits in with Nine Inch Nails. Maybe Tool, though. I actually don't think Tool fits in with Nine Inch Nails. I feel like Nine Inch Nails is his own genre. I don't think I've heard anybody make Nine Inch Nails music before. Here it is. No, Nine Inch Nails, I would put him into some kind of electronica computer noise kind of group. There you go. Even though he does come off as rock as well at times, the thing that he really stands out for is definitely some sort of repetitive computer sounds for sure. Here we are. I think I have both bags. Which one do you prefer, the real name or the YouTube name? Like, let me ask you this question, Papi Churro. How do you see yourself paying in the future? Is it always going to be Solana, or is it going to be, is it going to be more like PayPal, Zelle, that kind of thing? Sex Tape by Deftones is superior. It is. Oh, this is Nine Inch Nails right now. That's funny. 10 Miles High remix. This is one of my favorite artists. Here, let's spoil our stream. This is 10 Miles High. It's such a good song. This is yeah, so I was listening to this nonstop like a couple months ago. No, it was last year. And that's what I'll do. I'll just like pick one of his songs and just listen to it on repeat like 1,000 times. And that works just right for me. I don't know why. It must be the autism or something. Yeah, it's almost like a horror movie song. Deftones is definitely more like Tool. There. Deftones, Hole in the Earth. Spoil us. He made it 10 miles high. We are. Let's see. You can hear he's got those repetitive sounds, It's like again, it's a lot of computer sounds in there, actually. Music, not for me. Yeah. He's going to get very high. I was pegged you as a Taylor Swift fan. This is almost the only thing I listened to my entire life. It was just almost only Nine Inch Nails. Humongous amount of Nine Inch Nails. It's just one band. I like, so I also like Radiohead. So I'll listen to Radiohead too. Do you hear this? Do you hear the computer sounds? That's the best part. This is what I listen for. It's this. That's the best part. I could just listen to this all day long. It could be hard to make out. I like how it's real chaotic in this one. It's about to get really loud. Did I do good? Yeah. So I would say, no, I would not say this is a good round because I don't think this is a very popular brand for Pixar. I'm going to turn this down because it's going to explode. The Tism. Yeah, I love this music to death, and I pretty much only listen to this. I love how angry the music is. The lyrics are so clever. I'm 10 miles high. I swear I'll never turn into you, but I'm getting closer. So clever. Hathim. So we finished that, and this was Papi Churro, and you got 2 bags. All right. I know what you did last summer, trailer. It's so good. I could just listen to this instead of stream. Actually, usually before we stream, this is what I'm listening to, and then I have to turn it off so I can turn on something like Donkey Kong. It is terrible. Like the Donkey Kong music's okay, but I've heard it too many times. See? Let me turn on this. All right, so let's... Nine Inch Nails is pretty cool. He just did the album for that new Tron movie, but I ended up not seeing the Tron movie because I figured the storytelling itself would be terrible. Which I guess that's sort of what the critics believed, but the audience seemed to like it in general. There we go. Need some goth music. I think Nine Inch Nails is kind of gothy. All right, throw this away. What is this? That's the sleeve. We're cleaning up this area a little bit so we can find your bag. Look at this empty pack split. Look at this. I have one of these over here. Tossing this away. Got one of these over here. Wow, that was priced back on $9.25. Should I still sell that? Okay. Poppy Churro. All right, and now we can access Poppy Churro's bag. We had to move that stuff. All right. Patchin. Yep, Nine Inch Nails released a new album for that movie. Most of his songs were just okay, but he really just kind of stole his own songs from his older albums and just reused them. If you listen carefully, it's the exact same melody. And so he didn't really create anything too new. We need some Rammstein. Nah, Rammstein's just okay. They got like one song, dude. Here's Poppy Churro. All right. Baggie number 2. So you got plenty of product. Cool, man. Place that in there. Poppy Churro asked if he did well on this, by the way. Let me look at this again. So you got Monsters College. You got the Cars. You got the... I like this Dory promo. But unfortunately, your stamp card is from Pixar Dinosaur or whatever it is. I never watched that one. I never hear about that one. So I'd say that was a weaker box. They are. We need real big fish. When you're done with the order, can we see the current breaks? Miss Strawberry would like to see them. Oh, Miss Strawberry, how are you today? Okay, I see your second bag there too, Mr. Poppy Churro. Let me pop this in with it. There we go. And now let me move this back into place. Ugh. So, Miss Sarah, the McDonald's Pikachu is what went off tonight. And then this is the lightning break right in front of you. It's called Light Flareon. Cheapest Light Flareon on the market is 400, so that's a pretty good break because it's 41 and 10. We also have this beautiful Tyranitar. It's at 127. You know, I had to check the price on this, see if it's gone down. We have this break is still running, the Bounty break. Not the Bounty break, but the Bounty. Here's the Waifu for Cubone Misty. I think this one will pick up when it hits the halfway point. I mean, this is a really desirable card. Very beautiful, very vintage. Super cute. Cubone's one of my favorites. Here's the Gengar that's never going to end. He's just stuck forever. Oh, we had a TCC giveaway yesterday. Oh, this never finished. Okay, so we'll work on that too. This has got 8 spots left. The sub list for this guy has 3 spots left, so the sub list is close for this one. Lots of great options. Don't forget, we have some unique things you don't think about very often. We've got this Battle Styles break. Did you know you could go in here to try for a whole box of Battle Styles? It's an old box, you know, Sword and Shield. Very cool. There's a Tyranitar in that set. That is an alternative art Tyranitar set. Very nice. Play some Owl City. You know, my ex-girlfriend, she liked Owl City, and that was like one of the signs we weren't meant to be. Brandel Vargas. Brandel Vargas. He's been waiting a while. Sorry for the wait, Brandel. We're just having a busy night, Brandel. A busy night. Brandel Vargas. Oh, yeah, so our Star Wars Chrome came in. We got a nice restock on these. So we got plenty of Star Wars Chrome. Hey, Mr. Singh, if you found my bag of cards for shipping, it's a small bag from this year, maybe around May. Oh, Mr. James Beam. We are. Was that at the beginning of the stream we were looking for that? So you say it was a small bag. James Beam. Did I send you a message on that? Maybe that's what it was. Oh, that's a numbered card out of 99. Let's see. Oh. You turned her against me. You've done that yourself. Liar! All right. Anakin, I love you. Okay, here's Mustafar Takeoff. Play some Take Me. I probably demonetized the stream with that Nine Inch Nails song, I believe. Actually, this would be an interesting test, because if it doesn't get demonetized, that means sometimes it's safe to play copyrighted songs, but I'm sure it did get demonetized. But you know, if Nine Inch Nails got my ad revenue, I would not care. This is like the one artist I appreciate a lot, so wouldn't be so bad, would it? All right, let me go get this top loader for you. We got to put this bad boy in a top loader. Ready? Okay. So what's going on here? This is a square cut card, and it's a nice numbered card out of 100. So he's Definitely got to go in a top loader, right? That's top loader city right there. I wish I knew how to use the force. Hey, mister, any changes on the Nami break? What do you mean, like, did I reduce it? Or did... Oh, you mean more people join? 8 out of 18. Not bad. Brandel Vargas. Did he see that? I hope Brandel saw that. Let's go find his bag. You liar! Your new empire. Okay, pop this over here. Bridget, Beatrice, Brett. Got a lot of Brett. Here's a Brandon Gonzalez. We're looking for your bag, Mr. Brandley. Did you already have a bag? Liar. Yeah, that liar line was so fun. So what's the word? So satisfying. Anakin, I love you. Okay, I don't see a bag for you. I'll go ahead and create a new bag. Baby Death Metal or Kingslayer, the new Baby Metal, 5-Finger Death Punch. 5-Finger Death Punch. They're okay. They're not that good in my opinion. They're like what, in the same group as Avenged Sevenfold, you know? Sort of. Brandel Vargas. Avenged Sevenfold had a couple hits back in the day, didn't they? What would you describe them as? They're like, they had like a touch of country, and then they were like metal rock or something like that. One of those angry rock bands. I was going to send for one more. Yes, you just shipped me out. Sounds good. All right, sounds good. Send in right away for that, Mr. Brandel. All right. Let's get back to Mr. James Beam. You did send me an email, and I sent before the stream tonight. Okay. So, James Beam, dates from May. So it shouldn't be a year old, right? And it's a little bag. And you're confident it should say James Beam on it, right? Is this song copyrighted? This song's copyrighted, right? Click on this. Can't play that song. Backcountry. I remember that time period. Mr. James. Here's a James Gower. Here's a James Espada. That's actually expired. Here's a Jacket. This is super expired. This says 224 on it. They're not coming back for that. There's a James Smallwood. How do you get a wax hole? We got Jared. Definitely not in there. James Beam, were you going under a different name back then? Could you have gone under a different name? Like, for example, did you once make a payment with a different account? Jimmy, J. Manuel. I'm looking in some different boxes now. We're checking to make sure you didn't get sorted into the wrong box, potentially, because that could happen, too. Jack Woodworth, Jacob. We already checked the JAs, Jacob. Okay, let's put this away. Here are the JEs. We got Jesus, Jessica, Jean, Jeremy. Holy, this is so expired. This Jeremy guy's got some fat bags, and they're crazy expired. Whoa, a little dark Golduck in here, huh? Nah, that's no good. It's got a bad corner up there. Oh, well. Cute, though. Let's see. We're going to put this. I need a place to put this right away. Put it in here. Beast and the Harlot. I remember the Beast and the Harlot because it had a kind of a sexier music video, and I would watch it and I'd be like, oh, mama. I remember that one. Okay, here's a Jesse Padilla. That's an empty box. You're not in there. Jeffrey, Jedediah. You want one of these abandoned bags, James Beam? Because apparently everyone's abandoning their bags. All the small bags get abandoned. Just give you a abandoned bag. Put it in my bag. I really hate 90% of the music on the radio nowadays. Joseph, Joya, Joshua, Joseph, Joshua, 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 Joseph Valenti, Joshua. Lots of Joshuas. I'm checking every J box for you, every J box possible to try and find you, okay? We got Joel. It's pretty rare to get missorted, though, to be honest. John Fang. John Fang, he's got some old stuff, too, doesn't he? Joey Maycumber. John Skids. Mister, you can buy my bag for whatever you feel. It's fine. What? Joshua Whipple, is that right, Mr. Whipple? You mean buy it, like, with cash? This one right here? What'd you pull in here? You got a little Dynamo, a couple of ARs, and there's a little Master Ball. All right, so those would be, in my opinion, kind of hard to move. And a lot of it is resting on their ability to grade 10, but that one's not looking like you'll grade 10. Neither that one. That one has a slight chance. Your cards are off center and bad. What do you want for them? Do you want to trade them for a card, like a slab? Not cash, just credit. Here's Joseph Valenti. Joseph Valenti. You can, if you see like a slab you want, you should offer to trade it for the slab, okay? Could be like whatever you think it's worth, I guess. John Wolf, Joey Barton. All right, so I am just not seeing his bag. Set this over here. I better ask him what was in it next, okay? I cannot find it. Wait, his name is Harsh Barge. Let's see if there's an H bag with Harsh Barge. Here's a Harshit. Maybe that's why my brain thought to check the H's. Somebody named Harshit was in there. Hammam, Harley, Haunted, Hamnet. No, he's not in here. Okay. All right, let me continue communicating to him now, guys. Sorry, we're having a little bag trouble here. All right. The next order is Zach. What's up, Mr. Zach? Flareon break. All right, Mr. Zach. Zach Stex. Okay. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking. That's Creed. They were previously a Christian band, weren't they? Boomer. That's oldies now. You know that? When I was a kid, oldies was from the 70s, right? It would have been 1990s, and my dad would listen to music from the 70s, and that was 20 years ago. Now, it's 2025. If you play 1990s music or early 2000s, that's like older than when you were a kid and your dad listened to 1970s music. That's how old that is. That is oldies. Refresh Zell, says Mr. Pierce. All right, Mr. Pierce wants to open up another pack of the Star Wars. Let me just make sure you don't run into somebody else. Okay. We got to make sure that you don't cut the line. Nice. We got some Ayakashi Triangle coming up soon. But it is going to be your turn first, Mr. Brandel. Brandel. Yeah, we have drop dead low prices on all of the Weiss stuff. Go into the menu in the description. You'll see it. I put clearance price tags on almost all of the Weiss product, and we took them down extremely low in price. Like some of them were cut in half in price. You're talking about some of them are as cheap as $30 a box now, and it's on purpose. It's clearance. We're letting them go completely. We want them off the menu. We want them all the way off. Here's a Strong Woman. Very nice. We've got Strong Woman. Cool. Thanks, Disney. Here's little teddy bears. That's nice. And, ooh, yeah, look at these TIE fighters. Can't complain about TIE fighters. Imperial Fleet. Release the witch. Mister, is the Onami still on the table? The Nami break is, yeah. Here it is. Where to go? Wait, where to go? Here it is. The Mango Nami break. 8 out of 18 so far. Flareon's now 3 out of 10. It is the weekend. You know, you might see that Flareon move a little faster than usual. But in general, it's just a good break, right? It's a high-quality card. Picking up that vintage card would be great for your collection if you happen to pull it. All right. No, there was a slab called Onami. I don't know about that one. I don't have a memory of that one. Onami, huh? Mommy Nami. Thank you, Brandel Vargas. Feel free to try again. By the way, let me get you this bonus card. You get Ratatouille. Mwah. Mamma mia. The French say Mamma mia, not the Italians say Mamma mia, not the French. That was my point. It was a sick Nami card. Oh, I know what you're referencing. Okay, so that is sold. The Onami is sold. I remember. Okay, we've got Mega Deontay. We got Donkey Kang. We've got Skeptile. All right. Gregory Powers Graphics says 49 months. Wow, that's a long time, man. Speaking of this, look at that. This guy's kind of old, too. His name's Donkey Kang, and he was one of Nintendo's oldest, most successful franchises. Remember that video game? Hamum, he says, hi, Miss Dole. My computer's been down. I've been using the warranty to repair it. It's almost back up. 50 on slab away. Sweet. All right, Hamum, sorry about your computer, man. I'm glad the warranty's covering it or something like that. So you got the Hello Kitty black label, and I believe it's going to come down to 200. Boom. Congratulations. We have an order of Gabriel Gallegos, 2 boxes, Ayakashi Triangle. Mister, did my last shipping label print? Says Patrick. Patrick, what's the name of the bag for the shipping label? Let me go get this. Oh, was it this? Actually, it looks like we didn't finish Hawk Kamek. Hold on. Yeah, Hawk Kamek. Let me go ahead and print this for Mr. Hawk. The shipping software is as bad as ever. I actually emailed them, and they said they are having a bug where you have to wait a very long time for it to tell you the price of the label. There we go. So I printed that fresh label for him. Good. And I was here before I subscribed. Oh, that means you've been here a really long time. Pat Gibbs, and it's just slabs. Didn't we order that? Didn't you order shipping for that a little while ago? Pat Gibbs, that wasn't tonight, right? You ordered that a little while ago, so it should have that should like already be out and everything, right? The Canadian band Nickelback was so popular they had to take down their Nickelback was from here town sign because it was causing too many near-miss accidents on the highways. What? Hey, y'all, and Mister, I'm drunko. You're drunk. Oh, I see. From taking pictures. Okay, so we were grabbing 2 boxes of Ayakashi Triangle. The queue is empty. Jump in that queue, guys. Oh, yeah. This is how you remind me. What? I like her pants around her ankles. What? All right, ready? All right. Ayakashi Triangle. Good. This is how you remind me that I got to pee. All right. I hated Nickelback. Didn't like any of their music. None of their hits. And when they got annoying, they got super annoying. I didn't like Taylor Swift either. I couldn't stand her either. Actually, I disliked Taylor Swift so much that I was like in the group that was enjoying when her album came out, and I was receiving mixed reviews. This recent album, the one where she girl bossed Too Close to the Sun, if you know what I mean. And I realized I was becoming obsessed with my dislike of her music. So I gotta be like, okay, I gotta step back from all this. Taylor Swift. I love Taylor Swift. She makes the best Starbucks, Target, coffee, Walmart music. I feel really good in an elevator with her music playing. Taylor Swift has the long belly you like. I don't like the way she looks either. She's not that attractive. We are. All right. You ready? Here goes. Okay, we got a holographic girl. Here's a holographic girl. These are the correct takes. Look at this craft. Look at this photograph. Christina Aguilera is better. Oh my God. Nah, I'm Gwen Stefani. I'm Team Gwen Stefani. What are you talking about? Dang, dude. Gwen Stefani was so good in the 90s. She definitely shaped the sound of the 90s. We are. She did. Britney Spears did. Although I didn't really like Britney Spears' music. Actually, I didn't really like Gwen Stefani's music that much when she went off and did her own thing. I just liked the No Doubt music a lot. Classic 90s. It was so sound defining for that time period. We are. All right. Like, I'm stuck with her in Kansas City. We are. Let's see. Here's a hollow. Corn is garbage. You better not be talking about corn that way. I know you're not talking about corn that way. Yo. Remember, Korn, they talked about their sound. They talked about how they came up with an idea of taking some of that reggae sound and adding it to their rock music. And that's what gave them their unique noise for some of their music. And that was a good gimmick for a little while. And then they just kind of faded into rock star obscurity like many rock stars do. Gwen Stefani and Eve Sib. Mr. is very cultured. Oh, thank you. What? We are. Oh, very nice. Son O'Connor Zombie. Yes. This is definitely not a girl and a guy who's been gender swapped. No, it's two girls in that image. Korn is the Gwen Stefani of hard rock. No, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Let's see. Here's a hollow. You know a band I really didn't like that a lot of people did like, though? Linkin Park. Linkin Park's like one of my wife's favorite bands. And I don't hate them. Like, there's definitely worse bands. And I'm sorry the one guy committed unalive, the lead singer. Maybe he really was kind of, one of those tortured artist types. But the music, it tries too hard to be cool. I think that's one of the things I don't like in music. Anytime music's genuinely about being cool, I can't do it. It kills me, you know. Being cool is like one of these traits that actually is like a big turnoff for me. Whoa! When I see a guy trying to be really cool, I always get like embarrassed from him. I'm like, oh, geez, dude. What's wrong with you? Look at this leather jacket. I wear sunglasses indoors. You are? Oh, yeah. Crawling in my skin. Crawling. Yeah. There you go. But, you know, he was kind of a sound of that time period as well, along with Breaking Benjamin. Which, what happened to Breaking Benjamin? Did that guy come out alive? I can't remember. Is that guy still alive, actually? I don't know. I know Linkin Park, the lead singer, killed himself. That was the problem. Breaking Bad, did that happen with them? I can't remember. That was box number 1, Gabriel. So these boxes at Ayakashi Triangle are incredibly cheap. They are really cheap. They're $38 a box, I think. I've shipped twice the past week or so, and I only got confirmation for the first one, urgent. Ah, I see. So you are wanting to make sure that your second shipment is going out. Okay. Let me grab this other Ayakashi box. Can you tell me when you requested shipping? It wasn't tonight, right? So you requested shipping a couple days ago, and you're worried because you didn't get 2 labels. So all we got to do is open up our tracking system and see if we printed 2 labels for you. Last time I saw Breaking Benjamin, they were super old and not very cool. Tool is still number 1. Yeah, Tool is my number 2. Tool had a couple good songs, right? Like Vicarious and I'm trying to remember the name of all his songs. He's got the one where he's drunk. Why Can't We Be Sober? Right, his name is called Sober. And he had the one, what was it called? Like Pythagorean or something? I can't remember the name of it. The thing is, I listened to it. It's got some cool music videos. That's great. He has a really unique, like, bassist. So the bassist has a cool chord or whatever you want to call it. All of that was real inventive. And then he just kind of stopped. He went off to go make Perfect Circle, and Perfect Circle was definitely not as good. I don't know. Tool should have made more stuff. Oops. Last shipping was ordered 3 days ago. All right, so we know that you're meant to have had a label printed 3 days ago. Now, just because the tracking number didn't show up, that might not mean anything. It might just mean that the mailman didn't scan it, which the mailman out here is really terrible. So he might have just not scanned it. We'll take a look. We need to make sure that it says that it was printed off. That's the most important thing. Now, if it doesn't say we printed it off, then we know something went wrong. Mister, what is Queen then other than cool? That's classic epic rock. Queen's pretty cool. Yeah, Queen's, they're really classic rock. Definitely. There you go. Queen's really, he did a lot of work. You are? Mama, I'm super gay. I saw a picture of Freddie Mercury in bed with like 10 other dudes, and they all had this big grin on their face. Oh my God. Up to no good, huh? All right. But no, his music was great. And you see that a lot with artists. A lot of artists are gay guys. You are. Here's a hollow. Quantum names something more unique. Dio and Ingui Malmstream. What's good, Mr.? Hey, what's up, man? Mr. Aloja. Is it Aloha? Is that that's the PlayStation sound. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, like I found out one of my favorite artists, David Bowie. You guys like David Bowie? He put out a lot of big hits, a lot of oldies, right? And so if you ever listen to his music, you fall in love with his music. And you find out that that guy was like sort of like trans before it was called being trans back then. Same with Mick Jagger. You ever notice that? Mick Jagger, that guy, kind of the same time period. And that guy was dressing up like a woman. And I'm pretty sure he was sleeping with dudes, right? It's implied strongly that he was. Like, he was caught in bed with dudes. And it's like, well, okay. That's part of being an artist, I guess. You are. Artists don't play by the same rules. Loved Bowie. Bowie's music is really good. And if you watch him, yeah, he kind of dresses like halfway like a woman. And so does Mick Jagger. And they're all loose and free, you know, when they're singing and dancing and all this stuff. And yeah, it's kind of a fruity thing, isn't it? Like, you don't see Putin doing that, right? Putin's not going to do all that stuff. Somebody's got to do it. Might as well be Mick Jagger. All right. I don't think it impeded his chances with women. Sounds kind of gay. G-Unit, Jay-Z, D-Block. Well, you know, kind of all the way here in the future, you learn about, like, you know, like P. Diddy and all these other guys, these hardcore black rappers, and you find out a bunch of them are gay, too. It's really fascinating, you know? It is? Oh. So it's definitely a fascinating thing. Maybe there's no escape if you're going to be a musical artist. You just become gay, or you are gay, or something in the middle, or, you know what I mean? It is very expressive. Okay. How can you be a tough guy and a ballerina artist at the same time? It's not easy, huh? Throwing this away. P. Diddy oil. Yeah, you'd like all that oil and all that. Holy, man. Or maybe it's a decadence or hedonism thing. Oh, bring the butter. Like Futurama. Prepare the butter. Here's a hollow. System of a Down. System of a Down was cool. Yeah, they had a bunch of big hits. They really dominated for a while on the music, on the radio. All right, there you go. No signatures in this round, Mr. Gabriel. They had some good ones, man. Even their album with the deep cuts, some of those deep cuts were pretty good. But like a lot of bands, like Avenged Sevenfold, they had some big hits. They're a little catchy, you know, they got their unique style, and then it just kind of fizzled or something. They didn't, like, go further. They didn't ascend. Oh, Donald Duck. You're a Gorillaz fan. Gorillaz, there was a couple around that time period, like Beastie Boys, Gorillaz, Brightside? Is it Brightside? What's the name of that one band? The one band that made Mr. Brightside. There were a couple bands that all kind of had this certain feel in that time period, like metrosexual male feel or something. And Gorillaz was one of them. And my sister loved the Gorillaz, so of course I got to hear all the Gorillaz. Like Modest Mouse. Yeah, there were like these metrosexual men kind of sounds, like Death Cab for Cutie was another one. And I feel like Gorillaz somehow fit into that group. The Killers, yes. How do you forget that name? The Killers. The Killers made a lot of hits. They were really good. They made a lot of hits. He doesn't look a bit like Jesus. Gabriel with the G. Actually, I remember hearing that song where, it's like the guy's watching his girlfriend cheat on him or something like that. I remember feeling these conflicted feelings while I was listening to this song. I was like, oh, that's not good. It's like, oh, what is this guy singing about? You get a lot of music, you get like pumped up, or you get to feel sad, or you get to feel like, like System of a Down, right? They had like Bring Your Own Beer and all this stuff. They rev you up. You're like, F the politicians. Jesus isn't real. You're getting all hyped up. Then the Mr. Brightside comes on, and this guy's describing his girlfriend cheating on him, and you're like, how do I? Yeah, I was much younger. And I'm like, how do I relate to that? That's not good. I don't want to hear about this. I remember it was almost stressful to hear. All right, next up, we want to take a look at Patrick Gibbs shipping. Patrick Gibbs. It's loading. So, Patrick, we're going to type in your last name. That should work. Says you were last shipped on 10/19. It is in transit and no other dates. So let's go into PayPal now and take a look at your shipping requests so that we can see if you ordered one 3 days ago, which would have been about 10/22. One last Star Wars, then I'm done, says Pierce. Sounds good, Pierce. I'm going to get that for you, okay? Appreciate the orders tonight. Big orders. All right. Says here, sales are definitely down this last week. That's too bad, huh? It definitely felt it. Did you guys feel that? This week felt kind of slow. Oh, wait. Does Patrick Gibbs not use PayPal? Let me look you up this way. Patrick Gibbs. So, your last order on October 22nd. 2 Poke Shuffles and ship my slabs. I bet you I got you the Poke Shuffles, but I either forgot to ship the slabs or I didn't read the order well enough. Patrick, let me go ahead and get you that label. I'm sorry, man. Why don't we upgrade the shipping, Mr. Patrick? We'll go with priority shipping, okay? So you're going to get faster shipping on this. Was it a lot of slabs or just like a handful of them? Let me think about it. You're probably part of the PSA return. Is that the deal? Bet you're part of the PSA return. Let me just take a look. Should be under here under returns. August 225. But this stream seems to be busy. This one's busy. That's true. I'm glad it's busy, huh? Battlefield and Black Ops might have affected sales. Yeah, and the release of the new Pokemon game, too. I told you guys, every time a new Pokemon game comes out, for whatever reason, it always feels like my stream slows down. No, I won like 5 slabs from the live shuffles. Ah, perfect. Okay, that's right. You were having a great night. And so we're going to grab this, and then we're going to grab priority mail. So you're going to get the faster shipping. And now you'll just need to wait a minute while it chooses the cost of the postage. This always takes like 5 minutes now. Hopefully they do a patch for that so that it gets fixed soon. Yeah, the software is awkward. So we got a label getting printed for you for all your slabs to be shipped. It was my fault, Patrick. I just did not print the label, it looks like. All right. So we want to work with Mr. James Beam. So James Beam, he says... He says, you moved my bag somewhere else out of the J's, but I can't remember. Oh, well, you should have started with that. If you had started with that, I would have known that it's not in there at all. Okay, so let's see. Oh my God, it's right here, James. Look how easy that was. The moment you said that, I found it in 2 seconds. Because there's only a few places it would have gone. My bad, dude. All right. Guess I should have started looking in those places to begin with. This is an expired bag. Wow. Why do we even keep that? Why do I even keep that around? It's because it's because I hope that the person comes back and I can just give them their stuff. So Patrick Gibbs, new label. I bet you did it charge up? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we get you a nice priority label. Okay. Very nice. Alexis will know this is a slabs label. I don't have to actually write slabs on it. She knows when a label comes in and it's blank, it's a slabs label. Now, James Beam, he's going to be very happy to know that I found it. I'm going to go ahead and email him. The minute you said it was moved, I found it right away. Thanks for helping out. Okay, we'll hit that send. So he is ready to ship now. Here's his baggie with a couple vintage cards in it. James Beam, everybody. Let's get his shipping. Everything was the way it was meant to be. No problems at all. Oh, did I actually print a James Beam label? Oh, I did. I printed a label ahead of time, didn't I? That's so clever of me. All right, so we already printed his label. I got it right here in my hand. And I just slip it into his bag and we're done. Good. A lot of shipping tonight. We got a lot of shipping done. That's good. This Galarian Moltres is so good. Mickey Mouse, PSA 2. Crazy trip, isn't it? Of course, it's a buggy ride. That's Mickey and Minnie on that. Really high quality card with no glue on the back. We were showing those off yesterday. Okay, and then we got Mega Swampert. It's troublesome. I feel like I'm never going to sell this because it's a whopping $200. Who's going to buy that for $200 other than a Mickey Mouse collector? And I don't think everyone in here is a Mickey Mouse collector. Let's see what Christopher Garcia has for us, guys. So he's given us some hollows, this full art, some kitty cat. Whoa, this was from a long time ago. What set was this? I forgot. These are just commons. He probably doesn't care for the commons. Okay, so he didn't really have anything in his bag. He had a couple interesting commons, probably worth less than $1. That's why. That's why he left the bag behind. I should have just gone through his bag earlier. If I had gone through it earlier, I would have seen he's abandoning it because he doesn't want to spend $9 shipping all that. He goes, now that's stinky. I have copper coins that you sell as well, and that Blockbuster Mew card. That should all be in here, Mr. Harsh Badge. Let's see. Are you watching? So there's the copper coin. There's the Blockbuster card. It's all here. It appears to all be good. I'll just put this back in here. Do you have an extra box for eBay slabs? Maybe the Lugia was there. Just an idea I had. Would I have listed that straight to eBay? I don't think I would have listed that straight to eBay, but maybe. Let me grab this box behind me. Mike's Side says, nightmare, 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 nightmare. What? Did you have a nightmare? Karis has nightmares where she gets really scared in the actual nightmare. No, it's not in here. I did check, okay? It wasn't in here. I get nightmares. My nightmares are all kind of like depressing. Pierce says, and I don't think you understand. What? Oh, is that a song? Brandon Vargas is next. He ordered a pack of Star Wars. That sounds like an old song. Okay. Oh, Mr. Brandel. You ready? One more shot at glory. There's some really big cards that can come out of here. That goes, and I don't think you understand. That's how that goes, doesn't it? Some of these old songs are being like rejuvenated on social media. That was some lady from the 90s, and her song was just okay. And then much later on, it's super popular on social media on like TikTok. All right. Very good. All right. Good. I found my Blockbuster card. You gonna let me encapsulate your Blockbuster card? Thank you, Mr. Brandel Vargas. You got some nice cards here. You didn't get any spectacular super ones. Could be in the next pack. You never know. Okay, Brandel. Sweet. Love these Topps Chrome Star Wars packs. Very popular. Yes, I am. That's a good idea. Yeah, that'd be cool. Huh? Sarah Dewsbury, 2 OP13 boxes, 10 Poke Shuffles. The new rule with the Poke Shuffles. Buy 10, get 1 free. All right, we got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Good luck in there. Okay, that wasn't a hit, though. Dark Hypno was, though. Oh, yeah, Dark Hypno. But only Dark Hypno. I think that's actually technically kind of a cold round. Whoa, this box has moved. The 10 with the bonus card is popular. You ready? All right, Dark Hypno. Where is he at? There he is, Dark Hypno, beautiful card, but only graded 6.5. So I think we can assume he was more like a $25 card. So I think that was a tough round. Miss Stella? You got a lot of slabs. The dreams of which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. That's actually, that's Mad World. Not by Gary Jules, but by the 80s band called something. But then it gets remade by Gary Jules. And so it gets a lot more attention later on in life. It gets this Gears of War trailer attention. Wow, very cold. We're not done. Miss Sarah still gets 2 boxes of OP13. And she's going to pull out Super Fire out of there. By the way, yeah, Tears for Fears. Thank you. That's the correct one. By the way, Sarah, I believe I was cleaning up my inventory room, and I discovered we've got more One Piece that is not on the list. So I believe it's OP11. It's either 11 or 12. So I'm going to go get you your OP13s, and then I think I'm going to list the other one for sale now. Yeah, so I found OP11. Here it is. What do we got? How many packs are in here? I actually forgot. 24? All right, so we'll do about 3.5 for these as well. Okay, we're going to hit save. OP11 is back on the menu. Oh, OP11. Yep, we got a little bit more of it. It's almost a full case. It looks like there's exactly 2 boxes missing from the case. And you know, I'm not surprised that I lost track of it because that inventory room was so bad. It was so bad. I had everything everywhere, and I've been spending the last like 2 weeks cleaning up that inventory room. It's looking so good now. We're getting rid of the Weiss Schwartz boxes that have been with me for a year. They're all going to go. They're on super clearance, super cheap. They're not meant to make any money. We're just getting completely rid of them. And then we'll be ready for new Weiss Schwartz. And it's kind of the same with One Piece. So we're getting an idea of exactly how much One Piece sets we got left. I got to say something. One Piece does very well, guys. It actually sells through pretty harshly. Oh, by the way, EB3, right? That's one, or EB1, right? That one doesn't sell too well. So EB1, we're going to change EB1 Japanese from 350 to 250. EB1, $2.50 per pack. It's coming down by a whole dollar a pack. That's a pretty significant price change. So that's what, like $60 a box, maybe? Let me just double check that. Let me make sure I'm not completely under the eBay price. EB01. So there it is. Oh, that is under eBay. Hold on, let me match eBay. So eBay's 70 a box. So we're gonna raise it to 70. That's zero markup on EB1. Zero markup. Pretty cool. $2.90. I guess we'll just make it like $3 or something. So there it is, $3 on EB1. EB1 just got cheaper. There you go. All right. OP11's on the menu. EB1 is basically a clearance item now. Should I put the mark on it? I feel like I ought to. People should know when there's no markup on the item, it's basically clearance. Because here's what I could do with the item. I could just post it to eBay, and then eBay will gobble it up. I know this for a fact because I've done it already. When you take a sealed booster box of a product, and you set your price to the cheapest buy now price for that booster box, it sells. eBay will feed us, delete us that box. Ready? Box number 1, Miss Sarah. Okay. Mister, on my latest submission, PSA offered me 95% of marks on my slabs. 95% of marks? Are you saying they're trying to buy your slabs away from you? That's pretty cool. You know, if you think about it, PSA probably really benefits from this arrangement because they've already got the slab in their hand, so there's no shipping. They also don't have to pay any, like, platform fee, right? They don't have to pay eBay anything. So for them to buy it that way is probably pretty nice for them. And so they know they're avoiding those fees. But then on top of that, if they're buying under market and then they can sell it slightly above market, there's a margin in there. There's a margin for them at that point. Pretty interesting. All right. I've been thinking about sending my cards off to PSA just to actually store them in the vault, just so that they're not with me. Ooh. Good. Here's a holo. I'm a little scared to do that. I'm scared for them to have my cards, actually. Here's a holo. Here's a holo. Here's this guy with the sword. Here's a holo. Here are these kids. Now, you don't like the holos, Miss Sarah. Let me remove that. So we've got 2 SRs so far. There's a 24-hour window where you can sell the slabs directly. At least that's how it was for my last return. Yeah, I tested this out. They offered to buy one of my 9s, and it really wasn't much money. But I just wanted to test it, so I let them buy it. And yeah, it was just really easy. It just didn't show up in the order, and then I didn't have to go through the trouble of selling a 9. They didn't offer for anything weird that I was creating. So I like poker cards and stuff, and they didn't offer on the poker. And I was like, ha, more poker for me. Here's, oh, look at that. That looks great. Cool, check that out. Beautiful. Getting the waifu sets. Is that EB3? Yeah, so the waifu set has been ordered, and I believe I received the email that it has been shipped, so it's on the way. Tossing this. Doesn't that give PSA an incentive to overgrade them as they know they may be selling them? Direct conflict of interest. Yep, that's what I think. I'm sure that's what Rattle Pokemon thinks. It is absolutely a conflict of interest to be in the market. Perhaps we're just expected to trust them, and that's it. I don't know. But yeah, if they misgrade a card, like if they give a 9 or 10 that they really wanted, and then they go offer to buy it from you too. But here's the thing. Here's one of the things. You don't have to sell it to them either. You know, so maybe they, I'm sure they care more about their grading brand than they do about this one sale on one card. Okay, that's box number 1. You want a little bonus poker card? I graded only modern hits, so they offer 95% on all 100 slabs. That's very fascinating. There it goes. It kind of makes you wonder, like, they're this close to just grading the cards themselves and then just selling the cards. Why don't they just do that? You know, why don't they just get it done already? All right, look at that. Also, you know, here are some other thoughts I have. Right now, they're offering good prices because they probably need to build up an inventory based on demand. But that demand will probably taper off as people learn that they just lose money on these mystery pack gambles. Because I don't know how generous the gambles are, but I doubt that they're super generous. And as PSA slows down on needing a demand of those, I think that they will offer less competitive pricing on it too. Here it is. But, you know, this enters PSA and these other companies into this new card shop role where they're betting on the market. You know, because if you buy up a huge slab inventory, that market better keep going up, you know, or else you're in trouble. When are you going to be a special guest on the PokeRev stream? You know, he offered for me to come over, but I told him I'm a bit busy. Here it is. All right. No, I don't know, dude. PokeRev. How's he doing? That guy's got a pretty easy life, man. He just needs to open up the latest product that Pokemon's going to give him early access to anyways. So he has this, like, monopoly on content. And then he has to just pump out the same, oh my God, you know, reaction to every box with a big O face. And then he has an editor do all the actual, like, nitty-gritty work. And he's done. Then he goes collects his probably $500,000 to full $1 million for doing that. When you watch it, it almost doesn't seem like he does anything particularly special for the viewer. Like, he really does just do like an O-face and that's it. But I don't know. To the winner goes the spoils. I did a 100 digital pull on the beta, then 250s and a 25. Just keep getting slabs of lesser value. Kept a slab and cashed out for GameStop digital beta. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they obviously see a big opportunity to make money in the card break, you know, secondary market, gambling market, basically. It's all gambles, right? Like, Sarah's opening this box. This box is a gamble. It's a chance for a big hit to come out. And so, you know, people get very snooty about it. They get very self-righteous and, oh, man, this is no good. But the only thing I really have a big problem with, because, you know, that one machine already existed in Vegas, the one that would, you would put money in and it would give you a mystery slab. That machine already existed. The only thing that I really am bothered by is PSA directly participating. That to me seems like it crosses a line. You got Yamada Tomato. Yay! Are we live? What's up, Brian Froon? Slab slot machines. Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, the idea also that they don't even have to be... What? 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 What's this? Is Sarah here? This has got to be some kind of god pack, right? Oh, we got Lufty. We got Ace. We got Sabo. I think that's his name. We got Roger D. Homie. We got... Can't name this one. I'm getting better, though, aren't I? Here's a creepy eyeball man. Wow, that was pretty good, Miss Sarah. All right, I'm liking this box. That was the box to open. God Pack box. Oh, it's Bonnie. That's Bonnie. Okay. I was pretty close, huh? I'm getting a little bit better. You guys got to witness a one-piece God Pack. How cool is that? Okay. That makes this box really high. Look at this. So she pulls this card, Yamato. That's Yamato, right? I don't know if I'm saying that right. And then we got these guys right here. Beautiful. Bonnie. She's the underage girl who can appear as an older woman, right? All right. It's funny, opening the cards, I'm going to know all the characters one day, and I've never even watched the show. Very good. And 5, my YouTube isn't highlighting your lives. Mister, my YouTube is not highlighting your lives. Smash the bell? I don't know. I'm late, says Brian. Brian, that makes me sad, dude. It should tell you that I'm live. Maybe it doesn't tell you I'm live because it wants to see if you go hunting for me. And if you do, it kind of confirms to YouTube that you want to keep getting notifications. Because I think the notification system is probably complex. Like, I don't think YouTube alerts your whole entire subscriber base. I think it only alerts people it thinks are actively watching. Okay. So, Sarah, that's a God Pack. We're going to save that for Mike's side. Thought that was pretty cool. Stream clips. Sarah pulls God Pack on 2, 4, 6 minutes in. And I thought the stream, also earlier in the stream, we show off rocket boxes worth 42K. All right, so that he will probably find that as well. Here's a little bonus, Miss Sarah. You get Moana. Boink. Open it again and yell like Pokerev. Oh my God! All right. Should I yell like Pokerev or should I yell like Leonhardt? I wonder which one. Aha. I have to make an O-face thumbnail so that all the kids get goosebumps when they see me. They go, oh, 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 oh. Oh my God. Okay, toss this up here. Here's a lovely Pikachu poker and a lovely Sceptile and a lovely Eevee. Oh, good. What do we got next? We have Joey Albrecht, 20 Poke Shuffles. Wow, that's quite a lot of Poke Shuffles. I'm scared, bro. 20 of them. I better grab a big chunk here. 1, 2, 3. New rule for the Poke Shuffles: buy 10, get 1 free. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Watch them all be cold. If they're all cold, you know everyone's going to jump in right behind you. Oh, there's that Onyx. Right away. Oh, that is pretty cold. Oh, Dark Flareon. Probably because the Onyx is a big expensive one. And 2 live. Actually, that's about 40. That's about 100. And then you got Darkrai. So maybe 160, 170. That's not bad because you put 100 in. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, live custom goes back in. Is Giovanni Meowth worth anything? Yeah, it's a good one. We like that one. I counted it up after cleaning up my inventory. I have 10 cases of Destined Rivals. Fan of the Destined Rivals. So 2 live customs. We got a win and a 2. 2 cold live customs. I'm sorry. Okay. Joey Albrecht was tired of getting burned in the Poke Shuffle. He says, hey, I better pull a good Poke Shuffle this time. So you're going to pick up this bad boy. This is a PSA 10. So this was last priced on $625. That's PSA 10 Rocket Returns Onyx. It's a really solid card. You know, it's hard. It's pretty hard to go wrong with a PSA 10 vintage common card from a Rocket set. You know what I'm saying? You also get the Flareon. That's not bad. That Dark Flareon was priced at $40, and that's probably accurate. That's Dark Flareon. Did you guys notice this pattern? Check this out. Everyone who's watching, check this out. Dark Flareon, Light Flareon. Ah, pretty cool, huh? You could collect them both. This is the Light Flareon break, by the way. It just moved by 3 spots. You can jump in there for $40. Joey Albrecht. Let's see. Joseph, did you see that Charizard just sold for $8,500? So even before you've paid him off, he has gone up in price. Okay. I'm just going to keep using this dirty sleeve. It's all yours. Enjoy your dirty sleeve. Oops. All right. Yes, I did. I saw that. Pretty good. It is definitely like being able to leverage money to bet in a market or something like that, because you're leveraging my money to bet on whether that Charizard goes up or down. And as long as those bets keep playing out, like as long as the Pokemon market goes up, everybody's happy. But if it goes down, somebody's going to be left holding the bag. And that is the trouble with those red label that's the trouble with those red label slabaways. So, like, I could keep going out there and buying high-end cards like Dark Charizard and then marking them up, you know, maybe like 25% or something. But eventually, the market's got to go down at some point, and then somebody's going to be like, nah, I ain't paying that. That went down. And then they're going to have to cancel and lose some money, and I'm going to be stuck with this card that I can't sell very easily. It's going to suck. But yeah, it makes me uncomfortable because I don't want people to come into my card shop and then leave with memories of a failed, you know, slab away. That's why the red slab away system, it appears to be a good idea, but I'm really letting people gamble on the Pokemon market pretty heavily at that point. In your case, it worked, Mr. Joseph Albrecht. My $3,400 shiny Tyranitar went super up as well, lol. Yeah, you know, I went out and bought another one of those after selling you one. I think I sold another one too. I can't remember. But so that card has been doing extremely well. First edition. So here we are. Let's see what we got here. So I got this one in auction, but it's unlimited. And then this is the first edition. So here's the first edition one with 57 watchers. Wow. $14,000, 57 watchers, everybody. And then and that one's not bad. Look at the cert 9. And then it just gets worse from there. They want 15,000, and that one's got an old cert. That's PSA. Look at that. So that's PSA. It's pretty crazy, huh? Did I type in first edition? Let's get rid of that first edition. Hit save on that. Look, you see this one at the top? That's me. I bought that one. That's me. You purchased this item. That's right, I did. You purchased this item on September. What do you think of that, Joey Albrecht? Sometimes if you want to have a special collection, you just got to go deep. And that's all there is to it. Oh, look at this. This one says October 26th. So this one just sold and it was marked down. Does it say what it got sold at? I'd love to know what this sold for. I bought mine. Technically, it was also marked down. So it's weird that, so like, see how that has a strike through it? It means it sold marked down. This one was also sold marked down. Here, let me see if it doesn't show off my private information. So, I think that's good. So look, mine was actually 13,000, but with taxes, it was 13.7. See? And so that's where we come up with that figure, about 14,000-ish. I'm just basically rounding up. That's the amount I truly spent. But the seller accepted a $13,000 offer. It looks like one just sold October 26th. Oh, that was today. That's today. So this just got an offer and sold today. And it has a good cert as well. That's a cert of 9-1. What was the cert on mine? Oh, look at that. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. Does that say PSA sold that? That says PSA sold that. They can't have sold that. It's in my hand. What's going on here? Look at that. It's the same exact certification number. They believe that they have this card, but they don't. I've got it in my hand. And it's looking very real in my hand. What is going on? They've got an inventory problem. PSA believes that this is like what, in their vault or something? They did all the work for you. Yeah, well, so the sale's not going to go through, obviously, because the card's right here. It looks very real. Yeah. You can't really fake it. Such a complex card would be hard to fake. This went through their what do you call it? It's called their eBay authentication process too. I actually bought this off eBay. Look, you can see this number here is the exact same, the barcode. What am I looking at? I feel like this needs to be a clip. I might as well contact PSA and mention it doesn't make sense. How could you have sold this item when I own it and it's here in my hand? This is an unexpected turn. Here you go. All I can say is I feel confident that I've got it right here. Well, I'm going to contact PSA about that. Mr. Said It Out Loud, it was the same. We would like to see the outcome. Yeah, I'm as curious as you guys are. How could they have said it was in their vault? They have a vault problem. They have a vault problem. Okay, let me look at this. I didn't want to mention this, but I had a different vault problem with them. Let's see. Okay, I got this guy. $9181-4425 on eBay. You accepted some kind of offer on that card, but I also own that card, so there is some kind of duplication error going on. I'm assuming mine is the real one because it has gone through eBay authentication process. So how did you guys have a picture of it to post it on eBay like that? Because obviously it's not in my vault. That's a very expensive Tyranitar. So I'd like to see what went wrong. All right. This might save them some heartache too, because they might be themselves wondering where the heck is this Tyranitar. Watch, he takes down PSA for fraud. Picture is just used from PSA scans. Who listed it? So PSA doesn't list it. The previous owner listed it? Maybe it was still in the previous owner's... I'm going to contact the previous owner too. Maybe it was still in the previous owner's vault. They never removed it. And then maybe he listed it for sale to see what would happen. You think about it. So if it was still in the previous owner's vault and he saw it, maybe he thought the item never transferred. And then he said, well, why don't we try to sell this then? They got to figure their crap out, because that's the card right there. I mean, look at it. It looks perfect. Wait, I've got my All right. Oh. Yep. Look at that. So it's got that special authentication crap going on it on the top edge. I mean, again, I think that's it. I think that's actually the card. So my suspicion looks thicker on the left. So my suspicion is that this is actually the card, and they must have sold it for that guy a second time or something. Okay, let me hold on, let me close this. What's the name of this? This is called Vault Customer Service. It's so funny because I had an email from Vault Customer Service already, because I found a baseball card in my account that's not mine, and I was just telling them about it. They had a baseball card in my Vault account, and I'm like, I don't have baseball cards. So, you know, it was a cheap little card too. It was just a little $19 card, so I wasn't too concerned about it. All right. This is a very expensive card, and it claims you just sold it for someone from the PSA eBay account. But here it is on my table because I'm the owner. I'm the owner, and I didn't sell it. All right. Wait, let me add a little thing here too. Glad you have the real one. I believe that's real. Here's my theory, is that they never updated the other guy's vault to say that it was sold. So I'll send him a picture of it. God, I hope it's not a sophisticated fake that passed eBay authentication. You know, I don't think it is. It appears to be real. It's got the thing here. Look at the centerpiece on the label. See that? So that looks real. Do you see how we tilt it? And you can kind of see the PSA logo deep inside of it. Okay, so that looks real. Yeah, that looks good. We did get a fake Nami card, and one thing you notice right away is they can't copy that very well. That part of the label is hard to copy. So, you know, so it's got the glow in the dark. It's got the thing here. Looks real. Yeah. So how is it for sale? Doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna go back to eBay and look at it again. I sent them a message on eBay. How could you have sold this item when I own it and it's here in my hand? Now, let me look at this again. So I want to see if there's any difference on the card inside of the holder real fast. I don't know. I don't want to like piss off PSA and make a video out of this. I like PSA. So somebody mentioned that mine's a little fat on the left, but actually so's this one if you look. See? A little fat on the left side. Looks identical to me. That's the one. It's this card. Let me see if there's a flaw I can find. So, yeah, so if we look really hard, maybe that right there is a flaw. See how there's a couple of dots are a bit lighter. So that's edge wear. Lovely 10, huh? That's just how it works, by the way. It's pretty normal. There it is. You can see them. That's the card. That's the exact card. So I have it in my hand. There it is. See the white dot right there. So you can identify it by that little matching piece. What a night, huh? What a strange night. PSA 9, mister. Well, you know, maybe if they graded it in the 10s, you know, the 10 certs, it wouldn't have gotten a 10. But I'm satisfied with it. A lot of PSA 10s work that way. They're not perfect. You know, it's not a black label. That's how PSA 10s have always kind of worked. They're not black labels, which is also why black label is so relevant, by the way. But yeah, so that's very fascinating. How can this happen? I don't know. Maybe I should make a video. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm going to mark it for Mike's side. Let's see. eBay seems to have sold my Tyranitar 267 minutes in. Hold off on a video for now. Hope there is no major backlash. No, there won't be, but, you know, I like PSA, you know, so, you know, I don't mind not stirring any trouble up over it. So it can just be something we knew about, and then, you know, they fix it. I bet it's a duplicate error. The duplication error probably occurred in their vault system. They probably failed to remove it from the guy's vault who sold it to me. And then he looked in his vault and he's like, well, Tyranitar is still there. So he said, let's try selling it. But I don't know why he would do that, considering, you know, he would have received my cash. So obviously my cash is not in my account. So why would he try to sell it if he still got the cash? He should have contacted me and told me I've still got this Tyranitar. Because PSA doesn't own these cards and sell it themselves. They consign. They do consignment. Yeah, something's going on. Something's fishy, huh? Very interesting. Maybe I will mention to him the person who sold it to me. So I'm going to add that last detail. Sorry, guys, a bit of a detour for this stream. Oh, it's 5:48. The stream's over. It's really late. Super X90. So I'm going to go tell him Super X90 sold it to me. All right. They do consignment, but you have to send it to PSA first. Well, I already knew that the guy who sold it to me, I already was aware that it was in his vault because he actually told me it was in his vault. And so he shipped it to me through eBay. eBay authenticated it for me. It took a while. It's here. That appears to be the exact copy of it. It seems to be real. And now they just sold it. So I assume he found that he still had it and he tried to sell it. That's why thing happened. Mr. Gabriel. All right, Gabriel. All right, here we are. Ba-dum. The whole reason that I was in a conversation with the vault guy for PSA anyways, it was because I had found a baseball card in my vault that wasn't mine. And I told them, hey, that baseball card's not mine. And so he was saying, thank you for your integrity for helping us, you know, discover that. Yeah, I opened my vault account one day and I said, wait a second, what's this baseball card doing in here? It's not like a gift, right? It goes. Jose Redondo says 3 energy shuffles. Hey, how's it going? Let me get all these orders done. We're running a little late. We went on a little detour there, worthwhile detour. We're talking about Tyranitar prices, and I didn't expect to run into my own Tyranitar for sale on eBay. In fact, if I had not checked the certification numbers, I wouldn't have noticed that. It is. I'm going to check my label now as well. Yeah. Well, so somebody accepted an offer that they, or PSA accepted an offer from somebody on eBay. So, and that happened today. And so that person has paid for the item, but they're going to discover that they don't have it. Here's a holo. Here's a holo. It's breakfast time, mister. Yeah, it is. Breakfast time. Breakfast. Okay. Ooh. Lovely. Set this here. Set this here. Here's a holo. Oops. All right. Here's a holo. Here's a holo. Lovely. Yeah, I feel confident after looking at that other one. I feel confident we have that Tyranitar with us. It's real. I think that the other guy looked into his account, saw that it was still in his account, and he said, okay. And he probably wondered what it all meant. And then after a while, he said, why don't we just try selling it again? So he probably consigned it through eBay. That's my bet. Okay. I wonder why he would do that, because he didn't do that the first time. He sold it himself the first time. Here's a holo. He wanted to make more money scam. Yeah, exactly. It's like he should have been able to check his bank and seen that the item had already been paid for, and then he tried to sell it again. So that doesn't sound like something a good person does it? But we can't judge him because we don't actually know what happened. But I know PSA doesn't just list slabs for sale, you know? So I'm assuming somebody applied for PSA to sell it for them as a consignment slab. It was a slab that they saw in their vault that doesn't exist. PayPal or eBay, I'm sorry, PSA or eBay failed to remove it from that person's vault. That was the butt card. Love the butt card. That's what happened. They failed to remove it. Here we are. Okay, and now we have the blonde-haired girl. Oops. Very nice. That's for Gabriel. Do you know, mister, if after you sell a vaulted PSA slab, do you individually have remove it from the vault after sold, or is it done automatically? Well, of course it's supposed to be done automatically. You're not supposed to remove it. They remove it. Here we are. Sounds like they're still learning how to operate their own vault, which means if you send them vault items, you better take like a picture of what you send them or something. You need to document it or something. Guess I'd be a little scared to send them all my stuff now. Too many issues. Okay, Gabriel. That's fishy. Well, again, I don't think PSA did anything nefarious because I definitely own that Tyranitar. We even found like a white dot on the upper corner, upper edge, and it matched the exact picture of the one listed on eBay, which means they were trying to sell my exact card, but it's right here. So it doesn't exist. It exists in my hand, not in their vault. And they're going to go to the vault to ship it and say, hey, this is missing. Next up, we have an order. Gabriel, go ahead and do a round of shipping. Thank you, Gabriel. I appreciate it, man. Gabriel Gallegos. Picking up some sexy booty butt cards. Let's get you a free poker card. Oh, fix that real fast. Okay. Good. He wanted to make more money scam. Do you know, mister, if after you vaulted, do you have to remove it? All right. Already answered that. What a night. That was really interesting. I wonder if PSA paid the man if they think the card is still in their possession. They probably, well, I don't know. Maybe they do pay him right away. I don't know exactly how the payout works, but they're going to get their money back. I mean, they can't accept him keeping that money if they don't have the card. So I bet they don't pay out until they confirm the card is like shipped or something. Can you tell me more about the Shining Magikarp? Where does those come from? Shining Magikarp. That's a 25th anniversary card, so it's about 5 years old now, really. And those come from the 25th celebration set. Okay, Gabriel, is a heavier bag. But we're not doing priority mail anymore. We're doing regular standard shipping. Great stream. Yeah, today's stream was a really interesting one. Who smells fishy? My ex-girlfriend? Glad I could help you. That was so strange. Don't you think it was strange? Like, what are the odds that they would list that and sell it today? And we would catch that just then. Like, I just happened to look it up, and we noticed it. And, yeah, probably within 24 hours of it selling. Because it's October 26th right now, right? And the one that sold on eBay says it ended on October 26th. So it had to have sold after 1 a.m., after 12 a.m. And so it just sold hours ago. Just sold hours ago, and we happened to have noticed it. Very interesting. It's fate. Yeah, it is something. You gonna stream tomorrow? Tomorrow is Sunday, and AI says that I'm strictly supposed to not stream. But I don't know. I don't know, because I sit there and I do nothing. I pretty much twiddle my thumbs. And so for 5 hours, I twiddle my thumbs. It just... maybe I'll work on submissions. We got to get all our submissions in now. It's the end of the month. It was meant to be. End of the month. Okay, good. We have an order of Sarah Dooserberry. She wants 2 of the OP11 boxes. Let's go get those OP11 boxes right away. Oh, yeah. OP11. Yeah. Tomorrow is an update stream. Update. Ready? Snip that. We had a pretty strong viewership tonight. Wouldn't you guys agree? So, by the way, Miss Sarah pulled a God Pack out of her previous box, and I do believe that that should count toward the bounty. Additionally, Joey Albrecht pulled a chase card out of the Pokey Shuffles. I believe that should also count, right? So we need to add 2 people to the bounty tonight. Miss Sarah and Miss Joseph. Mr. Joseph. You can be a Miss Joseph if you want. I don't judge. Okay, snipping this 24-hour stream today. Come on. That Kuromi's pretty cute, huh? I do accept trades for stuff like that. You guys can always trade toward those kind of cards. Here's a hollow. Here's a hollow. Here's a hollow. Oh, do you want your hollows this time? I don't know if she wants her hollows this time. Here's an SR, though. So this is OP11. I found out that we had more of it when I was cleaning up our inventory room. I prefer the older Diamond and Pearl Pokemon games on my DS. Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of people prefer the older games. The newer games aren't, they're not, you know, they're not innovating very much. They're just 3D now. And the 3D artworks are kind of ugly. They're not doing voice acting. The stories haven't gotten way better. The bad guys haven't gotten way better. Yeah, Pokemon's been very easy to criticize when it comes to their video games. You know who's much harder to criticize? Man, that anime Chainsaw Man. Did you guys see how well it's performing at the box office? It's doing very well. You are? Okay. You play that. It just kind of reminds me that, you know, TV shows like Squid Game are doing super well. That's from Korea. And then you got animes doing really well, like this Chainsaw Man. Pokemon's doing well, even though we are criticizing it. Asia, you know, they're entertaining. I wish there were more American products that were right now at the top, you know, top level of entertainment. I don't feel like we're doing that as much over here. Very good. Did your wife have a successful surgery? Recovering blessings your way. Yes, yes. So, and they even pulled out a pretty bad, he called it a nodule, here it is, which was then tested because he was worried that it could even be like cancerous or something, but it came back benign. So she had something called endometriosis, and it caused like overgrowth of flesh or something like that, I guess. She had it pretty bad. And she also had a cyst on one of her ovaries. And in order to have successful IVF, the doctor, who happens to also be a surgeon who is specially known for these kind of surgeries, he said, we got to go in and remove those things. Here we are. So very interesting. Yeah. All right. What are the breaks right now, mister? Well, we have this really interesting one, this light Flareon's the fast-moving one tonight. He's up by 3 spots. I'd say that's the main one right there. But we also have the Master Ball Gengar still around. The Staff Tyranitar still around. They're still moving. Those are big breaks. Okay. Instead of this, I wonder if PokeRev is watching. Hope he doesn't clip on your discovery. No. I'm sure he has better things to do. Saturday night, 6 a.m. in the morning. Snip of this. Could you guys still get a kid the normal way? So as a result of this surgery, he speculates that we might be able to get pregnant in the normal way, yeah, in the fun way. However, we're not interested in messing around and finding out if it works or not. Karis is right now 30. She doesn't want to get much older before having kids. So she doesn't want to be like 32 trying to have kids. She wants to have kids as soon as possible. And so she's prepared to do IVF. So that is what we told the doctor, and that's what's going to happen next. And so I'm going to have to probably jizz in a cup. That's always fun. Well, I could tell a story about that, man. That's never done that at a doctor's office before. But I had to do it one time because they had to make sure that I wasn't the problem. And you have to, you have to make love to this little plastic cup, basically, in this office where it's like, the bottom of the door of the office is like this big crack. You can see feet walking by. So, and it's a very busy hallway. And the person who's waiting for you to finish is just on the other side of that door. It's like 5 feet in between the door. It's just this thin hallway. And she's just waiting for you to jizz in the cup. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude. So, you know, I just closed my eyes and imagined my best Charizard. And that did it for me. Said, oh, cup swap. No, but very strange. Very strange. Never done anything like that before. My job's easier than Kirsten's job, though. She has the hard work to do, so I can't complain. Talk about no privacy. Dude, it was so gross, dude. Like, first of all, it was this weird, like, converted bathroom that was just for you to jizz in a cup. And it had, like, this horrible little futon in it. And all I could think about was, every single dude's been in here doing this, and I'm just the next one. And I just thought about how dirty it was, and I was like, nah, I can't do this. This is way too gross. And yeah, so I could talk about it for a long time. It'd gross you guys all out. It was very, very weird. But I could hear the doctor. You know, the doctor has this loud, sort of like boisterous voice. And I could hear him talking to the next patient and the next patient, because it's just this tiny little office. And you can hear everyone talking about their lunch. Yo, yeah, I had the macaroni pasta today, blah, 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 you know. And again, there's just this there's this younger lady who's the nurse waiting to get your cup of, you know, comeback from you. It's like, oh my God, dude. There we are. And definitely they could make that process more comfortable, I think. It was not comfortable. There we are. That'd be so distracting. Oh, it was not. It was weird. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. All right. Oh, look at that. I know that futon. Yeah, it was the futon. It felt like the futon of shame, to be honest. It felt like the futon of shame. I was like, what am I doing here? Some people just get to have a kid, you know, just from, you know, bumping uglies, and that's it. And it's easy. And so, you know, I was sitting there going, oh my God. It's really discouraging almost. Like you go, why do I even need a kid? You know what I mean? So you got to go through like all this extra work. And I can see how maybe somebody who is a little less determined just would not show up and just not do it. You know what I mean? Unless that's your thing. Maybe C.K. Lewis would have done it in a heartbeat. He'd been like, hell yeah, give me that cup. You know, anyways. All right. So we got 2 alternative arts here for you. Miss Sarah. Very nice. Be like, hey, mister, do you like Charizard? Man, he's an interesting guy. He's got a YouTube channel with 600,000 subscribers. And he's kind of famous for his contribution for fertility treatment. So he's kind of a big deal. I didn't know that when we first met him. When I first met him, I thought he was just any fertility doctor. But no, he's a doctor that people actually fly in to meet to get their work done. And so I guess he's pretty good. And I'm hoping that, you know, we end up having a baby. Now, it's complex. I'm hoping that Kara successfully has a child because she also has a heart condition, we found out this last year. She has a heart condition, and that can affect pregnancy. And so we're going to find out, you know, if everything goes smoothly, just sort of twisting our hands, you know, because we're feeling increasingly old. Like I'm going to turn 40 in 4 years. I'm old, man. I'm old as hell, dude. I'm old as a bag of rocks or something. And then, you know, and guys can have babies when they're a little bit older, but I don't want to be like 50-year-olds old having a baby. That's just too old. And then she's feeling older too, and we waited all this time. But actually, we started trying when she was 28, which is a bit more normal. You know, that's like the average age that people have a baby, but it just didn't happen. And so that's when she kind of knew something must not be right. You know, you hear about the odds online. You know, the odds of having a baby, if you're trying, it's not, you know, it's not 100% like, oh, you're just going to have a baby now. So 24 months, 24 tries go by, and near the end, now we've got like a whole chart and a system and tests, and it's still not happening. And she's like, all right, we're going to the fertility doctor. Mister's going to forget about us when he's a father. No, that's not true. That's not true. We are. All right, so Miss Sarah, let's grab your box. But, you know, and that made me nervous too, because I was like, is it me? You know, that actually, when she hits me with the, we're going to the fertility doctor, you know, that chills your blood for a second. You're like, oh, shoot, dude. But I'm okay. She had some really bad problems, and that was it. And so hopefully now we can just do IVF or something. Jose Arredondo 3 energy shuffles. You got it, Mr. Arredondo? All right. Let's see what we got here. We got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you have this brief pause where you're like, maybe it's me. Maybe I can't have kids. But no, I'm still kicking. It's too bad that it's a situation where you have to have IVF. It's just sort of like I guess in the past, it just would have meant you don't have kids now, you know? So it's actually a miracle that the technology is so good. And it shows you that we should just keep working on that kind of stuff. Like I'm already passionate about DNA splicing and stuff like that. I'm passionate about that kind of stuff. And so it's very interesting. All of it's very interesting to me. I would, you know, I'm not, I completed a lot of education and I did fairly well in college. It almost makes me wonder, here I am capable of doing all these tough science courses. Maybe my brain was wasted on Pokemon cards to a certain degree. Have you guys ever thought of that? Like, okay, I did Pokemon cards. I did okay with Pokemon cards. I grew one YouTube channel, The Gameconomist, 130,000 subs. I grew a second one to 100,000. I got this excellent lifestyle. I got like a nice lake house. I'm married. I got these Pokemon cards. Maybe I was just supposed to be working in science in some lab somewhere. Maybe my brain is not being put to good use. Maybe I should have been working in some DNA lab or something, and I'm just over here effing around with cardboard. So, I think about that sometimes, like maybe this wasn't it for me. Maybe I made money. And then at some point you have money and you realize I don't even do anything with it. I don't care about it even that much. Like, what do? I got my stupid $10 Walmart shirt on right now. I don't care about Gucci or Louis Vuitton or some special car. And I don't even like houses that are too big is one of the things I've learned over the last year. The bigger your house is, the more taxes you pay on it. So I like cheap homes and I like cheap Walmart clothing. And I don't go on vacation. And I'm just really interested in the things that I'm thinking about or talking about. So that's where my passions lie. And so I've been working on Pokemon cards, but it is just Pokemon cards. I could have been working on maybe DNA splicing or whatever they're doing out there, and I'm just missing out on that, and I'm doing this instead. So I think about that sometimes. So Brian Freund, I used to be in an academic setting in college, and I graduated with that degree, and it's a difficult degree to achieve. And I could have gone on to do a master's in biology or some crazy stupid thing. And I bet you I would have finished it because I'm just that way. I would have just gone nuts and finished it. It's like playing a video game. Here's Sarah Dusenberry 3 live customs. You got it. When I start to struggle with something, like a task one, I don't give up. I just go crazy until I get it right. And so I'm a good candidate for things that are difficult to do because I go really nuts. My brain just can't handle not completing it or not figuring it out. I go really nuts. And so that's how I was in school as well. It's like, whatever it is you're working on, if you're not understanding it, you don't give up. You just go crazy until you figure it out. And so, maybe I should have been working on something else, not just Pokemon. Here's Jose Arredondo, 2 Infernos. You got it. I shouldn't complain. I got a pretty cool job. It's just that, sometimes you get a little existential, like the years go by. I'm looking at myself in the mirror. I see how old I am. And I'm like, all right, I've lived a life. And what did I do with my life? I got a great story, and I love finances, and I did well with Pokemon. Ooh, but, it's never enough. I always think about what could have been, I do a lot of that. You guys do that? A lot of what could have beens? So I do a lot of what could have beens. Cold. All right. Why not continue it? You're still young. Maybe. Pregnancy is rough on the heart. Wishing you guys the best of luck. Yeah, so that is my next concern, and I don't bring that up with Karis because I don't want her feeling scared. But that is my next concern is, I hope she makes it through a pregnancy without any heart complications. Here we are. The doctor basically found out that her heart for some reason beats much more rapidly than it's supposed to. And we don't know why that happens. Let's see. Jose Arredondo. But this was very bad news, actually, when she learned that. You could contribute to this community or charity of your choice, like you were talking about. Yeah, so I'm thinking at some point when I'm all settled, which I'm not settled yet, when I'm all settled, and I'm probably getting closer to that point, I might just do like an annual... Did you need a new bag? Jose Arredondo, new bag? I might do like an annual charity event or something cool like that. Or maybe just constantly do a charity. I don't know. I know I'm also very passionate. So science is a passion of mine. I especially like dangerous science. Science that it's not like just the simple, easy science. I like the science where it's like you're really doing something, like cutting edge stuff you're not, like evil scientist kind of stuff, doomsday device kind of stuff, I don't like the boring science where it's really obvious. I like the stuff that's exciting and new. The unknown, right? So I could focus on that, but I also have this passion for finances. I always have. It's the handling of human capital. And really, when you talk about that, you're talking about handling human life because that's what capital represents. Capital represents human life because it took your lifetime to produce money. Some guy goes down and he does the garbage every day, and it takes years of his life to save up $1 million. Or he works on plumbing, or he works in the sewers, or he builds a comm tower, or he constructs a home. And this is creating, this is production, right? So it's creating goods, it's creating money. He's creating money. And then you got this money and somebody handles it. So that the process of creating the money and handling the money is of intense fascination to me. So, and actually I always thought it would be interesting to run a bank or something like that. Sarah Dewsbury, 3 live customs. Now, let's make sure that we do this exactly in order. Make sure somebody else didn't send for one. Jose Arredondo did send for one. He said 1 live custom. So who went first? Your order comes in at 612, and his order comes in at 612. So the next step is we need to look at the code to find out exactly when it came in. You ready? So next up, we're going to click on this. You ready, Sarah? So yours came in at 1251. So 1251 is the number you need to hear. And then Jose Arredondo, let's find out his. So his will be 41210. His came in first then, right? Yes, his came in first, yours came in second. So he got his 1 live custom before you got your 3 live customs. All right, you better pray that Jose Arredondo doesn't snipe you here. Are you ready? He might snipe you. All right. Sent for a live custom. Yeah, you go first too. Let's find out if you're lucky. Oh, you're not. It's cold. Well, Sarah, he did not snipe you. You can breathe easy now. That's Jose Arredondo's live custom. It's a cold live custom. Next up, Sarah's 3 live customs. Like a head transplant? You got 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's still cold. Okay, so those were a couple cold live customs. My wife had a lot of palpitations during her pregnancy. Blood volume increases by 30 to 50%. We have a lot of technology. I think if she's struggling with the pregnancy, she might be able to handle something like a premature birth. And, I hear that they're very good with that these days. They got a lot of technology that can keep the child healthy outside of the womb. So, just even getting it started, I don't know. She wants the kid pretty bad herself, actually. Here's the interesting thing about Karis. When she was young, she really did not want to get pregnant. She was scared of being pregnant. It made her uncomfortable. We had a lot of financial goals. She wanted to be rich. She wanted to be wealthy. She came from extreme poverty like I did. Her parents had absolutely no control over their finances, and it gave her so much stress when she was younger to live in this sort of unstable family where they always had money problems. It made her very ambitious to go out and be successful, which is where she also met me in college doing the same thing, also very ambitious. And so we were kind of a good pair that way. We were both extremely, extremely conservative with money. We didn't like to spend. We only like to save. We like to work. We don't like to play. And now she's older and she's going, holy cow, I didn't have a kid. And she went from 28 to 30, and that 30, that big 30 is a powerful number. You really feel it hits you. And she wanted to have the kid at 28, and unfortunately, because we didn't know something was wrong, we didn't get it. We could have started the IVF at 28 if we had known. So now we're further along, and she's getting more and more anxious about it, and realizing who cares about the money. The money's not even that big of a deal. Now she's got a different perspective. Now she's got this perspective where she kind of sees society like it sort of robs you of your youth as a woman by making you a sort of corporate slave. So she sees it all differently now. She's like, wait a second, the money never mattered. Who cares if I have a little bit of money or a lot of money? I don't have a baby. And I think these are these kind of things, these processes you go through as you get older, but also as you gain money, you see money differently. Money doesn't repair some sort of childhood abuse. It just doesn't. Money, you can't just pull money out and it just plugs into your skin and makes you happy. It doesn't work that way either. It's just this thing that lets you buy stuff. And if you're not the kind of person who buys stuff and it makes you happy, then what was all this money for? And then she doesn't have a lot of family, and neither do I. And so she realizes she wanted a baby, but these were things she just didn't understand that well when she was younger. And now she's older and she understands it a lot better. But the clock's ticking, And so this is a really this is a very perhaps relatable subject for plenty of people. Joey Albrecht is next. He ordered, in fact, the next live custom. It's you, Mr. Joey Albrecht. Are you ready? Here it goes. That's cold. Mr. Joey Albrecht won cold live custom. Had a kid at 25. Best thing. Yes. So, and I somewhat agree with her. You know, I feel like I've kind of skirted by managing to raise more money rather than having children sooner in life. There's a downside to that. You know, I'll be like in my 50s and the kid will still be living in my own. But I was able to make a lot of money by being so stingy and waiting, prolonging so long. But there's risks to that too. You know, like I could get cancer and then not be able to have the baby. So Jose Redondo, you ordered at 617. Miss Sarah Dusenberry ordered for 617. So you guys did the same thing twice. Now I'm going to check your timings. Are you ready? Sarah, your time is 4:17:17. And Jose Redondo's is, you ready? 4:17:21. Sarah goes first this time. It is Sarah first. Good luck, Miss Sarah. I'm going to close that out. Sarah, it says 2 live customs for Sarah. She's in deep. Here goes. 2 live customs. We got 1. Oh, my gosh. And 2. Oh, my gosh. Sarah didn't even help you going first. Put this in here. I'm so sorry. Sarah, that's going to bite if you miss. Because I bet you the guy gets it right now. Let's see. So that was Sarah. And now it's Jose Redondo, 1 live custom. He's in deep. He's got a whole 2 spots. Oh, it's still cold. That is a cold live customs. Jose Redondo, I'm so sorry. No such luck. All right. The snipe, not this time. So speaking of which, we need to create 2 of these cards here. One for Sarah. And the other one was for who? Oh, it's for Joseph Albrecht. These are going into the bounty, the October bounty. You know why you guys are going into the bounty? You pulled a God pack. He pulled a chase card out of the Poke Shuffles. Both hits. So into the Poke Shuffle, into the bounty you go. Good luck in there, guys. Another one, mister. It's interesting that it almost seems for optimal children to economic level, there must be an age difference between men and women. Yeah, I mean, again, all that stuff didn't matter in the past. This is a conversation I enjoy having, by the way. So now we're into a different subject, the way society structures incentives for having children, or in our case, de-incentivizes having children, because this is a subject that I'm very curious about and have opinions about. So Zach goes before Sarah. I know that because I can tell by the stack here he got in before her. And then over here we have a Ryan Shapiro. So Ryan Shapiro was at 621. Zachary was at 621. So we're going to start comparing Ryan and Zach. You ready? Why won't it let me look at it? Why won't it let me look at Ryan Shapiro's timing? It's not letting me look at the information for Ryan's. The option's not there. Let me show you. I can just pick up the camera. Should be right down here. It's not there. It's not letting me look at the code. Does it have to get older first? Is that why? Let me hit refresh. Might be so fresh it doesn't have all the information. That's got to be it, right? Okay, so let's try that again. Ah, there it is. Show original. Okay, good. It was so early I couldn't see it. So Ryan Shapiro, your number is 2129. And Zachary, your number is 2125. So it goes Zach and then Ryan. You ready? Here goes. Japan paying $10,000 to a family per baby. Ooh, that's better. 10K is better. What did I say? Zach goes first. Boom. Woo! Mr. Zach, Lugia Karuta, and then Ryan Shapiro. Ryan, that's going to be a cold one. I'm sorry, man. All right. Who pulled it, Zach? Let me go find it, Zach. Congratulations, man. Oh, $300 Lugia Karuta. You flip that over. Zachary Stekskowski. That's pretty good, Zach. My damn slow fingers have failed me. You know, you were only off by like 4 seconds or whatever that nut figure is. It was, what, 25 and 29? All right, so there's that. And now I got to give the bad news to some other people, too, because they definitely missed. Sorry, Sarah. Sarah went really deep for that one. So Ryan was done. After Ryan, there was Austin Lyle. Give me a second here. All right, let me look at this. 320, 621, 621. Oh, my God. I got to look at each one. So give me a second. Austin Lyle, your number is 2129. And then Miss Sarah's number is, your original, 2153. So then Austin Lyle, your turn is next. Okay, here you go, Austin. So he orders one. Okay. That's a Fortress. Austin Lyle, you got one cold live custom. This is called a run on the lives, by the way. It's a really funny phenomenon. Not always funny for everybody, but it's a really interesting phenomenon where everyone perceives it to be hot, so they all jump in. 1, 2. This is for Sarah. 2 cold ones, Sarah. I'm sorry, Sarah. We'll get you on some giveaways, Sarah. All right. So that's 2 cold ones for Sarah. And then what is after that? That's called a run on the live customs. So after Austin Lyle, we have Jose Arredondo, 1 live custom. Jose Arredondo. No! Piplup PSA 10. Wow. Lucky in the end, Mr. Jose Arredondo. Okay. Oh my gosh, look at that. So that's a very common thing too, where it shoots past the big hit, sort of like a second wind pull. Very lucky tonight. There it is. He's busy dealing with the live customs. So, mister, are you reading chat? Yes. Someone may hit. I missed before, but there were so many I hit a smaller card. Yeah, I mean, you come in here and you take a lot of risks, Mr. Zach. I've seen it many times, but that was a pretty good snipe for you this time, huh? All right, so that was rough. Sarah, let me put you on. So let me put you on some giveaways here. You ready, Sarah? Check this out. So we got a couple giveaways going. Got a couple giveaways going for you, okay? So first of all, we got this TheCardconomist 10 Lord of the Rings card. We're going to put you in there, okay? Appreciate you driving those live customs. But, you know, a couple people did, actually. So everyone chipped in a little bit, but I think you just went the hardest. But we got some backup ideas to kind of make it feel nice if it goes bad. What was the other one? Should say 100K. Oh, it's right in the front. I'm so freaking dumb, dude. This is my $100 card giveaway. That's a $100 card right there. But actually, there's one more. Now, this giveaway, you basically have to be placed on here just at my whimsy. All right, there you go, Sarah. So we placed you on to 3 giveaways. Could get lucky and snipe a giveaway. You never know. We had a wonderful Saturday night stream, don't you guys think? Oops, this kind of fell out. I guess I'll just respect it. It kind of fell out. It didn't really get to roll, but it's Poppy Churro. I'm not going to re-roll it. I think that was a legitimate roll. There it goes. I swear this never happens. So that will go to Poppy Churro. Poppy Churro, is he watching? It was fun. Glad there was some good pulls. You're a really good sport about it. You still got that God Pack tonight. I think that was pretty good. Plus, I think you're going to get a video for that one. It goes, I think that counts. Yeah, I think it's safe to probably take it that direction. Well, 6:29. We went about an hour longer than usual. Did you record my $50 slab away payment? I did, didn't I? It was Brian Freund. Topps Perfect Clear Pikachu went from 651 to 601. So that was it, okay? Yes, I did take care of that. And what was I going to say? I think I was going to talk briefly about how I feel about children. So I'll give you guys the short version of it before we wrap up. Basically, in the past, when you had children, the children went out and basically worked for you and they took care of you. And so there was kind of this connection where having a children wasn't just about, having like a pet child. It was actually kind of an important, good deal for you to expand your family. And, like bloodlines mattered and stuff like that, right? And today we have reversed that. The more children you give birth to, you have to pay to raise them as children. But when they're older, they're not, they pay into the Social Security system. A large part of their paycheck goes to Social Security. So you privately pay to raise children, but then the public gets the benefit of your children later. So I feel like this disconnection was a terrible thing. And if you think about it, if we change the rules of the game, if the way retirement worked in the future, you only got retirement benefits strictly from your children, all of a sudden the economic benefit of having children makes sense again. So imagine a system where the only way to receive any kind of retirement is for the government to scrape your children's paychecks and then share that with you, whether they like it or not. All of a sudden, having 2, 3, 4, 5 children makes tons of sense if you want to retire wealthy. So that's what I think changed. Children became an asset of a sort of a Marxist redistribution system called Social Security. And now you are not incentivized to have children to take care of you because you're going to get a check no matter what when you get old. Of course, that system is bound to fail because for Social Security to afford each person does have to have multiple children, right? You scrape a little bit of money from each child. But when they created Social Security, they didn't predict that people would live to 100, and they also didn't predict that people would not want to have children. Those were not part of the design of the Social Security. They assumed you would die at 60 and that everyone would love to have as many children as possible. So it's a bad system. All right. 2 girls, 2 boys, I'm going to be rich. True, I've learned myself. Check before than after. Better to be poor and have kids, more benefits, government subsidies. And now they speak up. He has all numbers up. All right, guys. Thank you so much, Mr. Brian. I really appreciate your business. And thank you, everybody. We'll be back on for, I guess, the Monday stream. I'm tempted to do a Sunday stream, but AI tells me not to. So I guess I won't. But if we don't do one Sunday, I will be back on for Monday. See you guys there. Happy weekend, guys. See you later.